Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 10 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the Naruto universe as the Uchiha's Genjutsu Demon. Let the tale begin. Chapter 360, Bishop's End. In the middle of all that explosion was Yami standing. With his devouring law already activated, with a single command Yami started devouring the ones he killed. He could feel that he had gained quite a lot by devouring these cultists. The shriveled ones had nothing to offer because the energy that was giving them the power had already left their body. On the other hand, the ones that burst still had that energy in them. That energy must be the corrupted energy that old man talked about. I still can't feel it like something different, but I hope I can soon by devouring enough of it. Yami thought. While all this happened, the Genjutsu cast on the bishop was broken. He may not have realized the Genjutsu, but the energy inside him was fighting to regain control, and now it did. As the bishop came back to reality and saw his collections being blown up into smithereens, he became quite enraged. He realized what he had done. It was he who injured and weakened his own people and helped out Yami in taking care of them. Download app, I will kill you, the bishop shouted as he bolted toward Yami with both his hands holding onto the thorny vines. He swung one of his hands toward Yami, making the vine make a whipping sound as it moved toward Yami, but Yami just ducked, and with one strong push he whizzed closer to the bishop, almost reaching his elbow, and turned around 180 facing the bishop's hand. And with one swift movement, he swung his hand and the hidden blade towards the bishop's hand, severing it completely from the elbow down. Wow, he just cut off that man's arm. I would never have had the guts to do that. Sakura said, and she wasn't wrong. Most people would have tried to dodge the attack or block it, but launching a counterattack to something you know nothing about would either be considered stupidity or too much self-confidence. But why did he do that? Sasuke asked, to which Naruto looked at him in confusion and asked, what do you mean? Yami is strong, so why wouldn't he try something bold like that? Sasuke was surprised to see Naruto complimenting his little brother, but he didn't say anything and looked at Kakashi. Kakashi shrugged and then looked at Naruto and said, Sasuke is talking about Yami's attack. Yami was close enough to the bishop's chest to rip out his heart or at least stab it, but he didn't. Instead chose to just cut off one arm, which most likely can either be rejoined or regrown, considering that he has the same regenerative powers the cultist did. Now that you say it, it does make sense, but I am sure he had his reasons. Let's focus on this fish until then. Dai said, making everyone's attention turn back to Kisame. Yami, on the other hand, had just shocked the bishop to his core by his attack. The bishop quickly stumbled back, and in that hurry, he didn't put up any defense, so Yami, just with a few swings of his bare hands, sent wind blades at the bishop. The bishop tried his best to block those blades with the second vine in his other hand, but by the time he could do it, two blades had already smashed onto his chest, sending a spray of blood in the air. Two cultists immediately rushed to the bishop's rescue and covered the injured man. Bishop, are you all right? One of the cultists asked, to which the bishop spoke in an angry tone, you idiots, do I look all right to you? Why didn't any of you break the Genjutsu I was in? Was it fun for you to watch me become a puppet to that kid's mind? The cultists cursed the bishop in their minds because they had been attacked once or twice by the bishop himself when he was in a Genjutsu. Bishop, we tried to get near you, but your vines were too quick to stop us. We had no other choice but to separate in different directions and wait for you to break the Genjutsu yourself, one of the cultists said. The bishop understood that the cultist was indirectly blaming him for being weak enough to not break it any sooner. Yami wasn't a saint either. He quickly doused some kerosene in the fire and said, I was so bored by this old puppet that I stopped my Genjutsu. This was more insulting than anything for the bishop. He didn't know that the corrupted energy inside him fought the Genjutsu, or was Yami telling the truth, but right now this sentence demeaned the bishop's power even more. This enraged the bishop even more, and he also noticed the two cultists giving him a look. You idiots are doubting me? Me who picked you from the garbage and made you strong, the bishop said, and put his hand over to one of the cultists. As this happened, the cultist made a painful expression which confused Yami as to why he did that, but the next second, the reason was clear, because the cultist's body started changing shape and it started merging with the bishop's body. In just 3 seconds, the bishop looked at his severed arm, which grew at an astronomical speed. He then placed that arm on the shoulders of the second cultist, who was already trembling in fear seeing his partner merge with the man they had just bad-mouthed. The second cultist tried to run away, but the bishop dug his nails and fingers into the man's flesh, not letting him go. Yami was curious as to what was happening and what would be the end result, so he let them perform the entire process. The two bodies of the cultists convulsed into different shapes and continued to merge into the bishop. Their screams also started to become faint as time went on. In the end, the bishop ended up becoming an 8-foot big buff man with his veins threatening to burst from inside his body and one vine coming from each finger of his hand, making it 10 vines, and the vines looked as if they were alive because they were wriggling in the air. "You left me no other choice, brat. This is your end," the bishop said with bloodshot eyes and sent all the 10 vines toward Yami. Yami unsheathed his sword, which now had a thick layer of purple lightning dancing on the blade. This purple lightning of Yami is strong, but will he be alright while depending on it to this extent? Gaara asked. The Kazekage is right, sensei. Those 10 vines are no joke. We don't even know how deadly they are. Lee said, but Guy just glanced at Yami once and continued his fight with Kisame. As for Yami, he just stared at those vines coming toward him. Just as the vines were about to reach him, he took one step forward and instantly disappeared. Everyone thought that Yami had used body flicker jutsu to dodge the incoming vines, and that was a quite logical assumption, but the very next second Yami appeared in the same spot, but this time he wasn't facing the vines. Instead, he had his back toward the vines and he was now sheathing his sword. What does he think he is doing? Chiyo asked with eyes widened in surprise. She didn't understand why Yami appeared in the same place and why he put away his sword. Before Elder Chiyo or anyone else could say anything, they noticed that the vines had stopped just a few centimeters away from Yami and the bishop wasn't moving anymore. Suddenly the vines started falling on the ground, cut in random sizes. All eyes turned to the bishop, and very soon they were shocked to see that red lines started appearing on the man's large body and each section fell cleanly on the ground. After 2 to 3 such sections falling, the entire body collapsed and the dismembered body lay in the bloody pool. We saw Yami disappearing and appearing at the same place with just a change in his direction, but in reality, he had already cut the bishop into several pieces. Kakashi said. Naruto tapped Sasuke's shoulder and asked, "Were you able to see it happen, Sasuke?" Sasuke, who was in a daze, shook his head and said, "Huh? No. I didn't have my Sharingan active, but I doubt even if it was active, I wouldn't be able to see much." Chapter 361, Journey Ahead. As Yami was finished with the bishop, he wanted to devour him as well, but to his disappointment the body of the bishop started shriveling like the other cultists. What a waste. I should have used some other technique to take him down. Yami thought as he could see wisps of the corrupted energy leaving the bishop's body and disappearing without a single trace. Yami then looked around him and saw that Sasuke and Lee had taken care of the remaining cultists already, and now except Guy, they all were looking at him. "Instead of ganging up on that shark, why are you all focused here?" Yami asked, to which Lee pointed behind him at a big blob of moving water and said, "Most of us aren't good at fighting underwater, and even though me and Naruto were ready to enter the water and fight, Guy-sensei stopped us and said that this was his fight to finish. Something about repeating his dad's work. I can throw a strong lightning jutsu, but it won't have much accuracy and could even hit Guy. Would it be alright to just leave Kisame alone to him, Kakashi-sensei?" Sasuke asked, to which Kakashi chuckled and said, "Don't you worry. I am sure Guy is strong enough to handle a big fish like Kisame. But Yami, is there any way to weaken Kisame from the outside?" To which Yami thought for a few seconds and said, "Yes, but I will require everyone here to throw fire-related jutsus at the water blob here." Kakashi knew that Guy was more than capable to fight and even defeat someone like Kisame, but this could take some time and they didn't have much, or else the Akatsuki members may get fully healed and run away back to their headquarters. Everyone who could perform a fire jutsu got ready to cast it, and Yami also stood in front of the water blob. "Don't go too near the blob, Yami. We have noticed that Kisame always stays in the middle of it, and however he moves, the blob moves and adjusts itself to be in the middle." Gaara warned, and Yami just nodded. As the others were waiting to see what Yami was going to do now, they saw someone come out of his back. For a few seconds, they were a bit confused by it, but then they saw the dark red tentacles, 3 of them to be precise. This is what he used in the hidden mist to defeat that monster. Kakashi said as he remembered the scary tentacles. So this is Scorch Release. Elder Chio said in a dry tone, to which Gaara asked, "What's the matter, Elder?" Elder Chio looked at him and said, "Pakura, even though being the single ever user to Scorch Release was respected and feared by many in this world, but I don't think even she had attained this amount of mastery over it." "Are you saying that Yami has surpassed her in the use of Scorch Release?" Gaara asked, to which the old woman nodded and said, "Yes, he has. She was only able to create blobs and discs of this when she was at her peak, but this kid has managed to create multiple of these tentacles. Even if one of them touches my puppets, they won't stand a chance." The tentacles became long enough to reach the height of the water blob, and then they started to flatten, increasing their surface area threefold. Yami looked at the one standing behind him and said, "Once I lay the tentacles on the blob, cast your fire jutsus in the space between two tentacles." Yami then, in one single motion, laid the three flattened tentacles on the water blob, making a loud sizzling sound and tons of vapor being thrown in the air. So much of water getting instantly vaporized created large amounts of vapor, blurring everyone's eyesight. "Sasuke, activate your Sharingan and guide them where to attack." "I will do the same." Kakashi quickly instructed and activated his own Sharingan as well. As everyone cast their jutsus, more sizzling sounds could be heard and more vapor had spread across the desert. "Now what?" Naruto asked, to which Kakashi said, "We have done our best to reduce the volume of water, and that must have weakened Kisame's domain quite a lot, so now we just wait and let Guy do his thing." Just as Kakashi finished saying his part, something just whizzed by the entire group and crashed into the cliff. The entire cliff was destroyed and collapsed on itself. Yami just stamped his foot on the ground, making a strong gust of air originate from under his feet and spread in all directions. This completely cleared the air around the group, making them gain their visibility back to the fullest. "Couldn't you have this before?" Temari asked as she gave Yami the side eye. Yami glanced at her and said, "Says the girl who has a big fan strapped to her back." As everyone looked at the collapsed cliff, they heard some movement coming from its middle, and soon the rocks and debris around there started to show some movement. Naruto just took a step further to see who it was. An injured Kisame stepped out of the rubble, staggering and blood leaking from his mouth. He had plenty of injuries on his body as well, but now he wasn't in his shark form anymore. He looked like he normally used to. "Should we subdue him now?" Sakura asked, but then she felt something coming from behind her. As she turned back, she saw Guy pass by her and the group with a fist stretched out toward Kisame. Boom! Another punch landed by Konoha's green beast, pushing Kisame back further and making him go through a few small hills. The entire group rushed further to see Kisame's state and saw him laying on the ground with his sword a few meters away from him. Guy was standing just beside Kisame, looking down on him. "Don't move a muscle or else I won't hesitate to land a few more punches on you," Guy warned, rubbing his fist. Kisame wasn't one to listen to anyone. He just smirked as he heard that, and with one hand forced jets of water to come from the ground around his body and create a kind of barrier between him and Guy, while his other hand tried to grab Samahana. The sword was also dragging itself close to Kisame since he had fallen on the ground. Guy pulled his arm back and threw a strong punch toward Kisame. The punch not only destroyed the barrier that Kisame had created, but also created a hole inside Kisame's chest, killing him on the spot. Kakashi walked closer to see Kisame's body and said that was an idiotic last-ditch effort to stay alive. Sakura put his body and the sword in a storage scroll. "We will leave the matter of handling both those things to Lady Tsunade." Sakura put the body in a storage scroll, and when she was about to do the same with the sword, Yami stopped her and said, "I have some use for the sword. Why don't you leave it to me?" Sakura looked back at Kakashi for approval, and he readily nodded. Yami won't ask for something out of the blue for no reason, but at least if I give him, then he can tell me about it in the future, Kakashi thought. He knew that even if he denied it now, Yami would ask the same thing to Tsunade later, and after asking a few mild questions, she would hand it over anyways. "I think we should take a rest and then continue with our journey. The storm will reach here in a few hours," Elder Chio said. Kakashi looked at Guy and Yami, who were the ones to expend most of their energy during the fight. "No need to rest, we have already lost a lot of time." Guy said, and Yami also nodded to his statement. Due to his chakra core, a fight of this level was not much taxing for him. As the group continued their journey, they met with Pakken within a few hours. Kakashi stopped beside Pakken and asked, "So what have you got for me, Pakken?" Pakken glanced at a big mountain nearby and said, "Their smell stops at the foot of that mountain. It seems like they went inside. There is no scent of them coming out recently, so your best bet is they are still inside." "That is some good work, Pakken. I promise I will make it up to you and your friends, Pakken," Kakashi said, to which Pakken nodded and said, "You better, or else I know how to get even," and he disappeared in a puff of smoke. "Now that we know where they are, let's bust in," Naruto said excitedly, which made him receive a bonk on his head. "There are people here capable enough to make a plan, so don't rush in blindly like the idiot you are," Sakura warned with her fiery eyes and temper. Chapter 362, Opening the Mountain. Alright, so what is the plan, sensei?" Naruto asked as he turned to Kakashi. Kakashi thought for a few seconds and said, "We will divide into 3 groups, with 2 finding an opening to go inside the mountain while the third one guards the 2 groups from any surprise attack." "That seems fair. What will the groups be, and is there anything we are looking for specifically?" Temari asked. Kakashi divided the group into 3 groups, with Yami and Gaara being the third group tasked with guarding the 2 groups. As everyone split, they started searching for an entry point, and soon they found a few stuck on the mountain. "Kakashi-sensei, we found 2 tags on our side," Sakura said, to which Naruto said, "Me and Kakashi-sensei found 2 on our side. Should we remove them then?" "I don't think there is any threat in that," Lee asked. "There actually is, Lee. I have read about those seals, and if they are not pulled out at the same time, then a trap formation will get activated," Kakashi said. "But how are we going to do that at the same time? They are all so apart that it wouldn't be possible to do it at once," Temari asked. "Leave that to my summons. They can easily handle such a simple task," Yami said, and bit his thumb. He then stuck it to the ground, making a circle spread from under his thumb and spread on the ground. 5 vicious-looking bats emerged from the circle and flew in the air. "Hee, Yami, we need 4, not 5. Did you count wrong?" Naruto laughed, to which Yami gave him a side-eye and said, "One needs to give them the signal to destroy the talisman at the same time." "Bonk OWWWW," Naruto shouted as he held his head in pain. "You can't keep that big mouth of yours shut, can you?" Sakura asked fumingly. "Okay, sorry, I'll shut up." "But it was a genuine ask, Sakura." Naruto tried defending himself. Yami looked at them and telepathically told them what needed to be done. There were 2 reasons for doing this. Firstly, it was a risky thing to pull it together, and he didn't want to get trapped, as in the canon it isn't shown what would actually happen if they failed. The second reason is when the talisman is pulled, a clone of the one pulling appears and won't go until the clone has been defeated. All 4 bats lined up in front of the talismans, and the last bat flew up in the sky at an equal distance from each of the other 4 bats. Yami nodded at the 5th bat, and it squealed. The squeal was loud enough for everyone except Yami to put their hands on their ears. The 4 bats also destroyed the talisman with their sharp claws. As soon as the talisman was destroyed, a blue semi-transparent bat appeared in front of each of them. Yami had already informed them that this would happen, so they weren't blindsided or shocked by this. Just as the blue clones appeared, the eyes of the bats glowed bright red, making their claws become larger in size. Before the blue bats could even launch an attack, Yami's bats squealed and swiped their claws diagonally from top to bottom. This instantly killed the blue bats, destroying the talisman completely. "Did you know that this would happen?" Sasuke asked, seeing that his brother was already prepared. Yami shook his head and said no. "But I guessed that it wouldn't be so simple, so I had my bats use their maximum power once they destroy the talisman. I was hoping for some kind of explosion." Yami bluffed, and like an idiot elder brother, Sasuke accepted the answer proudly. As the 4 seals got destroyed, all 5 came back to Yami. Kakashi tapped Yami's shoulder and said, "Don't send them back just yet. Send them in there for recon." Just then a big rock from the front of the mountain started to move, creating an opening. Yami glanced at his bats and they all rushed inside the opening and spread in different directions. Are we planning to wait for the bats to come back? Naruto asked with a bored expression. He wasn't the action that he wanted. Since in this reality, Gaara wasn't kidnapped, Naruto wasn't in much of a serious mood and was just looking for a fight to prove to his group how strong he had become. If we rush in before the recon bats come, then what is the use of sending them in the first place, idiot? Sasuke mocked Naruto with an ugly look on his face. Naruto was about to argue it, but then everyone noticed Yami put his hand on the hilt of his sword. What's the matter, Yami? Naruto asked, making everyone look at Yami and become alert as well. We have guests, and the kind that we weren't expecting, Yami said as someone unexpectedly walked out from inside the mountain. An hour ago, border between the land of fire and wind, Asuma and Kurenai along with their respective squads were traveling at a steady pace towards the hidden sand village. They had just taken a few hours' rest in a nearby village and continued their travels at the first light of dawn. Everyone had different things going on in their minds, so they were mostly quiet except for some small talk from time to time, and mostly initiated either by Choji regarding food or by Kiba regarding claims of defeating Naruto. As they were traveling, Shikamaru asked Asuma-sensei, "Are we really going to be of any help? I think everything will be over by the time we reach our destination. Wouldn't it be better if we tried to figure out who the next target of the Akatsuki is going to be and try to safeguard that person?" Asuma glanced back and said, "You are probably right. Most likely we are just going to babysit the hidden sand village and in that way leading another potential target of the Akatsuki open for attack, but wouldn't that look like a political mess on the higher stage?" "What do you mean?" Ino asked, to which Kurenai replied, "Hidden Sand Village is our ally, and if the daimyos find out that even after knowing that Hidden Village is under attack, we only let 2 squads of 12 to 14-year-olds be the support of the Hidden Leaf Village, what will they think?" Even though it's a squad of kids, those 2 squads are strong, especially Lee, Neji, Sasuke, Naruto, and don't forget Yami. Even experienced squads from our village may not be a match for them," Ino said. "That's not how the higher-ups will see unless they have done something truly remarkable. And since it is them who provide us with supplies and a good budget every year, it is important to safeguard them," Kurenai said. Shikamaru quickly retorted, "That may be true, but I am sensing that Lady Tsunade isn't too much of a political person, so why send us instead of some namesake experienced Chunin or Jonin squad?" Asuma chuckled as he heard that and said, "Yes, that's because the Hidden Sand is the weakest of all the great villages, and just the news that the Akatsuki had made a move on them could lead to either the Hidden Rock or Hidden Cloud Village to attack them. The Hidden Rock only attacks when it knows the opponent is weak. Their Tsuchikage is strong and shrewd." While they were all talking, a soft voice interrupted him, "Kurenai-sensei, there is some lying on the ground there," Hinata voiced as she pointed in the direction they were going. The 2 squads immediately stopped as they heard this. "Is it an enemy? Is he hiding? Is he alone?" Her squad mates immediately started bombarding her with questions. "Stop it, you all. Let her answer one at a time." Kurenai immediately stopped the squad mates from overwhelming Hinata. "What do you see, Hinata? Process at your own pace and put forth your opinions." Hinata nodded and with her active Byakugan looked ahead. After 5 seconds she said, "There is only one person and he seems to be laying down on the grass in the open. I don't see anyone other than him in our surroundings, and that person isn't making any effort to hide either. But he has a pretty strong chakra network, so I guess he is a shinobi. This is far away from any village, so whoever must be is a shinobi of some small village. No one from our village or any other great village will sleep openly, and that too when they are alone," Kurenai said, and Asuma also agreed with her reasoning. The 2 squads became a little relaxed as they heard this, but something popped into Shikamaru's head. What if that person feels like he is strong enough that even sleeping in the open won't be a threat? Wouldn't that make us fools to put our guard down and continue going on the same path? Just as Shikamaru was engrossed in his thoughts, he sensed his entire group stop suddenly and tense up. "Huh? What's the matter?" Shikamaru asked and looked in front of him. What he saw was a man lying on the ground wearing Akatsuki robes and an orange mask with black swirling lines on it. Chapter 363, The Leverage. The man in the orange mask looked at the two shinobi teams and said childishly, I have been waiting for you a lot since forever. I thought you guys would make me wait the entire day. Kurenai and Asuma quickly stood in front of their team and asked, Who are you and why are you waiting for us here? HAA, you can't guess who I am, the masked man said while showing off his black and red cloak indicating that he was a member of the Akatsuki. And as for why I came here, it's to help you reach the other teams faster. You all are quite useful to me. Useful you say, but how? Kiba made the mistake of asking the idiotic question which resulted in the masked man giving a childish giggle. He stopped laughing and said you all will make good hostages. Just as he said that, Kurenai and Asuma noticed that the eye that was the only visible part of his face turned into a Sharingan with a pattern they had never seen before. The next second they started to feel a kind of pull toward the masked man. Even as Jonins, Kurenai, and Asuma weren't able to resist it. Shikamaru performed a shadow possession jutsu and used several shadows to grip the nearby trees. He tried his best to resist the pull, but in the end, he also couldn't control it and everyone got sucked into the masked man's eye. In the outside world, Tobi signed in relief and said now, these people will make for good leverages against the ones chasing Sasori and Kakuzu. Tobi then touched his arm which he had lost to Yami and muttered, once I get the Uchiha brothers, the plan can proceed even faster than ever. I better get Orochimaru or I won't be able to complete my revenge against the Hidden Leaf. As Tobi said that, the space around him started spinning and he disappeared into it. Kurenai and Asuma along with their team didn't understand what was going on when they were getting sucked. They suddenly found themselves in a big room standing on boxes. Asuma looked around and saw that they were all split up with everyone dropped on a different box. He tried to look around but couldn't find the end of the room, nor could he see the floor of the room under the boxes. Where are we? What is this place? Ino asked, to which Shikamaru, who was on the box with her, calmed her down with a tap on the shoulder and said, we are in some kind of alternate dimension. That Akatsuki member must have transported us here. We need to find a way to get out of this place. He must be sent us here to stop us from providing Naruto and the others with backup. Kiba said as he pet Akamaru, who seemed to be a little scared by the sudden change in scenery. Kurenai turned to Asuma and asked, I haven't heard of any jutsu that would do this. Have you? To which Asuma also nodded sideways, indicating that he was just as clueless as her in this case. Asuma looked at the scattered kids and said, everyone come together. We don't know what the Akatsuki member was planning for us, so stick together. Hinata, use your Byakugan to figure out our surroundings. We need to eliminate the fact that we aren't in some kind of Genjutsu. Hinata nodded and activated her Byakugan to look around. After a few seconds, she said, it seems that the entire thing is made out of chakra. Shikamaru seems to be right about this being an alternate dimension. Just as she was saying that, she sensed some unusual chakra movement in a certain direction. By this time the others had already grouped themselves into 3 boxes so they can deal with any enemy together. Hinata immediately pointed in a particular direction and said, the chakra is unstable over there on that box. As she said that and everyone turned to look in the direction of the pointed box, they saw Tobi in his iconic orange mask appear out of thin air. As Tobi stood on the box, he looked at the wary shinobis ready to attack and said in a goofy voice, welcome to my humble abode. I hope the travel wasn't too harsh on any of you. Kiba seemed to be a little agitated by that goofy and playful voice of Tobi's, so he shouted, get us out of here, and fight us face to face. Why have you brought us here? He wasn't going to stop for an answer from Tobi, so he just bared his fangs and with his hands, which had now turned claw-like, he jumped toward Tobi. Kiba, stop, Ino shouted, but Kiba wasn't one to listen to reason in such instances. He hardly crossed the distance of 1 box between his team and Tobi, but then a box appeared out of thin air and slammed Kiba's head on, making him fly back to his team at a great pace. Asuma immediately stood behind Kiba and caught the flying idiot. Arg! Kiba groaned as he landed back on the box, but was now in a slightly injured state. He saw that the box was sturdy and fast enough to push him back, and after that, it just slowly lowered down, becoming one of the floor boxes. Tobi shook his head and said, you are currently in my space and I have complete control over it, so don't even try, hee hee, or you might hurt yourself like the doggy boy did. Choji helped Kiba stand back up and said, "Are you alright?" That seemed like quite a strong hit. Kiba stood up glaring at Tobi and said yes it was, but it felt like its aim was only to stop me, or else it could have seriously injured me if it wanted. Listening to this, Tobi quickly interrupted their conversation and said, "Of course, I wouldn't hurt you. You are my guests here, so please feel free to roam freely. You all are way more useful to me alive rather than dead. What do you want from us? Why do you intend to keep us alive?" Kurenai asked Tobi. She was a bit relieved listening to the fact that Tobi didn't want to kill them, but she couldn't just trust the words of an Akatsuki member. None of the Lee Shinobis were that naive. Tobi acted like he was thinking by massaging his chin and then pointed at Akamaru. "I need that dog for now." "What? Akamaru? I'd rather die than let you touch him," Kiba said, putting himself in front of his partner. Akamaru also barked at Tobi. Everyone else was confused as to why Tobi would even need Akamaru. It wasn't like he was something special. Tobi waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, he will be a sign that you all are my hostages. Currently, I am not pissed enough at that kid to just kill a ninja dog." "Pissed enough at whom?" Shikamaru quickly noticed the new piece of information in Tobi's words and asked. "That little monster Yami Uchiha. He has already caused us more than enough damage and even managed to sever my arm," Tobi said as he pressed his shoulder, which was missing the arm. The Lee Shinobis suddenly felt a feeling of relief that Yami was at the hidden sand and he had given a considerable blow to the Akatsuki. Tobi looked at the relieved faces of the Lee Shinobis but didn't lose his temper. He just looked at the Asuma and Kurenai and said, "Either you hand over the dog or I will have to take the Hyuga girl's eyes as a token of proof for your kidnapping." Tobi just shrugged casually as he said that, but Hinata broke into cold sweat as she heard it. She almost lost all strength in her legs and was about to plop down on the floor, but Ino didn't let that happen and brought her back to her feet. Hinata was horrified even imagining her eyes being removed from her socket. She was almost in tears when Akamaru looked at Kiba and barked twice. Kiba looked at his precious dog with a worried face and said, "What are you saying, Akamaru? How can I just hand over you to him? I'd rather go myself." Tobi was enjoying seeing all this. In reality, he didn't need any of them as proof, as his words would be taken seriously enough by the Akatsuki or any of the shinobi's belongings would do the trick, but he was enjoying this mental torture. He wanted to make them suffer. "So what decision have you made?" Tobi asked, to which Hinata got on her knees and hugged Akamaru and started crying. "And no, Akamaru, I can't let why you do that for me," Hinata said, sobbing. Akamaru made some soft noises while being hugged by her, but he pulled himself out from the hug and leaped toward Tobi. "Oh, sacrifice, what a foolish endeavor," Tobi said, reminding himself of the time someone he cared sacrificed herself for others. Before Kiba or anyone else could do anything, Tobi and Akamaru disappeared from the kamui dimension. No, Kiba shouted, but Akamaru wasn't there to listen to his scream. Chapter 364, Make a Deal. Present time, Akatsuki's hideout in the Land of Wind. Yami looked at the entrance of the hideout as he sensed 5 people heading towards him and the other Lee Shinobis. From the presence that each person among them held, Yami felt that he couldn't just take them easily as he did with the other Akatsuki members. Naruto was the first to notice Yami being alert, and seeing him in that stance, the two teams also got ready to attack at a moment's notice. Eventually, the 5 people stepped outside the shadows of the hideout and came out into the open. 3 of them were Kakuzu, Deidara, and Sasori, which everyone expected, but the other 2 were completely new members. One of them was a Tobi who was wearing his mask and stood quietly, while the 5th person was a girl. A beautiful girl with orange eyes, purple hair with a purple flower studded in her hair. 2 more Akatsuki members. "We can deal with them if we fight together," Naruto said as he was about to rush, but then he saw the orange-masked man raise his hand like a kid desperate to give an answer. "May I say something?" Me, please," Tobi said with his usual goofy voice. Deidara and the other 2 looked at Tobi with annoyance, since they were told he is just a newbie to the Akatsuki, and Tobi's actions up until now only proved that he was a good-for-nothing idiot. The only reason they didn't voice their opinions is because they didn't want to question Conan and Pain's decisions. Hey, newbie, why don't you just stand back with us and not piss her off? Deidara scolded in a low voice, but everyone heard it. Tobi glanced at Deidara and said, "Don't worry, Deidara-senpai, it was Konan-senpai who had me do something for her while you all were recuperating." As he said that, a white dog appeared out of thin air in front of him. The Leaf Shinobis immediately recognized the dog, and Sakura shouted, "Isn't that Akamaru? Kiba's shinobi dog." "It's Akamaru? He has gotten so big? He used to be small enough to sit on Kiba's head, and now look at him," Naruto said while looking at the large dog. He hadn't met the others since he came back from training, so it was a shock to him seeing Akamaru. "We must rescue him then," Lee said as he looked sideways at the others. Neji turned his head towards him and said, "Lee, the fact that Akamaru is with him means that Team 8 is being held hostage by him." "Team 8? Isn't that the squad in which—" Lee was saying when Lee nodded and said, "Yes, the same squad in which Lady Hinata is in." Hearing this, Tobi again jumped up and down in excitement and said, "I have her as well. I can bring out one of her eyes if you don't believe me." Everyone on both sides except Konan and Yami were shocked to hear such cruel words being said in such a manner. "Let's not waste time now and get to the point," Konan said in a stern voice, trying to establish that she was the leader here. She looked at Kakashi and Guy and said, "Not just them, but the third Hokage and his team are also in our custody. Their life depends on the decisions that you all make." "What, even Team Asuma is in their custody? But sensei, how should we believe them?" Naruto asked as he looked at Kakashi. "We will have to take their word for it, or they might do something like they threatened with Hinata. What is it that you want?" Kakashi first explained to Naruto and then asked Konan. He understood that the fact the Akatsuki went to so much trouble to kidnap them rather than kill them, they must have some kind of motive in mind. Konan was going to speak, but Tobi walked forward and said, "Konan-senpai, let me explain that. Why waste your precious energy talking to them?" He then looked at Kakashi and said, "Kakashi the copy ninja, I have heard so much about you. I wanted to meet you for a long time." Except Yami, everyone thought that Tobi was going on with his usual bullshit, but Yami knew what Tobi really meant. Those words held a lot of pain inside Tobi, as he had a flashback of the night when Kakashi's hand had pierced Rin's chest. Tobi didn't let his character slip due to the flashback and said, "What we want is very simple. Firstly, turn back away right now and go back to your village. Secondly, the Akatsuki would like to meet with the Kages of all 5 great villages 10 days later. So, it would be good if you can arrange that." Tobi looked back at Konan and asked, "Did I miss anything, senpai?" To which Konan shook her head sideways. She herself was hearing these demands for the first time and was shocked as to why Tobi wanted to meet the Kages. "What about the 2 squads that you have kidnapped?" Kakashi asked. He knew that his hand was already under a rock and it would be nearly impossible to forcibly get them back, since it seems that Tobi was using some kind of space jutsu. Tobi waved his hand as if telling him to not worry and said, "They are all healthy under my supervision. I will bring them to the meeting if all the Kages are present." "I think that's a fair deal, isn't it? Sensei, are we really going to accept such an offer?" Naruto asked Kakashi, who himself was lost in thought. "Sensei, we can't trust a single word he is saying? We can't turn back after coming so far," Sasuke said. He wasn't one to back off so easily. "Mr. Kakashi, I would suggest that we don't make any move that would endanger the life of Lady Hinata and the others," Neji requested. Kakashi was about to discuss with Guy about this when Yami asked Tobi, "Why would we go back when you all are here in front of us?" Tobi giggled a little and said, "Did you miss the part where I said I have 2 of your teams held hostage?" Yami just shrugged and said, "I understand that, but if they were captured, then it means that they weren't strong enough to win, so we can just consider them to be dead by your hands. If we look at it that way, we don't see a reason to back off now." Konan and Tobi were both confused by Yami's words. This wasn't a scenario they had thought about in the wildest of their dreams. "Yami, what are you saying?" Neji shouted as he held Yami's shoulder and forced Yami to face him. "You hated her for more than a decade and only got along with her for less than 3 years now. Why are you getting worked up?" Yami asked as he squatted Neji's hand away. This was the first time Yami and Neji had disagreed on something. Naruto immediately jumped in and said, Yami, they are our friends. We can't just leave them to die. Yami tilted his head towards Naruto and asked, what are you going to say when you go back to the village? That you let the Akatsuki members walk away and let them take 2 Jonin teams. But there's nothing to worry about because 10 days later the kidnappers will visit our village and even bring the 2 teams with them. Yami's words were on point and Naruto had no answer to his questions. Konan on the other had lost the cold expression on her face and there was subtle rage on it. You shinobis of the big villages behave like you are embodiments of justice, but this is your true face. You wouldn't even hesitate to sacrifice your own people for a single minute. Konan said. She was someone who had seen the bloodshed the shinobis of the great villages had caused and how brutal they can be at times. Tobi didn't want Konan to lose her temper here and escalate the situation, so he said, Konan-senpai, you are right, we can't expect much from them, but let's hear what the Sand Shinobis have to say. Chiyo just glanced at Yami once and said, since the hostages belong to the Hidden Leaf, I believe the Hidden Sand has no right to interfere in this matter. Just as Chiyo finished saying that, Yami unsheathed his sword and sent a wind blade toward the Akatsuki group. Kakashi was surprised that Yami would attack like this out of nowhere without any provocation. What has gotten into Yami? Why did he attack someone who holds our people? Has he truly shed all kinds of emotions and become a real killing machine? Kakashi was asking himself. Tobi jumped back as he saw the attack coming while Konan just stretched her hand and a wall of white paper blocked the wind blade's way. Is she trying to block an attack with mere paper? Kankuro asked, to which Gaara said each of those papers is enforced with chakra so they will stop the attack but not without getting destroyed themselves with it. Just as Gaara said, the wind blade was neutralized but the ball was shredded into pieces as well. Yami, why do you always ruin my plans? How unpredictable can you be? Tobi screamed in his mind as he saw Yami preparing for another attack. Chapter 365, Stupid Decisions. Seeing that Yami had started attacking now, Kakashi looked at Guy and said, Guy, I don't know what that boy is thinking, but he must have a pretty good reason. For now, we should also help him. Guy nodded and said, of course, I will help out my student in time of his need. Kids, let's jump into this and show them our youth. Lee and Sasuke were just waiting for their teachers to give them permission and they just jumped in the fight running towards Sasori and Kakuzu. Among everyone present there, those 2 were the weakest ones and were even injured. Neji hesitated a bit but decided to jump in and move toward Konan. He was accompanied by Temari while Kankuro and Chiyo followed Sasuke and Lee. Kakashi turned around toward Gaara and said, you are the most suitable opponent for Deidara and the only thing we can do for now is restrict his movement. He then turned toward Naruto and said, me and Guy will use sand as a medium to jump towards Deidara, but you will need to surround him. Naruto smirked and said, of course, with my army of shadow clones, there won't be any problem doing that. I will bring that bird down from the sky along with the one sitting on top of it. As everyone started fighting, Yami came close to Kakashi and Guy and mumbled something. Then Guy and Kakashi also relayed something to the others. At first Tobi and Konan were alarmed by it, but seeing that they didn't change their positions or pace of fighting after it, they didn't think too much of it. While Kakashi was strategizing and giving everyone suitable tasks to defeat the enemy in front of them, Yami was trying to fight with Tobi. Since he had already lost an arm to Yami, Tobi was in no way letting him even get close. He didn't know how Yami did it, but kamui wasn't something that would stop the likes of him, so Tobi started to actively dodge Yami's attacks. This made Tobi realize how much dependent he had gotten on that skill of his. Yami continued to attack Tobi, but none of them were connecting. At first, Tobi thought that it was because he was just good at predicting Yami's moves, but soon he realized that the attacks Yami was throwing at him were nowhere near strong enough to injure him. So why even waste time doing it? And just a barrage of wind blades and a fireball to make Tobi jump back was enough for Yami to accomplish his goal. As Tobi jumped back, he looked at Yami and saw him smirk and just turn his back and run back towards the place where everyone was fighting. Tobi was confused for a second, but he quickly realized that Yami had pushed him away from the other Akatsuki members, especially in the opposite direction of Sasori and Kakuzu. Are you so obsessed with killing the ones that escape from your grasp that you are turning your back on me? Tobi thought as he saw Yami run toward the two slightly injured Akatsuki members, and Kakashi also charged Chidori in one of his hands and started running toward them. Conan also noticed this and attempted to throw some papers towards Kakashi to slow down his pace, but that attack was interrupted by a large Rasengan made by Naruto. As the giant Rasengan met with those papers, there was an instant explosion. Sakura quickly looked at the explosion and said they were normal papers, but paper bombs? She thought that Naruto would be hurt due to the explosion, and Conan thought the same as well, but Naruto was quickly spotted running at Conan with a Rasengan in his hand. That must have been a shadow clone. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki really has a lot of chakra to spare, Conan said as she pushed her hands forward, making hundreds of papers shoot toward Naruto. On the other side of the battlefield, Kakashi was about to reach Sasori and Kakuzu when Sasori sent two puppets toward Kakashi, and Kakuzu started preparing his hair-like tentacles to attack Kakashi. Tobi immediately shouted their targets are Sasori and Kakuzu. Conan glanced at Tobi once and turned toward Deidara and said, "Go and stop the copy ninja from getting his hands on them." Deidara, without questioning Conan, just jiggled his sleeves, making tens of white clay centipedes fall below him toward Gaara. This forced Gaara to use most of his sand to protect himself and the allies around him. Taking advantage of the situation, Deidara flew towards Sasori and Kakuzu. Does Conan really think I need this idiot's protection from one shinobi just because he is well known? I hope he has a good bounty on his head, Kakuzu thought as he saw Kakashi approaching near. Tobi also bolted towards Sasori to stop him from being ambushed from all sides and killed. Just as most of the shinobis were focused on running toward the two injured Akatsuki members, and the Akatsuki members were also rushing to save their allies, a sudden change occurred. Yami, who was now running towards Sasori and Kakuzu, suddenly looked to the side and his eyes met with those of Conan. At first glance, Conan didn't think much of it and only thought as if it was an enemy's stare, but a small smirk on Yami's face told her something was wrong. Just as she thought, Yami suddenly stretched his right palm in front of him and turned completely to the side. This caused a thick and firm layer of air to appear in front of his arm. The Akatsuki members were confused as to why Yami suddenly stopped his momentum, but then they all got a feeling that they had only heard about it. This was the feeling of fear. The ones who had witnessed Yami's bloodshed when he was active in the Hidden Mist village were reminded of this feeling. Everyone saw dark red tentacles appear out of Yami's back. This time he wasn't facing Sasori and Kakuzu but Conan. Yami leaned forward and the next second he disappeared from where he was standing. Only a small cloud of dust with remnants of blue lightning remained in that place. Tobi's eyes widened as he understood that Yami's target wasn't the two injured Akatsuki members but Conan. Before he or Conan could even react, a splash of blood appeared near Conan. Conan looked down and saw Yami had slashed her chest diagonally. She spread her arms sideways, forming wings made of paper as she turned around and looked at Yami's back. But before she could even flap her wings once, Yami disappeared again in the same way. She flapped her wings once, hoping to be in the sky the next second, but she didn't feel the lift off. She looked to her side and saw both her wings had been cut in half. How can you move at such speed? Conan thought. Don't waste your time thinking. A calm voice entered her ear as she looked back and saw Yami standing. She wanted to make her move and create distance between the two of them, but the tentacles that were on Yami's back started moving towards her. Seeing no other way, she hugged herself and covered her entire body with paper. But this time it wasn't normal paper but paper bombs. But this wasn't going to stop Yami from doing what he was doing. He let the tentacles touch the paper bombs, which started a chain reaction of explosion. Get back, Tamari shouted and waved her huge fan towards the explosion so as to blow away any lit paper bombs coming in the way of the sand and leaf shinobis. This move also blew a lot of sand in the air, blurring the vision of the ones in the vicinity. Niji used his Byakugan to see where Tamari and the others were and regrouped with them. Using the dome of paper bombs as cover, Conan quickly moved back and stood beside Tobi. This kid is as menacing as I had heard, Conan said while breathing heavily. Tobi looked at her and said, this is exhaustion that's causing you to sweat, but fear. Don't let it shadow your mind or else he might win. He said it in a low but heavy voice. What just happened? Deidara shouted, looking at Sasori and then at Konan. Sasori glanced at Konan and said they acted like we were the targets but instantly made a move on Konan. She was their target all along while we were just bait. The expression of Kakuzu's face turned uglier when he heard that. He was someone who had survived a fight with the god of shinobi himself. How dare a kid use him as bait when he deserves to be regarded as a force to be reckoned with? I will crush this kid's skull, Kakuzu said as he stepped forward only to be faced with a yellow-haired Lee shinobi. Chapter 366, Hostage for an Hostage. How dare a kid like you stand in my way? Get out of my way or I'll tear you to pieces. Kakuzu roared. There is no way I am letting you get past me. Naruto said as a shadow clone appeared beside him and a Rasengan started forming in his hands. On the other side, Yami was relentlessly chasing after Konan. Konan was missing the attacks of the Scorch-style tentacles by a very narrow margin, but the damage and exhaustion was slowly building up. This made Konan more and more weak as time passed, but this also gave Tobi the time to get close to Konan. Due to his space-related abilities, neither Kakashi nor Might Guy were able to hit him even once. I didn't expect Yami to disregard the life of the hostages and go straight away toward Konan. I can't let her die here or else that idiot Nagato might do something foolish. The other members of the Akatsuki are expandable but not Konan. Tobi thought as he reached behind Konan and started his kamui to pull her inside her space. Konan sighed in relief as she saw this happening. This meant that she would be safe now, but Yami wasn't one to let her go this easily. We just met and you are planning to leave just like that? Yami said as his sword turned from purple to black and he swung it, but not at Konan or Tobi but between the two of them. Tobi didn't understand what Yami was trying to achieve by this, but Kamui was instantly stopped. Konan, who was about to go in the Kamui space, was back again in the real world. Before she could react to anything and prepare for any attack, Yami kicked her shoulder, making her fly straight toward a small hill and hit it hard. The force of her being kicked was so hard that the hill collapsed on itself. Yami swung his sword again, but this time it wasn't with the intention to kill Tobi but to make him back off. Hee hee, I am quite annoyed to tell you, but you have become the bane of my existence, kid. But the woman you are hurting right now is very close to the leader. I must warn you of this or the consequences might not be something the hidden leaf and sand can handle. The ears of Kakashi and the old woman Kairo twitched as they heard that. They immediately looked at each other and nodded as if they had just made a deal without saying a single word. Yami, who already knew who Tobi was talking about and who the real leader of the Akatsuki was, didn't give a flying fuck to what Tobi said and dashed toward Konan. Due to the hill collapsing, there was a lot of dust and debris in the air which made it hard to see where Konan was, and Konan took advantage of this exact situation and threw 5 paper bombs toward Yami. Yami was already able to sense her chakra, so he didn't need to search for her. As the explosion occurred and Konan looked around to see an injured Yami, she saw a red ball in front of her. What the hell is this? She blurted out and found out the very next second as the red ball split into 4 tentacles, revealing an unscathed Yami. You really are a one-trick pony? Do you even have anything besides paper bombs? Yami asked provokingly. Konan actually had a card up her sleeve, but she wasn't sure if this was the right time and place to use it. Because it would not only take the lives of her enemies but also her allies, and she wasn't heartless enough to do that. She was immediately brought out of her thoughts when she heard the crackling noises Yami's sword was making. This time Yami had infused lightning chakra in the sword, and that was too heavy enough that whenever the lightning would hit the sand on the ground, a small red spot would get created from the intense heat. Just as Konan was making her decision on whether to use her final trump card or not, she heard a shout. Stop! Hearing the voice, Yami stopped and looked behind. As he had expected, this was Kakashi's voice. Kakashi and Guy quickly rushed over to where Yami was. Kakashi looked at the pitiful state Konan was in and then at Yami. This kid has really surpassed all limits. Dealing with an S-ranked criminal without even a single scratch. Even I can achieve that. Kakashi thought. What the matter, Kakashi? Yami asked. Yami, even though she is our enemy, we mustn't forget that the enemy has a few of our people as well. Guy also chimed in and said, yes, Yami, she would be a good hostage that can be used for exchange. Guy then looked back at Tobi and asked, what do you think? Her in exchange for the hidden leaf hostages that you have taken. What would be your choice? After all, you are the one who said she is quite close to the head of the Akatsuki. Kakashi was relieved seeing this happen. He had his doubts that Yami would even obey his orders in the field. But seeing that Yami's sensei Might Guy himself was taking the initiative to do this, the chances of Yami rebelling to this decision would be less than 10%. Tobi looked at Conan and their eyes met. They kept eye contact for 3 to 4 seconds and Tobi turned toward Guy and said, she is important, but so is our boss's meeting with the Kages. Why don't we do one thing? We will make the prisoner exchange during the meeting. Kakashi and the others were shocked by this. They didn't expect Conan to be abandoned so easily. This didn't come as a surprise to Conan because she knew what was going on in Tobi's head. He needed all the tailed beasts under his own command, even if it meant sacrificing her or even Nagato. Seeing that Tobi was negotiating with Kakashi and was thinking of letting them keep Conan as a hostage, Deidara flew toward Tobi. What are you even saying, newbie? How could someone like you negotiate with the enemy, and that too about letting them keep Conan as a hostage? Do you think a small mission given by the leader meant that you are in charge? Conan quickly stopped Deidara and said, I was the one who told him to do this in case of a situation like this arises. He is just following my orders. The Hidden Leaf won't dare to harm me when the heirs of their clans are in Tobi's custody. For now, all of you need to leave and come to the meeting with the Kages. As she was saying that, everyone sensed a huge amount of chakra being concentrated somewhere. At first, they thought that it was Yami who was doing this, but then they saw Naruto holding a huge shuriken made of wind chakra in his hand and running toward Kakuzu. What kind of a jutsu is that? This is the first time I have seen it. Temari asked. I had taught him to keep this as a trump card, but why is he using it now? Kakashi asked as he had an urge to facepalm himself. While the others were watching and trying to gauge the strength of the jutsu, Naruto was able to slam the jutsu head-on at Kakuzu. It was partly due to Kakuzu being arrogant enough not to accept that the jutsu would kill more than one heart, but to his surprise, the jutsu was way stronger and his hearts were being destroyed left and right and the jutsu was still going on. With the big explosion, everyone braced themselves for the result, and when the dust settled they saw a huge crater created in the middle of the desert and Kakuzu was lying in the middle of it covered in blood. He was almost at death's door. We have to save him quickly, Deidara said as he looked at his allies who were standing and not making any effort to help out Kakuzu. All his hearts have been destroyed and even his murdanes seem to be damaged at a cellular level. Saving him won't do us any good and he will just become a burden, Sasori said. He was able to figure all this out just by seeing the way the jutsu worked and the effect it had on Kakuzu's body. Tobi focused his attention back on Kakashi and said, we will take our leave now. This was a good and fruitful meetup, wasn't it, Kakashi? I hope we are all able to meet at the Hidden Leaf next month and all the Kages will be present there as well. Just as he said that, the space around him warped and he disappeared. Yami and the others looked at Deidara and Sasori, who were the only ones left there. Sasori, who was already on a flying bird made from his clay, flew towards Sasori, who quickly jumped on it and they flew away. Are we really letting them go? Sasuke asked. He wasn't ready to let them go just like that. We have to. They have Hinata and the others in their custody. We can't do anything to them before we rescue them, Naruto said as he walked back, regrouping with the others. Says the guy who kept fighting even after the talks. Sasuke gave him the side eye, to which Naruto laughed and said, I was so engrossed in fighting that I didn't realize that the talks were happening and it was that guy's fault that he didn't stop and kept attacking me. Conan, who was still sitting on the ground, looked at Naruto and thought, I was reminded of Yahiko when I saw him for the first time. Chapter 367, Time to Leave? Since the entire fight was over, Gaara turned toward Old Lady Chiyo and asked, what are we supposed to do now? Are we going to accept their request and have all the Kages meet him at the Hidden Leaf? Chiyo nodded and said, yes, I don't see any other way we can take this forward. What I don't get it, why do they want to meet in the Hidden Leaf? Is it just because the hostages that he has belong to the Hidden Leaf, or is there any other reason for this request? Kakashi shrugged and said I don't know that for now, but I will have to inform Tsunade-sama about this. I hope the clans don't cause any kind of problems or else we might have to accept the meaningless demands that might be put forth by the Akatsuki. For now, let's take her back to the hidden sand. As Kakashi said that, he and everyone else turned toward Konan. Niji, block her chakra points, and Lee, you are in charge of her till we reach the hidden leaf. Yami said as he sheathed his sword and started walking. Where are you going? Niji asked, to which Yami said I want to see Kakuzu's condition. This isn't a jutsu I have read about in our books. What jutsu was it? Naruto puffed his chest proudly and said hee, this is my new jutsu, wind-style Raisin Shuriken. Yami looked toward Naruto and asked if you are calling it a shuriken then why can't you throw it? You are right about that, I will work on it. Naruto said hesitantly as he looked a little embarrassed. This was more than enough to bring a smile to everyone's face and lighten the mood. Yami went ahead to look at Kakuzu's body. He had never seen a body damaged at such a micro level. I also need to develop something that would have such an effect on the enemy. Although the time and focus needed to prepare such a risky jutsu during a fight is too demanding of an ask, having an extra weapon in my arsenal won't hurt me, and if I am able to infuse a technique like this with my sword then no other swordsman would stand in my way. Yami then stored Kakuzu's body in a storage scroll and looked back at his people. They had already sealed Konan's chakra points and were now tending to their own injuries. Yami, are you injured anywhere? Sasuke asked, to which Yami shook his head and said no. They weren't capable of even giving me a good scratch. What about the others? Naruto seems a little tired due to his repetitive use of his new jutsu while the others have only minor injuries. Sasuke said and then leaned in closer to whisper something. I think Niji is quite upset with the kidnapping of his sister. I think you should go talk to him. When did he learn to become so considerate of others' feelings? Yami thought, but then he looked at Niji, who was sitting quietly looking in the direction from where Tobi disappeared. Yami walked toward Niji and asked, what are you thinking? Without even looking at Yami, Niji asked, why didn't you hesitate for even a second before attacking them? You didn't even consider the option that they gave us in return for the hostages. If you hold someone's weakness in your hands, will you ever give it up knowing that there is no middle ground for both parties? Did you even think why they kidnapped leaf shinobis and not shinobis from any other village? Yami asked. Niji looked confused at that question and turned toward Yami. What do you mean? Isn't it because it was convenient? Our people were already coming for backup and the Akatsuki must have predicted that. Yami shook his head and said most of the other villages are ruled only by the wishes of the Kage and the individual clans don't have much say in it. They might have the freedom to express their opinions, but that is the end of it. On the other hand, the elders of our village and the clan heads need to agree before any action can be taken. The weakness wasn't the people who were kidnapped, but the soft side that our village has created. Along with Niji, everyone else also heard what Yami said, including Konan. Naruto, who took a little time to understand what Yami was trying to say, immediately stood up and walked toward Yami, angrily grabbing his collar. How can you say this? Do you mean that the Hokage has no power even though it is the most prestigious position in the village? Yami held Naruto's hand, forcing him to let go of his collar, and chuckled. Why don't you ask the Kazekage here if their village would take a step back and negotiate with terrorist organizations like Akatsuki if some of their clan heirs were kidnapped? And if the clan heads even wanted to negotiate, would they have any kind of sway over the Kazekage's decision? Naruto looked back at Gaara, who shook his head and said Yami is right. The Kazekage don't have any obligation to listen to the clan heads' opinions. At the most, we would try to break free the hostages by sending in a team or two, but nothing more than that. But aren't they your people as well? Why won't you take a step back if it saves their lives? Naruto asked, a little saddened by Gaara's statement. Because that is how this world works, Naruto. The peaceful policies created by Lord Third toward our clans and the other villages have made us a victim. Everyone here has fallen victim to it. Yami said as started walking toward the hidden sand village. Wait, what do you mean by we all are victims of Gigi's, Hiruzen, policies? He was the best Hokage and Grandma Tsunade is also great. Naruto protested. Yami sighed, indicating that he had no interest in arguing with Naruto, and said, "Why don't you ask Neji how he lost his father and what Lord Third did? Or even better, why don't you ask Kakashi why you lived as an outcast surrounded by people's hatred and why your Gigi did nothing to change that?" Before Naruto could even react to this, Kakashi interrupted Yami. "That is enough. You have said more than you should have, and the fact that you even know what you are talking about tells me you have been snooping around where you shouldn't have been." Kakashi then looked at Naruto and said, "This topic is not to be discussed any further. We are going to the Hidden Sand, and after resting for a day we will leave for the Hidden Leaf." Sasuke sent a letter to Hokage-sama explaining what happened here and the condition the Akatsuki has put forth. Naruto and Guy had never seen Kakashi behave like this, which created plenty of more questions in Naruto's head. What is Kakashi-sensei hiding from me? Does he know something that he isn't telling me? Naruto wanted to ask his questions right away, but he knew that there were shinobis from other villages as well. Konan, on the other hand, felt like there was some of her misconceptions were being broken. She had grown up with the mindset that the shinobis of the 5 great villages didn't face any problems of their own but only dished them out onto other helpless villages, but here, listening to whatever Yami was saying, she felt that she didn't know the whole story. She wanted to get as much information as she could before pain rushes to save her, but she knew that right now wasn't the right time. "By the way, where is that ninja dog?" Temari asked as she looked around. Chio shook her head and said, "Between the chaos, Tobi used his space jutsu to suck him back in. That technique of his is really too annoying. I don't know how Yami manages to hit him." Yami didn't bother answering, and everyone just continued on their way back to the Hidden Sand. Hidden Rain Akatsuki headquarters. Among all the rooms at the building, Tobi appeared in one of the rooms and sat down on one of the nearby chairs, stumbling a little. He was already breathing a bit heavily. He threw his head backwards as he took deep breaths and removed the orange mask from his face in one swift motion. Haven't had such a game of cat and mouse in my entire life. This kid really keeps me on my toes. Even taking Konan as a hostage was not a move I could anticipate. I thought he would either accept being a subordinate of Kakashi and let me make the deal on my terms, which would give me the upper hand, or he would rebel completely and go off alone, killing Sasori or Kakuzu but creating a divide between the Hidden Leaf shinobis. But this kid managed to get the advantage of both without suffering the consequence of any. Tobi kept rambling until he saw Zetsu appear through a nearby wall. Chapter 368, Back to the Hidden Sand. As Tobi saw Zetsu appear in the room, he stopped talking and looked down. Zetsu, who had already spectated the entire fight, said the battle was totally unexpected. "I didn't expect there to be a battle when we have hostages. But as I previously said, it wasn't a good idea to go in front of Yami Uchiha with your crippled body. I don't have time to listen to your advice. Have you found Orochimaru? I need to get my arm back, and he is the only one who can do that." Tobi asked, to which the black part of Zetsu smiled and said yes, but he didn't seem too friendly when I tried to get in contact with him. "I think you might need to go there yourself. You have to recover and then meet with the Kages. You can't go in front of them all in such a state." "I know. Where is Nagato?" Tobi asked as Zetsu shook his head and said he went to rest. His body is not able to handle the pressure that is being put on him. He needs to get ready for the fight at the Hidden Leaf if the Kages don't accept our proposal. It's not an if but when. The Kages are a prideful bunch, especially the Kazekage and Tsuchikage. They would never agree to a deal like this, and since my kamui doesn't work against Yami, I am not as invincible as I used to be. But I don't think that will last long. The day of the meeting, some enemies are going to turn into our allies," Tobi said with a smile. "Things have already been pretty slow and we haven't been able to utilize Nagato properly yet. If we delay any further than this, he might not like it, so I'd suggest you hurry. Nagato will probably be furious when he hears about Konan. You will need to handle that emotional fool well," Zetsu said. "Haven't I handled him pretty well up until now? I will take care of him. He is a useful piece and we can't afford to lose him," Tobi said as he put his mask back on and disappeared in his kamui space. Inside the kamui space, 10 minutes earlier, since Kiba was the only one who could communicate with the ninja dog, everyone else had to wait. As Akamaru was barking in a low tone, Kiba kept nodding at intervals. After a few seconds, Akamaru stopped and Kiba looked up at Kurenai. What did Akamaru say? What is happening outside? Kurenai asked impatiently, to which Kiba replied, Sensei, Akamaru said that the masked man took him to the outside world where there were a few more Akatsuki members as well. They were all faced with Kakashi and Might Guy's squad along with the Kazekage and a few sand shinobis. The masked man threatened them to return and arrange a meeting with all the Kages or we the hostages would be killed. That seems like a logical play for the Akatsuki since a few of their members who attacked the hidden sand were injured by Yami and the sand shinobis. Shikamaru said, and Asuma nodded. What happened after that? Ino asked with a worried face. Kiba looked a little more saddened as he said, before our leaf and sand squads could even discuss anything, Yami started to attack the Akatsuki. After that, Akamaru doesn't know anything because he was taken back in by the masked man. What? Why would Yami do something like this? Ino asked with a confused tone as she looked at Asuma. Shikamaru tapped Ino's shoulder and said hostage situations normally end with the death of the hostages. No one would just give up the leverage, especially if they are a terrorist organization who don't care what the people think about them. Even if Yami and the others had backed off and accepted their conditions, there was no guarantee that the Akatsuki would have kept their word. Just as Asuma was about to agree with his student and comfort Ino, a voice sounded behind them. I see that you guys are catching up with the news. Tobi stood on a floating cube that moved toward the group. Are you here to kill us? Asuma asked, standing in front of the group. I would have been, but that kid Yami has managed to screw up my plans again. He has taken in a hostage of himself, which is an important member of the Akatsuki, so I might have to return all of you alive. Tobi said. He was quite annoyed because he ended up praising Yami. A feeling of relief spread throughout the two squads, but they still had one question and Kurenai decided to ask it. Why are you telling us this? I don't see a reason to hide it. One must accept when he is bested, and I am just doing that. But to appease the anger of the Akatsuki's leader, I must present you all in front of him. Tobi said in a playful tone and disappeared from the kamui dimension. Hinata, who had been quiet this entire time, nudged Kurenai's shoulder and asked, as Sensei, is this good news or bad? Kurenai smiled and said the fact that we are alive at a time when we should be dead is already good news. Let's leave our future in the hands of our village. You trust your elder brother Niji, right? Hinata immediately nodded and said yes. Big brother Niji has promised me that he will protect me and the Hyuga clan no matter how strong the enemy be. I am sure Naruto and the others are also doing their best to get us out of here. I wish I had the same optimism as you, Hinata. Shikamaru said, massaging his temples. What's wrong, Shikamaru? You seem more worried than before. Kiba asked. He thought that the big-brained Shikamaru must be happier than ever. No matter whatever the people do outside, the only way for us to leave the dimension is if this masked guy lets us out of his own violation. That makes me a little uncertain as to what will happen if the masked guy gets killed and we are stuck in here. Shikamaru's reply made everyone realize the danger they were in. Do you have a solution for this? Ino asked, to which Shikamaru nodded and said, yes, I do. Just now the masked guy said that he would present us in front of the leader of the Akatsuki. If we can convince the leader to keep us as a hostage in their headquarters out in the open world rather than locked in this dimension, our chances of survival increase by nearly 30%. I don't know how much time we have until we are let out to meet the leader, but we better think of a strategy fast. Asuma said as he and the others started to discuss various ways. Hidden sand. A few hours later, Yami and the entire group had just reached the hidden sand. Seeing a woman with an Akatsuki robe around her body being brought in handcuffs had already uplifted the people of the hidden sand village. As they reached the Kazekage building, Baki asked Lady Chiyo and the others, what are we supposed to do with the prisoner? Should she be kept in the underground prison or brought in front of the elders? Yami interrupted the conversation and said, for now take her to the hospital. A hostage is a useful commodity, especially when our enemy has multiple of our people. Baki looked at Lady Chiyo for confirmation and she nodded subtly. She then turned toward the hospital and started walking. Let's go and see how Kankuro is doing. She stopped and turned back to look at Naruto and said, you also get the burn on your hand, check kid. It doesn't look like a simple burn. No one knew about the burn, and since it didn't hurt much, Naruto hadn't mentioned it to anyone. As the group reached the hospital corridor, the nurse standing in the corridor quickly approached Gaara. Lord Kazekage, you have returned, the nurse said with adoration and respect. She didn't wait for Gaara to reply as she understood why he would be there. Kankuro-san is now completely healthy. Sakura-san's medicine has worked like a charm on the ones that were poisoned. They all are in and will be discharged in a day or two, the nurse said as she motioned with her hand to follow her. As they entered the room, they saw Kankuro sitting on his bed eating some fruits while Sakura was on the side talking to a few doctors of the hidden sand who seemed to be taking notes. As Kankuro turned his head toward the door, he said, Gaara, Temari, you all are back. This attracted the attention of the others as well, and everyone stood where they were as respect to the Kazekage. Who is she? Sakura asked as she walked toward Konan. Chapter 369, Hidden Sand Elders. Lee and Niji, who were now holding Konan from both sides, stepped further, making her come in front as well. She is a member of the Akatsuki that we have taken hostage. Lee said. A hostage? Why didn't you just kill her? I don't think someone as strong as her would open up about her organization just because the intelligence team tortures her. Are you planning to hand her over to the Yamanaka clan to extract information? Sakura bombarded Lee with questions. Niji decided to step in and explain the entire situation. Sakura, the Akatsuki has taken Asuma and Kurenai's squad as hostages. So either we let the Akatsuki escape from the desert safely or take a hostage of our own. Luckily we have come to an agreement with them, and now the hostage exchange will be held at a meeting where all the Kages will be present in the Hidden Leaf. Wow, that just opened a whole lot of questions. Kankuro quipped in between. The fact that all the Kages met together was not something that could be pulled off easily. Niji explained further and told them everything that had happened since they left the Hidden Sand Village, the cultists, the Akatsuki, everything. Sakura, you have already done so much for the shinobis of this village, and I should thank you and Tsunade for that. Can you check her as well? We don't want to take any chances with her now. Gaara asked politely, which made Sakura a little awkward. Yeah, I understand. Of course, I can do that. Please lay her on a bed nearby. Sakura said and pointed toward an empty bed. She then instructed a few nearby doctors and nurses to properly secure Konan to the bed so that she wouldn't try to flee or hurt anyone. Do any of you have any injuries as well? I suppose the fight must have been quite tiring since the opponents were S-ranked criminals. Sakura asked, to which Naruto showed his palm and said, Granny Chio asked me to get this checked, but I can wait for you to check her first. Other than that, you have to ask Yami because he is the one who fought the most. Yami shook his head and said, all I need is some good food. We can't stay here for tonight though. We should leave within the next few hours. Yami is right. The more time we waste in transporting her to the Hidden Leaf, the more time it gives the Akatsuki to make an attempt to rescue her. Kakashi said. Yami and the others left the hospital to eat and get some rest. Kakashi and Guy went to the Kazekage building as Gaara had invited them to a meeting with the elders. As the Sand Elders along with Kakashi and Guy were sitting at the round table, Temari, who had taken the role of her brother's advisor, explained everything to the elder. The elders nodded as they heard what had happened. After the entire narration finished, one of the elders looked at Kakashi and asked, why take the prisoner to the Hidden Leaf? It would be risky to transport her from here to your village. It will take almost 3 days with her. You are right that it is risky and time-consuming, but she will eventually be needed in the Hidden Leaf during the meeting. That is where the hostage exchange is supposed to happen. Kakashi said. Another elder stood up and said the part of the Kazekage going to the Hidden Leaf is an entirely different thing. After the death of the previous Kazekage, it took nearly 2 to 3 years for Lord Gaara to stabilize and control the village. If something happens to him there, then the fallout could be disastrous. I agree, the last time the Kazekage went to visit the Hidden Leaf, he didn't return alive, another elder chimed in. But Guy was about to stand and say something, but Kakashi stopped him. He knew that throwing accusations would just create more problems. Gaara raised his hand for the elders to sit down and said about my father's death, it was something he brought upon himself when he decided to collaborate with Orochimaru and attack the Hidden Leaf. We can't blame them for this. And the main reason I was able to stabilize the village was due to the support of you all elders and the Hidden Leaf who provided us with rations when no other village did. The elder who had just blamed Raza's death on the Hidden Leaf looked at Chiyo and asked Lady Chiyo, what are your thoughts on this? Chiyo looked at the two elders who were standing a few seconds ago and said, what is there to think? The hostages that the Akatsuki has are Hidden Leaf shinobis. The hostage that we have now taken was also thanks to Yami Uchiha, who is a Leaf shinobi, and the meeting is going to be held there as well. And I don't think that Gaara will be in any kind of danger in the Hidden Leaf. So stop with all your yapping. I only have one condition for the last sentence. Chiyo looked at Kakashi and Guy. A condition? What kind of condition? Guy asked. He was happy that the old woman had shut down all the opposition, but he knew that there would be no freebies. It isn't much, to ensure the complete safety of the hostage and Gaara, me and Temari will come with you all. Chiyo said, which shocked not just Kakashi and Guy but also Gaara and Temari. Huh? Do you mean today when we leave? You all will also come? Guy asked in a confused tone, to which she nodded. Guy didn't know what to say, so he turned toward Kakashi, who nodded and said, we have no objections in that matter. Chiyo stood up and said, great, now that we have decided our next course of action, except Gaara, Temari, and Baki, others can leave. Kakashi and my Guy, you two should also get some rest. Everyone nodded and started leaving the room. Baki, who was standing behind Chiyo, bowed a little close to Chiyo's ears and asked, Elder, what are you conspiring? What could a helpless old lady like me even conspire at this age? Don't think much of it and get me some water. These idiots have forced me to speak until my throat went dry. Chiyo said. As everyone else left the room and only 4 of them remained, Chiyo saw Gaara, Temari, and Baki looking at her, waiting for her to spill what was on her mind. What are you all staring at me for? Chiyo asked as she drank water. Why do we have to go so early for a meeting that is almost half a month and which isn't even confirmed yet? Gaara asked. Gaara, the meeting is going to happen. That is for sure. The Akatsuki are someone who have proven to be a problem for all the villages, and the only ones that need convincing are the Hidden Cloud and Stone. Chiyo said, to which Temari asked, what about the Hidden Mist? I heard that they are regaining their lost strength at quite a fast pace. The Hidden Mist faced adversaries way more tough than we did, and one of them is even called as a myth by everyone in the shinobi world. But the ones to solve them all were the Hidden Leaf shinobis, especially Yami Uchiha, so they won't deny a meeting with the Hidden Leaf. Chiyo said. But it still doesn't answer my first question. Why are we going so early? And who would protect our village at a time like this? Gaara asked. The Akatsuki don't make any moves without an aim, and right now their aim are the tailed beasts, and if the tailed beast isn't in the Hidden Sin, then why would they come here? As for why I want to go there days before the meeting is because of 2 reasons. Firstly, I want to meet that Tsunade. She has bested me and I can't seem to accept it unless I come face to face with her. Chiyo said, making an ugly face as she talked about Tsunade. What about the other reason? Temari asked. Chiyo gave a smile as she looked at Temari and said, it is to marry you off. What? Marry me off? What are you saying, Elder? Temari asked with her cheeks blushing pink. I was first thinking about marrying you to Yami Uchiha, but that kid is a monster and I don't want to mess with him. Then I was thinking about either Sasuke Uchiha or Niji Hyuga, as it would solidify your place in the Hidden Leaf, but then I heard an interesting story about you being shown around the Hidden Leaf by the heir of the Nara clan. What was his name again? Chiyo asked, to which Temari immediately said Shikamaru Nara. Rolled right off your tongue, didn't it? Chiyo chuckled as this prompted Baki and Gaara to turn toward Temari in shock, which forced Temari to hide the smile and blush of her face. Chapter 370, Urgent Meeting. No. There is nothing like that going on among us. He was just showing me around the village so that I could implement some of those ideas in our village. Temari said with a flustered face. All right, stop explaining yourself. You are just making it worse for you. The Hidden Leaf has always been known as a land of prodigies. Recently, after Tsunade became the Hokage, the Hidden Leaf is regaining its strength again, which imbalances the power dynamic. If our village and the Hidden Mist hadn't suffered through calamities of its own and hadn't received help from the Hidden Leaf, we would now be planning to attack them. Chiyo said. She was someone who had lived through the previous wars and knew how the villages kept each other in check. Elder Chiyo, the times of war and enmity are over. I want my people to live in peace no matter what is going on in the other villages. I believe me and Naruto and together bring peace to the shinobi world and not let anyone else suffer the same fate as us. Gaara said firmly. Lady Chiyo looked into his eyes and smiled after seeing them. He has truly grown up. He will be a better Kage than his father ever was or any of us could ever be. I hope his naive thinking doesn't drown the village in an illusion of fake security. Chiyo thought. As the Kazekage, it is your decision that will be the final decision. Start packing your bags, we are going to the Hidden Leaf in a few hours. Kankuro and my brother will take care of the village while we aren't here. Chiyo said as she walked toward the door to leave. Lady Chiyo, we are happy to see that you have started taking an interest in the village matters again. I hope we can learn from you. Baki said, to which Chiyo just chuckled and said, don't flatter me, I won't make things any easier for any of you. And she left. I have never seen you act like this, Baki. Temari said, to which Baki felt a little embarrassed as he said, you are saying this because she hasn't trained you. It was practically hell for us while we were in the academy. Just as Baki was about to explain more, they felt a knock on the door. Come in, Baki said, to which a Saiyan shinobi pushed open the door and said, the Hidden Leaf shinobis have notified that they will start the travel in an hour. So early? Baki asked as he looked at Gaara, who nodded and said it is the right decision to act quickly. We must not drag them down any further. Make the necessary preparations and we'll meet in an hour. Baki and Temari didn't question any further and just left the room. Hidden Leaf, a day later, the Hokage's office. The letter that Sasuke had sent when they took in hostage had just reached in the hands of Tsunade. She had a grim expression on her face because she didn't know how to break the news to the respective clan leaders. Shizune, call in the clan leaders and the elders for an urgent meeting. Tsunade said as she got up from her chair. Milady, I understand that you want the parents to know about their children's kidnapping, but why all the clan heads and the elders? Shizune asked. I don't want to call a different meeting to discuss the second matter mentioned in the letter. A meeting of the Kages can be organized if all the elders agree to it. Tsunade said, to which Shizune nodded and left the office. An hour later, all the clan heads and the elders of the village sat in a conference room. Danzo wasn't one of them, and it wasn't even clear if he was invited to the meeting or not. Why have we been called here tonight? The Hyuga clan patriarch, Hayashi Hyuga, asked. He wasn't asking the others sitting at the table, but to Shizune, who was the one that welcomed them in the room and was now standing beside the door. Kindly wait for a few minutes. Milady will come and explain everything. Shizune said hesitantly. Do you know something, Shikaku? What is going on? Inoichi Yamanaka asked his friend who was sitting beside him. Shikaku shook his head and said, seeing that not just the clan heads but also the elders are here and the matter is urgent, it must be something that just doesn't concern our village but likely the entire shinobi world. I think so too. Princess Tsunade isn't the kind of person to bother us all for something minuscule. Let's wait for her and we will get all the answers we need. An elder chimed, calming the atmosphere. Just as they were all getting relaxed, Tsunade walked in with the letter in hand. Thank you all for coming at such short notice. I wouldn't have called you if it wasn't urgent. Tsunade said as she placed the letter on the table close to the elder who had just spoken. What's this letter about? The elder said as he picked up the letter. Tsunade knew that everyone was a bit restless due to this and she didn't want to drag this any further. Team Kurenai and Team Asuma have been kidnapped. Tsunade just broke the news, causing the clan heads to suddenly widen their eyes. The Hyuga patriarch, who was leaning on the chair, suddenly sat up straight and immediately asked, "Who kidnapped my Hinata?" According to the information we received from Team Kakashi and Team Guy, it seems that the hostages were taken by an Akatsuki member named Tobi. We don't know much about him except the fact that he has the ability to suck people and himself into a completely different dimension and even evade attacks due to this, Tsunade said. As she said this, she suddenly felt a fluctuation of chakra from the ceiling. This wasn't noticed by anyone in the room since they weren't as sensitive to chakra as she was. What was that just now? Is it some kind of spy? But it is impossible for some spy to get too close inside the Hokage building without being noticed. I don't want to alarm others though, Tsunade thought. She then proceeded to look at Hayashi and said, "Clan head Hayashi, can you just make sure that we aren't being spied upon by anyone using your Byakugan? I just want to be sure that the information we discuss remains among the people that it is intended to." The request was a little odd, but Hayashi wasn't going to care about it when his elder daughter had been kidnapped. He just nodded, activated his Byakugan, and looked around. After a few seconds, he deactivated his dojutsu and said, "No, there is no one close to this room except the 2 guards standing outside." That's good. I may have been mistaken when I sensed the chakra fluctuation, Tsunade thought. By this time the elder who had picked up the letter had already read it entirely and had kept it back on the table. "I don't know whether to be happy or sad after reading this letter, but I am definitely worried, Princess Tsunade," the elder said. "What is there to be happy about when our kids are kidnapped, elder?" Inoichi asked. Seeing this worried Choji's father comforted his friend and said, "Don't worry, Inoichi, wherever our kids are, they are together, and I am sure Asuma and Kurenai are protecting them with their lives." "I apologize for my outburst, elder." Inoichi apologized, which the elder accepted right away. Tsunade brought back everyone's focus to her and said, "The second part of the letter iterates that the Akatsuki had threatened to kill the hostages if we, the Hidden Leaf, didn't arrange a meeting of the 5 Kages and the Akatsuki. Have they accepted the conditions?" Shikaku asked. He wasn't one to let his thoughts flow with emotions, as he knew that this wasn't a good condition on their end. No, not right away, but they had a massive fight with 2 notable conclusions. Firstly was a fight between Naruto and Kakuzu, which ended with Kakuzu's death, and the other fight was between Yami versus Tobi and Akatsuki member Konan, which ended up in Konan being taken hostage. That indeed is good news, but 1 hostage against 8 doesn't seem too good for us. Hayashi interrupted, to which Tsunade nodded and said, "Yes, it doesn't, but it looks like this woman Konan is very close to the Akatsuki's leader and is not someone they want to lose, so they have decided to hold a hostage exchange at the Hidden Leaf just before the 5 Kages meeting." The clan leaders whose kids had been kidnapped sighed in relief as they heard this, but Shikaku's reaction was completely opposite. "This sounds like a recipe for disaster." Chapter 371, Task for the Clan Heads. "Huh? Shikaku, what do you mean? Our kids would come back to us?" Inoichi asked. He didn't understand why his friend would say something like this when this is the only way to get their kids back. Shikaku turned toward Inoichi and said, "I understand what you feel right now, Inoichi, but we cannot be narrow-minded about this. Having all the Kages come to the village and face to face with a criminal organization is nothing less than a disaster. On one hand, we have leaders of villages who have their own pride and wouldn't let go of it, and do you think that they would give up their biggest weapon? By their biggest weapon, do you mean the tailed beasts?" Hayashi Hyuga asked. Shikaku nodded and said, "Yes, the tailed beasts. The only thing we know about the Akatsuki right now is that they want all the tailed beasts. They already have about 4 of them right now, and the rest 5 are with US villages. Which of those villages will give away their tailed beast along with the Jinchuriki?" Download app. Shikaku then turned towards Tsunade and asked, "Tsunade-sama, would you hand over Naruto to the Akatsuki knowing that extracting the beast will kill him?" Tsunade looked a little shaken at this question. Shikaku was right, and she would never hand over Naruto to the Akatsuki even if the 2 shinobi squad's life hangs in balance. Shikaku continued and said, "We don't even know what their endgame is. Their leader has also never shown up his face or his strength to the shinobi world. If a person without causing any ripples in the shinobi world can create an organization of S-ranked criminals, how strong will he himself be? Is he able to control the tailed beasts? What happens when all these variables come at our doorstep next month? What the Nara clan head is saying is indeed scary. Our village might end up becoming a battle zone. Do you have anything that can help us with these problems, Shikaku? The elder asked. As the advisor of the previous Hokage, Shikaku's opinion did matter a lot. I think the first thing we need to do is keep the meeting away from the hidden leaf. In the vicinity of the hidden leaf. We don't want the villagers to bear the brunt of someone's anger. But we need to do it in such a place that the Akatsuki or the other villages don't think of this as a trap. As for the exchange of the hostages, we must make it happen before the Kages speak a single word with the Akatsuki. Shikaku suggested. Tsunade nodded and said yes, that would be the best course of action. Even though it carries its own set of risks, this is a middle ground I think everyone can reach. Shikaku turned towards Tsunade and asked, have you thought of any way to get the Kages here? I mean, will they even agree to come? I do actually. All the villages have one way or the other suffered due to the Akatsuki and will continue to do so if we remain divided. The Kazekage and Mizukage won't be a problem since they are our allies, but the Tsuchikage and Reikage will have to think for their villages and come here. Tsunade said with confidence. Seeing that the Hokage was sure of getting it done, the elders and clan leaders also had some amount of hope. They discussed a few more things at the meeting, including the fact that the incident of kidnapping will be kept a secret for now so as to not cause any kind of chaos. After the meeting was over, everyone started to leave. Tsunade signaled Shikaku and Hayashi to stay back as she had something different to talk to them. Is there something you wanted to talk about, Lady Tsunade? Hayashi asked, to which Tsunade nodded and said yes. Recently you both must have heard that Yami had fought with the Akatsuki members at the Hidden Sand and he revealed something truly shocking. Nothing is normal when it comes to Yami. I might need you to be a little more specific. Hayashi said. He had an inkling as to what Tsunade was talking about, but he didn't want to be the first one to say it. Lady Tsunade, are you talking about him possessing the Ketsuryugen? Shikaku asked. Yes, I am talking about the Ketsuryugen. I am unaware of how he got possession of it and how he planted that eye by creating another slot of eye-hole, but what I know is that he got this eye from the leader of the Chinoite clan. Tsunade said. Huh? The leader himself gave him? What kind of leader would do that? Hayashi asked with a bit of anger in his voice. Shikaku turned toward Hayashi and said Yami must have definitely offered him a good deal if he gave the eye himself. Yes, he did. I do not know what the first part of the deal was, but the second part was to bring the entire Chinoite clan under the Hidden Leaf. The Chinoite clan would occupy the land of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan was the one that pushed the Chinoite clan to the brink of extinction. I am worried that the Chinoite clan might try to take revenge. Hayashi said, opposing Yami's decision. That is why I need the two of you to establish relationship with the Chinoite clan. You two will decide if they harbor any hidden intentions against the Hidden Leaf. Tsunade said. Hayashi thought for a few seconds and said, I don't see any reason to decline your offer, Tsunadesima, so I will accept this. But would it be appropriate to do this while we are already busy with something like the Akatsuki? If we are able to accept the Chinoite clan, then they would be a good addition of strength to us. Their powers is not something the entire shinobi world is fully aware of, so I see them as an asset. Tsunade said. She then looked at Shikaku and asked, what do you think, Shikaku? Do you accept this mission? Tsunade-sama, Lord Hayashi is fully capable of doing this alone, and he can fully represent the Hidden Leaf since the Hyuga clan is one of the most powerful clans of our village, but why me? I am sure that the Nara clan is not that strong in terms of strength or political power. I assume you need me for some other task. Shikaku asked openly. He didn't know what the Hokage expected for him to do when Hayashi is more than enough to complete the task. I will be blunt with you, Shikaku. Although Yami has never done anything against the village's interests, he is not one to follow orders like the other shinobis. No one knows what goes on in his mind and what he is planning. Not even his own elder brothers, I mean elder brother Sasuke. I want you to confirm that the Chinoite clan's allegiance is to the Hidden Leaf and not Yami Uchiha. I do not know how strong he has grown in the past few years, but I assume that his strength has surpassed Kage level. The last thing I need is for him to have a small army of his own. Tsunade said. Lady Tsunade, I think you are overestimating the threat a mere 12-year-old can possess. He is just a kid. Even if he is strong, with so many powerful shinobis at our village's disposal, he wouldn't stand a chance. Hayashi said. His fighting prowess isn't as dangerous as his way of thinking, Lord Hayashi. I can't predict a single move of that kid, and that is based on what I can see. The things that he must have done behind our back are unknown. Shikaku said, making Tsunade nod. Since the majority was 2-1, Hayashi decided not to push any further. Hayashi and Shikaku left after taking instructions as to how and when the Chinoite clan is to be contacted. Shizune was listening to all this as she stood at the door. Seeing Tsunade tired after the meeting, she asked, "Milady, I think you should take a break now." Tsunade shook her head and said no. Now is not the time for that. Just get me something to eat. I am going up to my office. Need to write the other Kages a letter about this. Shizune nodded and just left the room. Tsunade picked up the letter that was on the table and walked up to her office. She sensed someone in her office but wasn't alarmed as it was no surprise to her. As she opened the door she said, "I thought I told you to rest." Sneakily listening to a meeting between the clan heads and elders is not something you should do. I couldn't stay still when I noticed clan heads and elders go in for an urgent meeting. A man with a mask on his face said. It isn't like you to slip up, Itachi. Why was I able to sense you? Tsunade asked. She knew how strong Itachi was, and with his strength she shouldn't be able to sense him, but for a millisecond, back his chakra leaked, exposing his position. It was because of the man in the orange mask that you call Tobi and the space dimension jutsu that you mentioned. Itachi said. What about it? According to the information collected by our spies, he is a fairly new member and the jutsu is unknown. Tsunade asked with a confused face. She didn't know why Itachi was being cautious of a new member. Itachi kept quiet for a few seconds and said the jutsu he used is known as kamui. It is one of the abilities gained from the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 372, Itachi's Worry. Are you saying that the man named Tobi has the Manajikyo Sharingan? How is that possible? Who is that man? Tsunade asked. She didn't think Itachi would hide something this important from her, since there was no reason to, but the existence of an unknown Uchiha that too on the side of the Akatsuki was shocking. That man is Madara Uchiha. Itachi said in a low voice, but it was more than enough to shake Tsunade to her core. Do you even understand what you are saying, Itachi? Madara Uchiha died decades ago when he fought my grandfather. How can he even be alive? Tsunade asked with an angry expression on her face. Saying that Madara was still alive would be the same as saying Hashirama Senju lied, and Tsunade wasn't one to hear her grandfather being insulted. It is true. That man is Madara Uchiha, and he is the one who helped me slaughter the Uchiha clan that night. Itachi said. Why would Madara end the clan that he himself created and then try to destroy the village that he helped to create? Tsunade asked. This was his revenge against the village. Even the Nine Tails attack that killed the fourth Hokage and his wife was caused by Madara. Itachi said. Tsunade didn't say anything for a few seconds and just stood quiet. With a deep breath, she looked at Itachi and said, why is someone like Madara working under the Akatsuki, or is that just an illusion? You are right. The real leader of the Akatsuki is Madara, but he has hidden this fact from everyone, even from most of the members of the Akatsuki. If he is the one suggesting this meeting, then I think I know what he might be planning. Itachi said as the color of his face started to change. At first, Tsunade didn't notice this and said, isn't it clear? He will ask us to hand over the Jinchurikis, or else he might let loose the ones that he has already caught. Is there anything else that he can? Tsunade stopped talking midway as she noticed Itachi worried. What's the matter? Is there anything else Madara can achieve? Tsunade asked with a confused face. Right now the only person with the strength to put a stop to his plans is Yami, but what if Madara tells him the truth about why I massacred the Uchiha clan? What do you think Yami will do then? Itachi asked, and Tsunade realized how dangerous things really are compared to what she was thinking. The truth will be exposed eventually. I don't think there is anything we can do right now to stop this. I just hope whenever this happens, Yami and Sasuke don't blame the village for it. Stop worrying about something that we have no control over. I need you to do something for me, Tsunade said, to which Itachi turned his eyes towards her. Tsunade sighed and said, I need you to keep close eyes on Danzo. I don't want him to make any moves before or during the meeting. Your attack on the root has kept him busy up until now, but this event is too big to ignore. I can't assign this job to anyone else other than you. Itachi just nodded and stepped toward the window when Tsunade said, remember Itachi, even though your condition has improved, you can't fight at your peak strength. Don't take any unnecessary risks. Without looking at Swana, Itachi said, I just have to live long enough. Tsunade understood what Itachi meant and she was about to scold him, but he had already left. The news about the kidnapping of the clan heirs had reached the ears of the individual clans. There were a few who wanted to take action straight away, but the clan heads managed to control such people. They had made the decision together and they trusted their Hokage. Hyuga clan, present time, so this is what happened. The Akatsuki has grown bolder all these past years and now they want to sit face to face with the Kages, the elder of the Hyuga clan. Hayashi didn't want to cause an uproar in the Hyuga clan, so he only told his father about Hinata's abduction. Yes, father. Although I never expected the Akatsuki to make such a move and for Hinata to be used as a hostage, I didn't think that a single member of the Akatsuki would be strong enough to kidnap two whole squads. Hayashi said these words in a straight voice, but his eyes looked sad. Being Hayashi's father, how could the elder miss something like this? He placed his hand on Hayashi's shoulder and said, I understand the turmoil you are in, Hayashi, but in times like these, we can't lose ourselves to such emotions. Have faith in the Hokage and we will get our Hinata back. Hayashi looked at his father and asked, have I been too hard on her father? In the past few years, she has progressed a lot with the help of her squad and Niji. But I didn't compliment her even once for this. I was so focused on Hanabi these past few years that I feel I have neglected my Hinata. The elder patted Hayashi's shoulder and said, I am just as guilty as you, Hayashi. Don't tell anyone else in the clan about the kidnapping, including Hanabi. Leaving that aside, Yami Uchiha will be coming back to the village in a few days and he might visit us as well regarding the letter he sent us. What are you going to tell him? Hayashi took in a deep breath, regaining the strictness and demeanor that was missing for the past few minutes, and said, I am not going to make any decision until the meeting is over. If he can wait until then, we will talk about this. For now, my focus is the meeting and the Chinoite clan. Never would I have thought that a clan like this still existed, and the one to bring them outside that hellhole was someone of the same clan that sent them there. What Lady Tsunade said is right. We have to make sure that their loyalty lies with the Hidden Leaf Village and not with Yami Uchiha. Shikaku Nara will be coming with me as well. I am sure he will be able to handle that issue. I will take my leave now, father, Hayashi said as he got up and left the room. Hidden Rain Village Nagato, who was resting up until now, opened his eyes as he sensed some movement in the main tower. I only sense Madara. Where are the rest of them? Even Konan, who went with him, isn't here. Nagato thought as he used his chakra to control the body of Yahiko. At this time Yahiko's lifeless body was sitting on a stone chair. As he opened his eyes he sensed someone walking up toward his room. He wasn't curious since he knew it was Madara himself. As Tobi entered the room, Pain looked at him and asked, Why have you come alone? With his heavy voice, Tobi replied, The opponents turned out to be stronger than we expected, so not everyone could come back alive. Kakuzu is dead. Pain was a little surprised at first when he heard this. He didn't think that someone who had fought with the first Hokage and survived would die to some greenhorns. His multiple hearts didn't save him from death? Pain asked, to which Tobi shook his head and said, The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has become stronger than we had expected. It would be easy to bring him to heal. He destroyed Kakuzu's multiple hearts with a single jutsu. What about Konan? Where is she? Pain asked, a bit restless now, but even with his expressionless face, he couldn't hide the worry he felt for his childhood friend. She has been taken hostage by the Hidden Leaf and Sand Shinobis. They turned out to be more skilled than I thought, Tobi said. He said it so lightly that it angered Pain a little. He immediately stood up and took a step forward and said, how could you let this happen? We have to go get her now. We can't leave her in the hands of the Hidden Leaf. We don't know what they will do with her. Don't worry, Nagato, we have the clan heirs of the Hidden Leaf clans and also the son of the third Hokage. Konan will be safe there, and her being their hostage also gives them a false hope of getting the kids back. They will try their best to arrange the meeting, Tobi remarked. Pain calmed down a little as he heard this. What Tobi said was right, but they both knew that the meeting was going to fail. Tobi hadn't even told Pain why he had the meeting held in the first place. What is your plan now? Pain asked as he settled back down on the stone chair. I'll drop the hostages off in the underground room. Keep an eye on them. I need to get a hold of Orochimaru before the meeting. We have quite a few impatient Kages in this era, no saying when they would attack, Tobi said as he walked out of the room. Chapter 373, Jiraiya's Shock. As Tobi finished talking, he didn't wait for Pain's reaction and just left the room. The only thing he was worried about was Pain's impatience regarding the safety of Konan, which would cause him to do something stupid. Nagato has already lost too much. Konan is the last thread he is hanging on. I can't let anything happen to her until my plan is complete. I used his emotions to bring Akatsuki into existence and the shinobi world to its knees. I knew that it was a double-edged sword, but how did Yami Uchiha think of kidnapping Konan of all people? Did Itachi get in contact with him before his death? I didn't think Itachi would trust anyone after the two elders disappeared and the third Hokage became bedridden, Tobi thought as he reached an underground area that looked like a prison. He entered one of the rooms which had no windows, and used his kamui to spit out Asuma and the others out. The ones in the kamui dimension were already ready for something like this to happen, since Tobi had told them that the head of the Akatsuki may want to meet them. As they came out the kamui dimension and their asses landed on the prison ground, they immediately stood up and started looking around. What are you guys looking for? Tobi asked in a playful tone. Shikamaru and the others looked at each other, and in the end, Kurenai asked, where is the leader of the Akatsuki? We want to meet him. Ah, he didn't think you guys were important enough to meet him. Why don't you guys rest here until the time of the meeting? Let the Akatsuki show you all some hospitality, Tobi said as he turned around to leave. Hospitality, my ass, there aren't any windows here as well. Kiba muttered his teeth in anger, and he was looking for some way to escape. Without turning around, Tobi said with an Aburame member, amidst all of you, how could I give you all a room with windows? And there is only one rule you all must follow, don't use chakra at all. Even if you use a small amount of chakra, there are expert censors that will find out, and then the consequences might be something that you won't like. We are prisoners that you need for exchange and to make a deal with the Kages. Do you think the higher-ups in your organization will take kindly to you killing any one of us? Shikamaru asked. I have no intention of provoking him, but I need to know how important are we? Shikamaru thought. Choji tried to stop Shikamaru from completing the question, but Shikamaru asked it eventually. Tobi put up one finger and said, don't forget that they have only one Akatsuki member as prisoner while I have 8 of you, among whom all you 6 kids are clan heirs, so even if one of you kids is left alive, the trade will still happen. And as for the Kages, do you think they will care if you all live or die? Hee hee, goodbye and remember the rules. Tobi giggled and left the room. The only source of light for the room were the tiny slots on the metal door which were made to peek inside the prison cell, and the flap that was meant for sliding in the food plate. Was he telling the truth? Are our chances of living are so low? Ino asked in a scared manner as she looked at Asuma. Come on, Shikamaru, why did you have to provoke the guy? I am getting more hungry after listening to him. That was necessary to know if we should just wait for the prisoner exchange or do something and run away from here. Shikamaru said, which made others realize why he did what he did. So what are we going to do now, sensei? After listening to what that guy said, we can't use chakra if we don't want to get noticed, and they have 8 of us while our village has 1 of them. They might really kill most of us before the meeting even happens. Kiba said. Right now let's wait for someone to come and make contact with us. We can't let this situation be. Asuma, we need to figure out where we are and how many enemies we are surrounded with. Kurenai said, to which Asuma nodded and walked toward the metal door to look outside. After looking for a few minutes, he turned back and said, I don't hear a single sound from the outside. It looks like we are the only ones on this floor. I think that orange mask guy might be bluffing. Asuma said, but then they all heard a voice come from behind them. This scared them a little and they turned towards the source of the sound. It was just a wall, but within seconds, an owl-shaped creature wearing an Akatsuki robe emerged from the wall. Don't worry, you are not alone. I am here to give you company. Zetsu said. Are you also imprisoned here? Choji asked with a confused face, to which Ino smacked him on the back of his head and said, Idiot, can't you see him wearing those Akatsuki robes? How can he be a prisoner and still move around so freely? He must be the Akatsuki member who is keeping an eye on us. I am Zetsu. Tobi has given me the tedious task of keeping an eye on you, and I am sure that you all won't make my life difficult. Zetsu said. Are you even human? Hinata asked. She wanted to activate her Byakugan and check it for herself, but Tobi had prohibited them from using chakra. Yes and no, let's leave that discussion for some other time. Right now I am here for something else. Zetsu said as a grin appeared on his black and white face. Hidden Leaf, same night, Jiraiya was having ramen at Ichiraku's. The past few weeks had been boring for Jiraiya. He wanted to go to the Hidden Sand to deal with the Akatsuki and gather clues, but Tsunade had told him to stay in the village. He was also called in by the Toad Sage, but after going to the Toad Sage said that he didn't remember why. The Toad Sage was known for doing such stuff, but it must have been an important reason for him to call Jiraiya right away. As Jiraiya was thinking about all that, he felt someone come and sit beside him. At first, he didn't turn to look at the person but continued to focus on his ramen. Ahem, I know you are upset because I am keeping you in the village, but stop behaving like an immature kid, Jiraiya. Tsunade, who was sitting beside him, said. She was staring daggers at him while he was eating ramen without a single care in the world. Jiraiya finished his entire bowl and left out a nice loud burp, irritating Tsunade even more. Tsunade, I know if you are making me stay here then it is truly necessary, but I hate staying in the dark like this. The news that Naruto and the others are coming back also reached me through a few clan leaders who had assumed that I already knew about it. Jiraiya said. He wasn't a petty person, but he hoped that he would be the person Tsunade trusted the most. He had waited the entire day and didn't hear a single word from her, and here she was in the darkness of the night, sitting beside him. Jiraiya slid the ramen bowl toward Tucci and said, reminded of the good old days, Tucci. Always a pleasure to serve you, Mr. Jiraiya. Tucci took the bowl and went inside to his daughter. Jiraiya stood up and started walking out of Ichiraku's. So what did you want to talk to me about? It's not much to talk about, but there is something I must show you. But I need to know that you won't let it affect you much. Jiraiya stopped as he heard that. He had always been an easygoing person and wouldn't get affected by things easily, and even Tsunade knew that, but if she was saying this, the matter must be pretty serious. Follow me, Jiraiya. Tsunade said as she started walking toward the stone faces. After a few minutes, as they reached the stone faces, Jiraiya couldn't hold his curiosity in and asked, You are dragging this longer than it needs to be, Tsunade. What is it? Spit it out. I am not the one who will tell you, but it's him. Tsunade said as she pointed behind Jiraiya. Jiraiya wasn't too surprised by this, as he had already sensed someone else in the vicinity, but neglected it, thinking that it was an umbu for Tsunade's protection. As Jiraiya turned back, he saw a man standing wearing a black mask. Isn't this guy the new guard that fought with the kids last week? He was about to turn back to Tsunade for confirmation, but the man in the black mask removed his mask. Why you? How can it be? Jiraiya muttered with a shocked expression on his face. Chapter 374, Itachi's Request. Aren't you Itachi Uchiha? How is he alive? Jiraiya asked as he finally looked back at Tsunade. He has been alive the whole time living in the Hidden Leaf. Tsunade said. How can he live in the village when he committed so many crimes? He even attacked us a few years ago. Jiraiya said as he got ready to fight. He wasn't dumb enough to start attacking Itachi, but he didn't want to take any chances. Against someone like Itachi, it is necessary to be cautious. He was someone who could handle multiple S-rank shinobis together and still make it out alive. I want you to listen to what he has to say. Then I will leave the decision to you whether you want to attack him. Tsunade said. Jiraiya thought for a few seconds and relaxed a little. Seeing him lower his guard, Tsunade signaled Itachi to talk. It is true that I was the one who attacked you after the Chunin exams, and I was the one who massacred the Uchiha clan. But I did all that for the peace of the Hidden Leaf. Itachi said. Jiraiya nearly dropped his jaw on the floor as he heard that. He couldn't believe how attacking and killing the people of the village was meant for the peace of the village. After that, Itachi continued to explain Jiraiya from the start. The expressions on Jiraiya's face were a sight to behold. Tsunade herself had never seen him like that. The face that is always fooling around and smiling was now serious, and anger was evident in his eyes. Tsunade, who already knew everything, also felt flares of anger rise up from her heart after listening to the tale again. Looking at Itachi, who could still be called a kid, and knowing what all he has gone through, Tsunade realized how cruel the world was. She always felt that her problems were the bigger ones, but in comparison to Itachi's, they were nothing. The ground around Jiraiya's feet started to vibrate and small stones started to float in the air. The white hair that stood like a mane on Jiraiya's back also became a shawl of thorns. Tsunade walked a few steps ahead, put one hand on Jiraiya's shoulder and said, "Don't let your feelings affect you, Jiraiya. I felt the same amount of anger when I heard all this, but we can't change what has happened." Until now she was just looking at Jiraiya's back. As she walked forward, she got a chance to look at his face as well. His eyes red with anger and a drop of tear rolled down his cheek. Tsunade never thought she would witness this sight. It would be more appropriate to say that she never wanted to witness such a sight. After the loss of her lover and brother and the betrayal of Orochimaru, Jiraiya was the only one who she leaned on, and now he himself was in such a state. "Is this all true?" Jiraiya asked in a firm tone without even looking at her. "Yes, Jiraiya, no matter how much it pains to say this, but everything that Itachi said is true," Tsunade said. Itachi hadn't just told him about the Uchiha massacre, but also about the Nine Tails attack that took the life of Jiraiya's first student, Minato Namikaze. How could Sensei hide all this from us? How could he even look at that boy Naruto after he knew who killed his parents? Jiraiya asked. "About Madara, even I found out about it today. Itachi had kept this from me as well until today," Tsunade said as she threw a mean glance toward Itachi. Jiraiya stayed silent for a few seconds and then looked at Itachi and asked, "I can't even imagine the pain you must have gone through while doing what you did, Itachi. I don't think I would have been able to shoulder all this and still think about the village." He expected Itachi to also display some amount of anger or sorrow, but instead what he saw was a small smile. Itachi stared at him and said, "I did what I had to as a Leaf Shinobi, and I gave my all for the safety of my brothers. I have fulfilled the promise I kept to my parents. Now even if I die, I have no regrets." "Your brothers. Do Yami and Sasuke know about this? Do they even know that you are alive?" Jiraiya quickly asked as he was reminded of the two Uchiha kids. Itachi shook his head and said, "No, they don't, and I don't intend to tell them as well." "What? Why? Wouldn't they be ecstatic to know that their brother is not the ruthless killer that everyone made him out to be?" Jiraiya asked with a confused face as he looked back and forth from Itachi to Tsunade. "This is what we fear, Jiraiya. Madara, the man who calls himself Tobi, might reveal the truth about why Itachi did what he did. How do you think a 12 and a 15-year-old kid will react after hearing that the village is responsible for all this and that the Hokage knew about it and did nothing?" Tsunade said, making Jiraiya realize the risk behind this secret. Itachi stepped forward and said Lady Tsunade is right. The situation is already going to be volatile because of the presence of the other Kages. If this secret is revealed in such a situation, we fear that Sasuke or Yami might do something they can never take back. I love this village, but not my brothers. The both of you must have decided to reveal such a big secret to me for a reason. What is it? Jiraiya asked. He was right to think like this. Tsunade knew about this for the past 3 years, but she didn't tell anyone about it, and why would she reveal this all of a sudden? The only logical explanation is that the two of them wanted something from Jiraiya. If things do get out of hand, I want you to stop Sasuke from taking any kind of action. Itachi said. I can do that, he is strong but not that strong, but what about Yami? I don't think he is someone who can be stopped if he loses his temper. Jiraiya asked. He hadn't met Yami for 3 years, but there was no doubt that Yami had already surpassed him in terms of strength. I will take action personally if Yami acts up. The only thing that could stop Yami would be the fact that I was still alive. But if even that doesn't work, then the only one who can stop Yami from rampaging will be his sensei. Itachi said. Jiraiya was a little confused by that statement, so he asked, you mean the one who wears green clothes and specializes in taijutsu? Yes, he might not look like it, but his 8 gates technique surpasses many in terms of strength and speed. Itachi said. Alright, I can do that, now we only have to wait for the meeting to happen. Jiraiya said. Next day, afternoon, is everyone ready? They will be coming any minute. Shizen asked a burly man with an old claw wound on his face. This man was Ibiki Marino, the head of Konoha's torture and interrogation division. Right now they were standing at the north gates of the Hidden Leaf Village. This was the gate that prisoners were brought in without the knowledge of the common citizens of the Hidden Leaf. Just as Ibiki and Shizen were talking, Inoichi Yamanaka walked towards them and asked, when will they arrive? Have we received any update? Ibiki glanced toward Inoichi and said, I would not divulge such information in normal times, but knowing how important this is for you, the only thing I can say is that they stepped into our territory 2 hours ago. They must have traveled continuously since they left the hidden sand because they rested for a few minutes at our outpost. We already have 2 teams supporting them in case someone tries to ambush them. Inoichi nodded when he felt a tap on his shoulder. He looked back and saw it was his friend Shikaku Nara. Don't worry, Inoichi, if the Akatsuki wanted to plan an ambush, then they would have done it when they were traveling from the hidden sand. Now that they have reached within our territory, the prisoner is safe, and sooner our kids will be safe as well. I understand, Shikaku. Will you also be a part of the people receiving the prisoners? Inoichi asked. Shikaku glanced at Inoichi once and said, no, I am leaving the village for a little while. But I will be back before the meeting next month. Shikaku left after comforting his friend. A few minutes passed and a guard at the gate shouted, they are here, secure the area. Shizen, Ibiki, and Inoichi quickly turned toward the source of the sound and then started walking to the gates. 2 squads of Umbu also followed them quickly. Chapter 375, Rivalry Between the Hags. As Shizen and the others walked toward the gate, they saw a few figures walk towards them. As they got closer, their faces became clear to the one standing at the gate. There were 2 people who caught everyone's attention. One was a woman dressed in an Akatsuki robe with seals stuck on her body binding her in some way, while the other person was Yami, who had returned to the village after nearly 3 years. The way he looked, walked, and the presence around him was completely different than what the people knew him to be. Ibiki signaled his men who were standing behind him, and they immediately walked toward Konan and took her into custody. Don't take her right now. Lady Tsunade would want to meet her, Kakashi said as he looked at Ibiki. Knowing that Kakashi and the others were able to bring her this far without any problem, he didn't mind them hanging onto her for an hour more. Not a problem. Have the Umbu escort her to the intelligence division once Lady Tsunade is finished with her, Ibiki said and waved his hand, making his people back down. The one leading the group was Gaara, while Lady Chiyo and Temari walked behind him, followed by the Hidden Leaf shinobis. Shizen quickly stepped forward and bowed a little toward Gaara as she said, Kazekage Gaara, we welcome you to the Hidden Leaf Village." The others also bowed a little to show the man some respect. "I hope you and the Hidden Sand have been well," Shizen said, giving out a smile. "Stop with all this already. Why is that Tsunade not here? Is she looking down on our Kazekage because he is a kid?" Chiyo chuckled. Shizen immediately became flustered as she heard this no. Actually, things have been happening so fast since the past week that everyone has been busy, including Lady Tsunade. And since we are having everyone here enter the village without anyone knowing, we thought it would be best to keep Lady Tsunade away from here so as to not attract any attention. Seeing Shizen explain herself, Gaara shook his head and said, "Please don't mind Elder Chiyo's behavior. She has a tendency to rile up others. Oh, please follow me. I will guide you to the Hokage building. Lady Tsunade has requested everyone to come for the meeting," Shizen said as she glanced at Kakashi and Guy while saying the last part. Even though everything has been explained in the letter, it is obvious that Lady Tsunade has questions of her own. "I am just glad that we reached the village without any problems from the Akatsuki," Kakashi thought as he nodded at Shizen. Within a few minutes, everyone reached the Hokage office. Shizen tapped on the door and said, "Lady Tsunade, it's me. Shall we come in?" Yes, Shizen, bring them all inside." A voice came from inside the office. As Shizen opened the room and entered followed by the others, she saw Tsunade dressed in a green and white kimono wearing the Kage hat. Her usual office had changed a little. The table and sofa had been replaced with a rectangular table with multiple chairs around it. Tsunade walked forward, stood in front of Gaara, and said, "It is good to you, Lord Kazekage. Our village has been cooperating through letters and diplomatic meetings for the past 3 years, but this is the first time we meet." Gaara nodded and said, "Yes, that is correct, Lady Hokage. I hope our circumstances would have been a little better," to which Tsunade nodded. Her attention was then shifted to the side where her eyes met with Lady Chiyo, but she didn't say anything and signaled everyone to take a seat at the table. Gaara and Tsunade sat at opposite ends of the table while Konan was made to stand to the side held by Lee and Niji on both sides. As everyone settled and serious talk was about to begin, Lady Chiyo said, "No matter how much I control myself, I can't help but be amazed at the look that you have maintained with your jutsu. Or else you might look just like me." Chiyo snickered. Temari, who wanted to bang her head on the table, just nudged Lady Chiyo with her elbow. She knew that Lady Chiyo had some kind of rivalry with the 5th Hokage, and she was praying that Lady Chiyo would keep her mouth shut, but her prayers weren't answered. Gaara was going to apologize was his elder's behavior, but Tsunade wasn't a person to take an insult quietly. "I almost didn't see you there, Elder Chiyo. I thought you would have died by one of your own poisons," Tsunade said with a smile. Everyone at the table, including Temari, tried their best to shut their lips and not let a single laugh escape their mouths, and almost all were successful in that, almost. "Ha ha, Grandma Tsunade, that was a good one." Naruto started laughing while holding his stomach. For a few seconds, he laughed and it slowly started to die down, and with a small cough and glare from Sakura, the office was silent. While Naruto was laughing, Tsunade glanced at Yami as well. She didn't know what to say because the change in Yami was very different than she expected. She thought that Yami would become more ferocious looking, or at least radiate his strength to show how much stronger he had become. But now he looked as if he was in peace. There was a different kind of air around him, but it didn't make him threatening or anything. Even though he looks like harmless, by the feats he has achieved since he has gone to the Hidden Sand, I am sure that he is far from harmless. Tsunade thought. She looked back at Gaara and said, "How is the condition of the Hidden Sand?" "Thanks to Yami and the 2 shinobi teams that you dispatched, everything is fine, and are recovering faster, including my elder brother Kankuro," Gaara said, and looked at Chiyo, who looked a little hesitant, and said, "Yes, he is right, your student here was able to neutralize a poison which I couldn't even figure out. I guess you did teach her well." Seeing compliments come out of such a poisonous woman's mouth, Tsunade was definitely surprised. She looked at Sakura proudly and said, "Well done, Sakura, I am glad that I decided to pass on my medical knowledge to you." Sakura got excited as well, but seeing that the atmosphere was serious, she just smiled and nodded. Tsunade took in a deep breath and said, now let's get to the crux of the matter. Tell me about the man you all call Tobi. She knew that others wouldn't take him that seriously since they don't know that he is Madara, and she didn't have any intention to disclose it just yet. Kakashi told her everything in detail, including the demand that Tobi had put forth. After listening to everything, Tsunade thought for a few seconds. There was no new information that was revealed in this. Lord Kazekage, what is your take on this? I don't think the hidden sand is in any immediate danger right now. Our 2 squads are in their custody, and the members of those squads are mostly heirs of our village clans, so we can't spare any effort in getting them back. Tsunade asked. Gaara glanced at Naruto and Yami and then back at Tsunade and said, I understand that I and the hidden sand have no reason to take part in the meeting with the Akatsuki. But I assure you that we do not have any hidden agenda. Today me and my village are well because Yami saved us. He single-handedly stopped the assault from the Akatsuki. The 2 squads that were kidnapped were being mobilized for the sake of the hidden sand as well, so I consider myself responsible too. Please do not think that we have any other motive for coming here. Gaara said. Chiyo looked at the young Kazekage with a smile on her face. Just a few years ago she thought of him as a ticking time bomb that would destroy the village, but now he was the backbone of the hidden sand. Tsunade nodded in understanding and said, if it was just you and a few guards with you then I wouldn't have felt a need to ask this question, but since Lady Chiyo is here, I feel restless. Come on Tsunade, you are sitting in the middle of your own village surrounded by shinobis who would die and kill for you, and you are afraid of a frail old woman? Chiyo chuckled. Tsunade didn't say anything and just kept looking at Chiyo, who just sighed and put one hand on Tamari's head and said, I came here because I want to marry off Tamari to Yami Uchiha. What? Chapter 376, Marriage Proposal for Yami. What? Everyone exclaimed together. Tsunade looked around the table and saw that except for Lady Chiyo, everyone else was shocked, including Gaara and Tamari. Gaara looked at the elder and asked, what are you saying, Elder Chiyo? We never discussed something like this. What are you springing this all of a sudden? Lady Chiyo looked at Gaara and said, huh? What's there to be so surprised about? Tamari has reached a marriageable age, and who better than the guy who saved our village? Everyone's eyes turned to Yami and they saw something they never expected to see. Yami had a shocked and bewildered expression on his face. Tsunade laughed as she saw this and said, haha, I must thank you, Lady Chiyo. I never thought this arrogant brat would have this expression. I am sure he never imagined a scenario like this. I should thank you for it. At that time Yami was cursing the old hag Chiyo in his mind. Is this old lady senile or something? How could she suggest something so absurd at such a serious time? Kakashi, not wanting to let this chance slip by, nudged Sasuke with his elbow and said, Sasuke, as his elder brother, the decision might come to you to accept the marriage proposal. Sasuke, as if awoken from his sleep, first looked at Kakashi and then turned toward Yami and asked, Yami, what do you say? Do you want to marry her? Yami frowned as he heard this brother say this and replied, what are you talking about, Sasuke? Why would I even think about something like marriage at such a time? Yami then looked at Lady Chiyo and said, I am thankful for your proposal, but I have no intentions of marrying this early. The old woman waved her hand and said, I am not telling you to get married to her tomorrow. We can have the engagement this week and then you can marry her after a few years. I just don't want to pass up such a good groom. Seeing that the old hag was not going to listen to his polite words, Yami looked at Tsunade with pleading eyes. Tsunade, being Tsunade, smirked as she saw this and decided to bail out the poor Uchiha from this predicament. This isn't the right time for a discussion like this, especially when the threat of the Akatsuki looms over us, Tsunade said, and then turned toward the elephant in the room. She stood up from her seat and walked toward Konan, who had an unchanged expression on her face this whole time. They say that you are an important member of the Akatsuki. What is your name? Tsunade asked. She already knew that her name was Konan since Itachi had given her information on most of the Akatsuki members. Konan decided to not say anything and just stared at Tsunade. Sasuke, who was still sitting in his chair, stood up and said, Lady Tsunade, the Akatsuki members called her Konan. Her powers are to split her own body into papers and control them. She can also use paper bombs in the same manner. We needed to put those seals on her so that she wouldn't escape. We do not know anything else about her now. Tsunade looked back and nodded at Sasuke. She was impressed by how much the kids had grown up in the past few years. Kakashi also stood up and said, I think it would be best to hand her over to Ibiki from the Intelligence and Torture Division. I am sure he along with the Yamanaka clan will be able to pry out more information about her and her organization. You are right, Kakashi, we can't afford to waste time. We should hand her over to Ibiki and Inoichi. Any information gained through her is valuable, Tsunade said with a determined voice. As Lee and Niji were about to take her outside to hand her over, Yami intervened. I don't think that would be necessary, Yami said with a smile. He had gained back the composure that he had lost because of the marriage fiasco. Tsunade and the others looked at him with a confused face. Tsunade folded her hands and asked, do you have a better way? Better than a clan that reads minds? Konan, who had already surrendered her fate after being captured, was also confused when she heard Yami talk. She knew that torture and mind reading will have dire consequences, including permanent mental damage, but she was ready to suffer all that for Nagato. I do have a better way. I say we hand her over to Mr. Jiraiya, Yami said. This was supposed to be the answer to everyone's question, but this ended up putting them in more confusion except Konan, whose expression had completely changed. Naruto leaned toward Yami and asked, why would we hand her over to Jiraiya-sensei? Has he started practicing interrogation techniques? Yami gave the orange-haired idiot a side eye and said, no, you idiot, Mr. Jiraiya was her sensei as well. If she will talk to anyone, then it's him. What? She is a student of Pervy Sage? He never told me about it, Naruto asked. Yami, what are you saying? Is she really his student? Tsunade asked as she turned back to look at Konan, who now had a sad expression on her face and was facing the floor. Seeing her reaction, it is evident that what Yami said is true. Lady Chiyo said. She had been traveling with Konan for the past 2 days and had never seen her like this. This meant that there was some truth to Yami's words. Tsunade didn't say anything for a few seconds. She looked back and forth at Yami and Konan. Jiraiya did tell me that he stayed with 3 orphans when we were in the Hidden Rain. I guess that you were one of them, Tsunade said. She didn't expect any response, but to everyone's surprise, Konan nodded. Seeing that Konan herself had given the confirmation, Tsunade looked at Lee and said, tell Ibiki and Inoichi to hold off on her interrogation for now. Take her to the underground prison and keep her in a special cell. Tsunade then turned back and said, Naruto, go and inform Jiraiya about her. I want you to be there when Jiraiya meets her in the prison. Naruto nodded as he stood up and started walking toward the door. Lee and Niji were also taking Konan out of the office when Tsunade said, Niji, you don't have to go with them. Naruto and Lee handle a prisoner. I think you should go back to your clan. I am sure after the kidnapping of Hinata, the Hyuga Patriarch along with the entire clan must be worried. Niji immediately gave Tsunade a small bow and said, thank you, Lady Tsunade. I will take your leave then. He again gave a small bow toward Gaara and Lady Chiyo before he left the office. Tsunade didn't expect to get any new information from the meeting except from what she knew, especially about the Akatsuki. The fact that an Akatsuki higher-up was a student of Jiraiya and Itachi was unaware of that. This came as a surprise to her. Tsunade looked at Yami as she thought, just when I think that you can't surprise me more, you do or say something to prove me wrong, Yami Uchiha. I feel there is something about you that is out of my grasp. Tsunade shook her head to get rid of all useless thoughts and said, Sakura, make proper arrangements for Lord Kazekage and his people. Everyone except Yami, Kakashi, and Sasuke can leave the room. Yami had an inkling as to why Tsunade was making him wait back, so he didn't ask anything. Gaara along with the others said their piece and left the office. Tsunade walked toward one of her cabinets and pulled out a bottle of sake. She sat back in her chair and chugged a sip of sake. She didn't have the patience to pour it into a cup and then drink it like civilized people. Sigh, I miss the days when I just gambled and drank day and night. Feels like becoming the Hokage was a mistake. Tsunade said with a tired expression. You are the best candidate for the position, Lady Tsunade. Kakashi said. Tsunade gave Kakashi a grumpy expression and said, it is easy for you to say. Everyone saying that is just pushing this position onto me, you and Jiraiya included. Tsunade then turned toward Yami and said, I don't know how you found out about Jiraiya and Conan, and I am not even going to ask since you won't answer honestly. I haven't asked you to stay back for that. I have a mission for the three of you. Are you ready to leave for a mission tonight? I know I am asking a lot from you two when you two just came back from an S-rank mission. Tsunade looked at Kakashi and Sasuke while saying the last part. Chapter 377, A New Mission. Two of them? Even I went on the mission with them. Yami said. He didn't understand why Tsunade just asked the two of them if they were ready for the next mission and not him. Tsunade snickered as she heard that and said, why would I ask you? For them this mission is voluntary, but for you it's mandatory, so don't even think that you have a chance to reject this mission. That sounds like discrimination to me, Lady Tsunade. I think I will take a break after saving the Hidden Sand Village along with their Kage. Yami said as he stretched his back and neck to show how tired he was. Tsunade chuckled and said, Humph. They have been doing mission while you were missing for the past 3 years. Seeing your body right now, I don't think that it took you this long to heal your body. You should be thankful that I didn't declare you a missing shinobi. Sasuke and Kakashi looked away from Yami so that they could laugh. Yami coughed, hear the small giggles. I know you want to stay in the village so that you can be here when the Chinoite clan comes, but for the sake of the village I need you to do this mission. Tsunade thought. No matter how much she joked, she knew that the Hidden Sand and the Kazekage would have been in a bad situation if it wasn't for Yami. The intelligence that the Akatsuki is going to attack the Hidden Sand is also provided by Yami to both villages. Lady Tsunade, all three of us are ready for any mission you give us. Sasuke said with confidence. Yami just glanced at his brother when he heard that. He looked and behaved so differently as compared to the anime. He didn't have that emo vibe around him. And since Itachi was declared dead, the matter of revenge had also died down in Sasuke's mind. Good, that is what I expect from you, Sasuke. I hope you will teach your younger brother the same manners. Now coming back to the mission. Tsunade said as she pulled out 3 envelopes from her pocket and laid them on the table. The 3 letters had 1 word each written on them. Mizukage Reikage Tsuchikage. I don't think I will need to explain much in this matter. You 3 know that the meeting is going to be held next month and I want the 3 of you to be the messengers. Firstly, Sasuke, I want you to have this. Tsunade said as she picked up the first envelope and handed it over to Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the envelope and back at Tsunade, who continued, yours will be the easiest of them all. I want you to go to the Hidden Mist Village and give this envelope to the Mizukage. It contains all the information we have and the details of the meeting. Since Yami has literally saved their village from being wiped out of existence, I don't think they will deny our request, and you being his elder brother will give them more assurance. That sounds like an extremely easy task. The Hidden Mist Village is an ally of ours. Why didn't we just send them a letter by our birds? Sasuke asked. He was relieved that he didn't have to do much in this mission, but now it sounded too easy for him. That is because I don't want only the Mizukage to be here. I also want their Jinchuriki to come as well, and I don't think it will be easy to convince them. Tsunade said. Why would she need the Jinchuriki as well? The new Jinchuriki may not have the ability to control the tailed beast's power yet since he became one recently. Yami thought. Yami was about to ask the same to Tsunade, but she had already guessed it. I know what you want to ask, Yami, but we can't trust the Akatsuki to keep their promise and not cause any conflict until the meeting. What if they already have one of the Kages on their side before the meeting by using means of blackmail or by kidnapping the Jinchuriki? I want everyone who matters in the deal to be present at the location of the meeting. That is quite a bold move, Lady Tsunade. But I think it will be harder to convince them since they will think it's our plot to steal the tailed beast. I am not talking just about the Hidden Mist, but the other 2 villages as well. Not everyone will trust us blindly like the Kazekage. Kakashi said. Then you guys better be convincing because there isn't much we can do here. Let them know that the actual meeting will take on the mountains behind the village so that they won't have to worry about any sinister plots brewing around them. They are free to bring a few of their shinobis to secure the mountain. Tsunade said, and then picked up the second envelope which read Reikage and stretched her hand toward Kakashi. Kakashi took the letter from her hand and said, I guess I am going to the hidden cloud then. I hope to return with a head on my shoulders. Yami looked at the letter in Kakashi's hand and said, I thought you would send me to the hidden cloud since we have a long rivalry with them. Kakashi smirked as he looked to the side and said, I guess you aren't as tough as me. I hope you won't feel bad now. Yami didn't say anything and just chuckled. Sasuke and Tsunade had noticed the changes in Yami's behavior since he had left 3 years ago. The Yami they knew would hardly joke around with others, especially when he is receiving a mission. He is behaving like a regular kid now. We all were worried about him for no reason. Kakashi thought. Tsunade handed the last letter to Yami and said, No, I want you to go to the Hidden Stone Village. As you know, the old Tsuchikage is a tough nut to crack. You killed a few cloud shinobis when you went to the Hidden Sin the first time, and 3 years ago you killed many stone shinobis in the Hidden Mist. Why would the Tsuchikage listen to Yami when he knows Yami killed his men? Wouldn't it be more easy to send him to the hidden cloud where no one knows that it was him who killed those shinobis in the valley? Sasuke asked. The Tsuchikage now knows how dangerous Yami is, so he will take him seriously. He might seem like an impulsive Kage, but in reality, that old man thinks everything through. We have received information that the Hidden Stone had employed the Akatsuki a few times when they were just a bunch of mercenaries. He knows full well that if someone as strong as Yami had to become a messenger, how big the threat must be. Tsunade said, to which Sasuke nodded. She then looked at Kakashi and smiled, to which Kakashi also smiled and said, You want me to tell the Hidden Cloud that it was Yami who killed his people in the valley and then turn his anger into motivation to come here? Tsunade nodded, indicating that this was her plan. This is a tactic that could work, but Yami would be under the threat of being attacked by the Reikage or the Eight Tails Jinchuriki when they come here. Sasuke said. Yami just patted his brother's shoulder and said, That's something I can handle. I like the plan, it sounds more feasible than just pleading to them. What do you mean you can handle it? The Eight Tails Jinchuriki is a perfect Jinchuriki. He can harness the power of the tailed beast and use it effectively, and that is why the Akatsuki has never set foot in the Hidden Cloud Village. Sasuke said. As an older brother, it was obvious for him to be worried. Tsunade stood up as she heard that, and the expression on her face became serious. This entire meeting is a risky endeavor from the start. Do you think none of us know that? Having all the Kages together when no one trusts each other, and then having those tails beasts here. And all of this to meet the leader of a terrorist organization whom we know nothing about. There are a million things that can go wrong during that meeting, and the majority of them will result in the destruction of the Hidden Leaf Village and the start of a new war. So stop thinking that it is impossible and think how you can make sure that the Mizukage comes as a strong ally of the Hidden Leaf like the Kazekage has. Tsunade's words were firm, and that's how they needed to be in such a situation. Sasuke immediately gave a small bow and said, I apologize, Tsunade-sama, for doubting your decisions. I will leave for the Hidden Mist tonight and will definitely come back with them. Good, now the three of you have your missions. Tsunade said as the 3 jonins in front of her turned around and left the office. Chapter 378, Watchful Eyes. As Yami along with Sasuke and Kakashi walked out of the Hokage building, Kakashi looked around and said, I don't think people are aware of the meeting or evening of the kidnapping. Sasuke nodded and said, that is a good thing. Causing unnecessary panic won't do any good to us. Isn't that right, Yami? Sasuke turned to his brother, who was now looking at the sky. What's the matter? Sasuke asked in confusion, to which Yami shook his head and said, I am expecting a messenger bat. It should have come before we reached the village. What information are you waiting on? Is it related to the Akatsuki? Sasuke asked. Knowing that everyone's priority right now was the Akatsuki, the question was viable. Yami glanced at his elder brother and shook his head as he said, not directly, but yes, the Akatsuki are a part of that information. Just as Yami was speaking, he suddenly looked up and saw a bat flying towards him. Without even stopping on Yami's hand, the bat opened his mouth and dropped a scroll onto Yami. Seeing that the drop was from some height, Kakashi decided to take a sneak peek into the contents of the scroll, and so he stepped forward so that he could jump before the scroll lands and take it. He knew that Yami wouldn't openly oppose Kakashi from taking the scroll, but before Kakashi could even jump, Yami raised his hand in the sky and twisted his hands a bit, creating a long thin vortex of air, and the scroll that was free-falling just a moment ago suddenly gained pace and gunned down toward Yami. The very next second, the scroll was in Yami's hand. The people around them didn't even notice the vortex, since the power of the vortex was concentrated on the scroll. Just as the scroll landed in Yami's hands, a gale of wind spread in all directions. What was that? To be able to use chakras so efficiently at such an age is totally unthinkable. I just thought Yami had surpassed me by a small margin, but if he can perform such tricks so smoothly, I guess he didn't fight with his real strength when we were against the Akatsuki. Kakashi thought. Yami opened the scroll and started reading the contents on it. Sasuke and Kakashi were curious as to what the contents were, but before they could even ask, Yami rolled back the scroll and burned it to ash in his hands right away. Dusting away his hands, he just looked at the eyes that were directed to the ash in his hand. "Is there anything you wish to do, or should we head home?" Yami asked, which broke Sasuke from his stupor. "Huh? Yes, let's go home. I am tired anyway. We both need some rest so we can leave for our next mission," Sasuke said. Saying their goodbyes to Kakashi, Yami and Sasuke left. Kakashi also looked around a bit and murmured, "Being watched like this in my own village really sucks. I am sure she has some idea of it," and left. For a few seconds, there was nothing out of the ordinary, but another gale of wind passed by the street and all the ash disappeared with it. As Yami and Sasuke were walking towards their clan area, Sasuke pointed at the gate and said, "I see someone standing at the gate. Were you expecting someone to meet you here?" Yami just shook his head, and he himself had no idea who had come to the clan gates. The chakra signature, although extremely pure, was unknown to Yami. As they reached closer, the face of the person became clear, and it was a person both persons recognized. "Hanabi Hyuga, what bring you here?" Yami said as he looked at the girl just a year younger than her standing in front of him. She was totally different from the last time he had seen her. In fact, she was looking different from the Hanabi in the canon. She looked more mature and strong. Her face and body language extruded confidence and strength rather than nervousness and timidness like before. "Yami Uchiha, I want to talk to you about something," Hanabi said with a firm voice and a straight face. She tried her best but couldn't hide the softness in her voice. "If you are asking what I think you are asking, then no. I don't have time to play with you." Yami teased but didn't let it reflect on his face. On the other hand, Sasuke immediately looked down to control his laughter and not let anyone see it. What? I don't want to play with you. Why would I want to play with you when in such serious times?" Hanabi said with a red face. She didn't know whether to be embraced or angry at Yami's statement. Hearing the last part, Sasuke immediately looked up at her. Yami also tilted his head a little and asked, "What do you mean serious times?" Hanabi crossed her hands and said, "Humph. Everyone thinks they are so smart and sneaky with what is going on in the village and the clan, but I know. Today, when Big Brother Neji came from his mission, I heard everything he said to Father and Grandpa. About the Akatsuki, the kidnapping of Big Sis and her squad, and also the meeting of the Kages with a terrorist organization named the Akatsuki. How could you?" Sasuke was about to reprimand her for sneakily listening to such talks, but Yami stopped him with a wave of his hand. He looked at Hanabi and asked, "And what does any of it have to do with you coming here?" She looked at both brothers and said, "I also heard Big Brother Neji talk about how you defeated the Akatsuki members and saved the Hidden Sand Village. Even Grandpa acknowledged your strength and said that if anyone can take the initiative and bring back the 2 squads that were kidnapped, then it would be you." Her expression became soft as she spoke further. "I don't know what you will do and how you will do it. But please bring Big Sister back. Even though I have the whole clan as my family, she is the only one who understands me. Who has ever understood me. I vowed to protect her, and if I had the strength to I would have gone and faced the Akatsuki alone, but right now I am too weak for it. She looked down to the ground and her voice also became meek as she finished her sentence. Yami and Sasuke could see her fiddling with her fingers and sob a little. Yami stepped forward towards her and said, if I had thought that attacking the Akatsuki prematurely is the best course of action, then I would have done it. Lady Tsunade and everyone else is working hard to get them back, so trust in them. Without even looking up, Hanabi nodded as she wiped her tears with her wrist and ran away immediately. Sasuke just kept looking at what was happening. I didn't think Yami was capable of talking like this. Sasuke patted his brother's shoulder and said, I didn't know that you were capable of handling such emotions and even answering the little girl with such patience. I thought you were going to mock her or something. Yami looked back at his naive elder brother and smirked as he said, I would have mocked her if the request was from her, but the request and the answer were from and to the previous head of the Hyuga clan. Huh? Her grandpa? You think she would tell her grandfather about this conversation? Sasuke asked, to which Yami smiled and said, you really think the head of a clan who is known to be extremely sensitive to chakra will just let a little girl wander near his residence and hear confidential talks? What? You mean the old man knew about this and manipulated his own granddaughter to come here and make such a request? Sasuke said with a little annoyance in his voice. The annoyance wasn't because of what the elder did, but because Sasuke couldn't figure it out and thought that Hanabi really did sneak and listen to everything without anyone's knowledge. What should we do now? As the head of the Uchiha clan, should I go and talk to the elder? Sasuke asked with a serious face, to which Yami laughed and said, haha, no need to be so uptight about this, brother. He is just an old man who is trying to get his granddaughter back but is too ashamed to ask a kid for help when he has a whole clan at his beck and call. The old man just wanted something done for free, so I put up the excuse of Lady Tsunade so that he understands the situation. If you say so, Yami, but the elder sure is cunning to stoop down to such underhanded tricks. That's how clans operate, brother. Stop worrying about such things now and let's go and rest. We will leave tonight. Yami said. You are coming with me? Don't we have to go in opposite directions? Sasuke asked with a confused face. No. The two of us are going to the land of hot water first. We have something to do there, and after that, you can go to the hidden mist village through the land of whirlpools. Yami said. Land of hot water? Who are we going to meet there? Sasuke asked, filled with curiosity and excitement. Someone slippery. Chapter 379, An Urgent Trip. As Naruto reached the surface, he saw Jiraiya waiting for him impatiently. He knew that Jiraiya must have been heartbroken to see what had become of his student and wanted to console him, but Jiraiya immediately said, Go home and pack your bags, we are leaving now. What? Now? How can we leave when the meeting is just 2 weeks away? Naruto asked. He wasn't a person to run away from danger, and neither was Jiraiya, so his behavior like this suddenly confused Naruto. Don't worry, we will be back in the village before the meeting. But right now there is someone I need to meet. Go pack your bags fast and meet me at Ichiraku Ramen. We need to stuff our bellies before we leave. Jiraiya said. Stuff our bellies before we leave? If your work is as important as you say, how do we have time to eat? Naruto asked. Trust me, Naruto, you don't want to eat where we are going. You will regret it if you go there and feel hungry. Jiraiya said. Naruto didn't believe him one bit, but he still agreed since the risk was not worth it. Alright, I will meet you in half an hour at Ichiraku's. Naruto said and left. Half an hour later, as Naruto reached Ichiraku's, he saw Jiraiya was already eating ramen. He looked to one side and saw that Jiraiya had already finished 2 bowls and he was now on his 3rd. Enough, sensei, why are you stuffing yourself like that? We won't be able to even run if we do that. Naruto said. Stop asking questions, Naruto, just get on with it. My treat. Jiraiya said without even lifting his head. Hearing the golden words my treat was more than enough to convince Naruto to eat. After finishing 9 bowls of ramen combined, Jiraiya looked at Naruto and asked, Are you full now? Giving his signature bright smile, Naruto said, I wish I could eat like this every day. So what now? Don't tell me we have to run now? No need for any of that. Let's go now, Jiraiya said as they headed toward Jiraiya's house. As they reached inside the house, Jiraiya closed the window and started drawing something on the floor. This wasn't a circle Naruto had seen before. Stand back now, kid. I am about to summon him, Jiraiya said as he bit his thumb and smeared the blood on the circle. The very next moment a puff of smoke spread in the dead center of the circle and an outline appeared through the smoke. You called me at the wrong time, Jiraiya boy. I was about to have lunch. A voice came from inside the smoke, and as soon all the smoke was cleared, a small green toad wearing a brown hoodie appeared. His eyebrows were white that went to the back of his head, and he was green in color. Naruto looked at the little toad making an odd face and asked, "Is he eating a caterpillar right now?" The toad first glanced at Naruto and then at Jiraiya and said, "I was having a feast and you summoned me here, Jiraiya boy. What was so urgent?" "I am sorry for the sudden summon, Fukasaku-sama, but I need to go to Mount Myoboku right now. I need to take this kid as well. He is Naruto, my student," Jiraiya said. Fukasaku walked towards Naruto and signaled him to bend to his height. Confused by this, Naruto exactly as the little toad asked. Stretching his cheeks, Fukasaku looked at him for a few seconds and said, "You have got a nice seedling here. Why do you want to get reverse summoned?" "I need to ask Gamamaru-sama something." "Who is this Gamamaru pretty sage?" Naruto asked. This was the first time he had heard this name and wondered why didn't Jiraiya directly summon this Gamamaru. "Kid, Gamamaru-sama is the great toad sage. One of the 3 great sages and the most intelligent one," Jiraiya said proudly, to which Fukasaku also smiled. "You can explain him everything after you reach Mount Myoboku, Jiraiya boy. Let Naruto boy see Mount Myoboku for himself and understand the greatness of being our summoner," Fukasaku said and signaled them both to come closer so that he could reverse summon. As the 3 of them stood together, Fukasaku looked at Naruto and said, "Kid, Jiraiya boy once reverse summoned me directly to Mount Myoboku and got himself trapped in the middle of a fight between Gamabunta and a snake. So remember not to make a mistake like him and just have someone from Mount Myoboku reverse summon you." Naruto gave Fukasaku a thumbs up and winked. "I will remember this, Fukasaku-sama. TSK. I was planning to let him learn that the hard way, Fukasaku-sama. Now you have spoiled my fun," Jiraiya joked. Naruto wanted to reprimand his teacher, but he couldn't because the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. For a second Naruto didn't understand what was happening since it was the first time he was reverse summoned, but he did feel a little nauseous. His vision was a little hazy and even the sounds around him sounded dragged. "Naruto, are you alright?" A hazy voice entered his ears and he turned to face the source and saw a hazy white and red figure which started to come together. After a few seconds, the picture became clear and it was his teacher Jiraiya. "I have never felt anything like this before," Naruto said, holding Jiraiya's arm as he tried to maintain his balance. "It's alright, kid, this is your first time. You will get used to this feeling after a few times. There is nothing to worry," Fukasaku said. "There you are." A loud voice attracted everyone's attention and the 3 of them looked back together. "Now who is she?" Naruto asked as he saw a toad the same size as Fukasaku walking towards them with a bowl in her hand. She was also green in color, wearing a brown hoodie, but she had curly purple hair and purple lips. "That's my wife Shima. Shima, I have already scolded Jiraiya boy for disturbing our feast," Fukasaku said, pointing towards Jiraiya. "Who is this kid?" Shima asked as she started to look at Naruto. "Naruto, why don't you hang out with Fukasaku and Shima? Maybe you will also get to meet Gamabunta and Gamakichi on the mountain somewhere." "I will go and meet the Toad Sage Gamamaru," Jiraiya said. "Oh, it's been a long time since I met Gamabunta. Can we go and meet them?" Naruto asked excitedly as he looked at the 2 toads standing in front of him. "We can do that later, kid. First you will join me and Fukasaku for lunch." "How can I let you leave without having a feast?" Shima said. Jiraiya's face turned purple as he heard that. He knew what Shima was talking about when she talked about a feast. I'll get going then, Jiraiya said and quickly left. After leaving his precious student to eat caterpillars and other insects, Jiraiya reached the top of the mountain. There was a temple-like structure at the top of the mountain which looked man-made. Jiraiya entered the temple and saw that a big reddish toad was sitting on a large throne-like structure. Its eyes were closed and there was a pleasant smile on his face. It had a necklace like this around its neck and a black hat on top of his head. Is Gamamaru-sama meditating or something? Jiraiya thought as he looked at the sage. He waited for a few seconds for the toad sage to open his eyes on his own, but that time never came. Maybe I should try calling him, Jiraiya thought and shouted Gamamaru-sama. This made the big toad open his eyes suddenly, which made Jiraiya realize that the toad sage wasn't meditating but sleeping. Gamamaru looked at Jiraiya and the smile on his face widened as he said, "It's been more than a decade since we met, kid. Look at how big you have grown." "Yes, it's been a long time since we met. There was something I need to talk to you regarding the prophecy you told me about last time," Jiraiya said. Hearing this, the expression on Gamamaru's face changed a little. He shook his head and said, "Things have changed quite rapidly in the last decade, Jiraiya. Everything is uncertain now and the threads of fate are weaving a story of their own." Jiraiya couldn't understand a single word the toad sage tried to tell him, so he just said what he came to say. "Since you told me about the prophecy, I have taken multiple students at different times. I also have one as well. But in the past few years, I have taken a new disciple and I was sure that he is the child of prophecy and that my disciple will be the one to save the world." "That is indeed good news and a big relief for you, Jiraiya. Then what worries you?" Gamamaru asked. "I am not sure anymore because today I found out that another disciple of mine is hell-bent on destroying the world," Jiraiya said with a sad expression on his face. Chapter 380, So Much Hatred. Hidden Leaf Village, 15 minutes ago. Now that's something my readers are going to go crazy about. I am sure that Kakashi will be crying tears of joy as he reads this chapter, Jiraiya thought as she was writing something in his book. He then stopped writing and stretching his back he looked out of the window. The green garden, the tree, and the cool air. He then looked around the house and said, "Even though I hardly live here, they really do maintain it quite well. I guess Tsunade does care about me more than she would like to admit." Just as Jiraiya had finished taking a break and was getting back to writing in his book, he heard a knock on the door. Looks like Naruto is back after completing his mission. He must be hungry for some ramen. I better get a treat from him. As his sensei, the least he can do is buy me a bowl of miso soup ramen, Jiraiya said as he walked to open the door. Download app. Seeing Naruto stand at the door, he said, "I knew it must have been you. How did it go?" Jiraiya asked with a wide smile on his face, but Naruto's expression was quite serious. "Oh yes, how did I forget that 6 of his friends have gotten kidnapped. He must have been upset because of that," Jiraiya thought. "Sensei, there is something I need to ask," Naruto said, making Jiraiya sigh. "What is it, Naruto?" he asked. "Do you know someone named Konan? A girl with blue hair?" Naruto asked, and just as he had feared, Jiraiya's expression changed drastically. "Konan? Blue hair? Of course I know her. How do you know her? Has she come to the village?" Jiraiya asked questions with a big and excited smile on his face. This caused Naruto's heart to sink a little. It made it even harder to tell him the truth. Seeing that Naruto wasn't speaking a single word, Jiraiya asked again, "Tell me, Naruto? Where is she? Is she in the hidden leaf?" Naruto didn't say anything and just nodded, which made Jiraiya's smile even bigger. "Really? That's great. She sure took her time to come to the hidden leaf. She should have come years ago. Are those 2 idiots Yahiko and Nagato with him?" Jiraiya asked. Naruto didn't know who these 2 were, so he just shook his head sideways, saying no. "Oh, they are going to make me wait more than, huh? Not a problem, let's meet Konan for now. She must have grown a lot. It has been so many years since I left them there," Jiraiya reminisced. Seeing that Jiraiya was ready to meet her, Naruto decided to take her to Konan first and then explain, or maybe he wouldn't even need to explain. "Let's go meet her, sensei," Naruto said as he turned around and started walking away. "Hey, wait for me, Naruto, didn't you come to get me?" Jiraiya shouted as he quickly put on his slippers and started following Naruto. For a while he kept talking about his old time and a little of Konan. "Huh? Why are we going to the Hokage building? Is she with Tsunade?" Jiraiya asked as he looked up at Tsunade's office, but to his surprise, instead of taking the stairs up that go to the Hokage office, he started walking down toward the isolated prisons. The smile on Jiraiya's face faded as he realized that they were walking toward the prison. "Naruto, why is Konan in prison? She can't even hurt a fly. She is a girl with a pure soul, Naruto." Naruto, who was still walking in front, clenched his teeth as he heard this. He didn't want the walk to her cell to end because he knew that Jiraiya was going to be heartbroken soon, but the doors to her cell eventually came and he saw Aoba talking to two people in black clothes. "It is the Hokage's orders. She is to remain here," Aoba said. "She is too dangerous of a criminal to be kept in a place like this. Danzo-sama's orders are for her to be handed over to the root," one of the men in black said. "Are you saying that Elder Danzo's words are superior to that of Lady Tsunade?" Aoba asked, to which the man in black looked enraged and was about to say something when he looked to the side toward Naruto and Jiraiya. He clicked his tongue and turned around. "Come on, we must report this to Danzo-sama," the man said, and they both left. Jiraiya was about to inquire what this was about, but he had always maintained his distance from the village politics and especially the matters related to the village elders. He did come to know that after Elder Hamura and Koharu went missing, the resistance from the Council of Elders had been reduced to a great extent. "We are here." Naruto's voice brought him back from his thoughts and he stepped ahead toward one of the prison cells. The walls of the cell and even the bars of the gate had various paper talismans on them. "What are these for?" Jiraiya asked as he stretched his hand to touch one of the talismans, but Aoba stopped him. "Jiraiya-sama, don't tamper with them. They are in place to stop her from escaping." Jiraiya laughed as he heard that and said, "Haha, don't worry. Konan would never do such thing. She..." As he was saying, he heard footsteps and looked back inside the cell and saw Konan step out in the light. The smile of Jiraiya's face widened for a second as he saw the sweet little Konan as a lady, but then the smile vanished just as fast when he saw what she was wearing. It was the robe of the Akatsuki. "Why is she wearing the Akatsuki robe?" Jiraiya asked, fully knowing why, but he just didn't want it to be true. "She is the Akatsuki member that we brought back as our prisoner and seems like she is important enough for them to trade against Team Kurenai and Asuma," Aoba said. Jiraiya looked at Konan, whose expression didn't change at all. "This can't be right. Why would you join the Akatsuki? A mercenary organization that used to hunt people for money and is now chasing behind the tailed beasts. What are you thinking by joining them, Konan? Do Nagato and Yahiko know about this?" "I don't have anything to talk to you about, Jiraiya-sensei," Konan said and was turning around when Jiraiya shouted, "Look me in the eyes, Konan, and tell me the reason for doing this. Why did you join such a villainous organization?" Naruto and the others were shocked seeing scenario. Naruto, for one who had roamed with Jiraiya for the past 2 to 3 years, had never seen him behave like this, much less shout angrily. Konan, on the other hand, who was going to the darkest part of the cell, looked at Jiraiya with cold eyes and said, "I didn't join the Akatsuki, I was one of the members who created it. The Akatsuki is just the reflection of the cruelty cast by your village and the other 4 great villages on the shinobi world. All these decades it were your villages fighting among yourselves, but the ones suffering were us. No matter who wins or loses, our lands and our homes were the battlegrounds." Naruto and Aoba had never expected an answer like this, and the fact about Konan being one of the founders of the Akatsuki was a shocking fact for them. It did make some sense now as to why Tobi had agreed for the prisoner exchange when Yami and the others had kidnapped Konan. Naruto stepped ahead and held the bars of the prison tightly and asked, "And the conclusion you all came to after seeing all the death and destruction was to create destruction of your own? You people have not only killed shinobis of the 5 great villages but also those civilians. If it wasn't for Yami and Gaara, you all would have destroyed the entire hidden sand and killed every civilian living in it. Peace can only be achieved when everyone understands what pain truly is. And in time you all will understand that," Konan said as she walked off. Jiraiya looked to the side at the conflicted face of Naruto. Naruto knew what the worst of humanity was, and he was alive to see a lot more of it. Jiraiya then turned to Aoba and said the Akatsuki will definitely make a move during the meeting. Heighten the security and make sure that she is kept here and not handed over to Danzo. Yes, we have strict orders from Lady Tsunade to keep her here, Aoba said and left. Naruto, we do not have much time. Let's go, Jiraiya said as he walked off in a hurry. Looking at the darkness where Konan disappeared and then at his sensei's back, Naruto stood still for a few seconds trying to convince himself that no matter how right Konan was, what she was doing was wrong. After a few seconds, Naruto heard a voice echo through the stairs. Naruto? Are you coming? Coming, sensei. Naruto shouted and ran off towards the stairs to go up from the basement. Chapter 381, A Writer's Guilt. That doesn't sound like a good thing, Jiraiya. You think that this disciple of yours is the child of prophecy? Gamamaru asked. I am not sure about that. I hadn't seen her for nearly a decade now, and today she came in front of me with her eyes full of hatred, Jiraiya said in a sad tone. He remembered the innocent and caring eyes Konan had when Jiraiya first met him. You sound like you see yourself responsible for her condition. Do not drown yourself in guilt, or less you might lose your way. I do feel a little guilty. I met her and her friends during the Second Great Ninja War. After the war finished, I should have gone back and checked up on them. I should have brought them back to the Hidden Leaf Village, but I decided to roam around the shinobi world, and that too for what? A book? Jiraiya questioned. He wasn't asking Gamamaru but himself. He was constantly thinking that if he had even checked up on them once in the last decade, then maybe things wouldn't have turned out this bad. That was the fate they were given Jiraiya. The only one who has the power to change her fate is herself. That is the difference between a savior and a destroyer. Both of them suffer through the worst of humanity, but only those who decide to rise up from it and prevent anyone else from suffering the same fate are called saviors. Gamamaru said and smiled as he continued. And I want to tell you that you do not have to shoulder the burden of prophecy anymore. Jiraiya quickly looked up at Gamamaru with an expression of confusion and asked, Huh? What do you mean by that? Are you saying that Konan is the child of prophecy now and there is nothing I can do to change it? The old sage shook his head and said no. I am saying that the prophecy is not tied to you anymore. The fate of this world has changed and it has become even more uncertain. I do not know who he is, but he is certainly not one of your disciples anymore. He has been chosen and he knows it. Now it is up to him if he decides to become the savior or destroyer. All you can do is find him. It's not one of my disciples? Jiraiya asked. It could be. I sense you have brought a Jinchuriki to Mount Myoboku today. He must be the new disciple Gamabunta told me about, Gamamaru said. Yes, he is Naruto, Minato's son. I should have brought him sooner. You want him to learn Sage Mode? Are you sure it is time? Gamamaru asked, to which Jiraiya nodded. Alright, I think Fukasaku and Shima are more than capable of deciding whether he is ready or not. You were almost the same age as that kid when you learned Sage Mode, Gamamaru said and closed his eyes. I will take my leave then, Jiraiya said and left the temple. He started walking down the mountain toward Fukasaku's home. As he reached near it, he saw Naruto kneeling at the side of the house puking. Are you alright, Naruto? Jiraiya asked, to which Naruto looked at him with a sick face and said, You could have warned me, pervy sage. Even if I did, I don't think Shima would let you skip her lunch. She can be pretty persuasive when she makes up her mind. Why don't you go find Gamakichi while I talk with Fukasaku-sama and Shima? Naruto gave a betrayed look to Jiraiya and walked toward the forest in search of Gamakichi. If things go according to plan, then Naruto might have to eat this feast every day. It will work as a good motivation for the kid. Hee hee, that's what you get for disturbing me during my research. Jiraiya said as he remembered how many times Naruto had exposed him while peeking in baths. Jiraiya entered Fukasaku's home and saw the old sage licking his bowl like no tomorrow. I see you finished your feast after all. Jiraiya boy, I can fill one for you. Shima offered, but Jiraiya quickly declined. How did the talks go, Jiraiya boy? Fukasaku asked. It went well. I came here to ask if you two could teach Naruto Sage Mode. I should have brought him here earlier when I had taken him away for training, but I didn't expect things to become serious just as we came back. Jiraiya said. The kid does have a pure heart and his potential is good as well. I am worried that the 9 tails inside him will cause any unexpected problems. We never had a Jinchuriki who could use Sage Mode before. What do you think, Shima? Fukasaku asked his wife. Shima turned back and said, I love that kid. I think we should train him. He might show progress even faster than Jiraiya here. He has tremendous potential, and how can we forget that he is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? Shima is right. Him being an Uzumaki means his chakra capacity must be tremendous. Fukasaku said, to which Jiraiya smirked and said he can create and maintain more than 1,000 clones without showing any sign of tiredness. If that isn't enough to prove his chakra capacity, then nothing else is. Then it's decided. Leave Naruto boy here and we will train him. I am sure that Shima's food will also help his growth. Fukasaku said. Hee hee, yes it will, it will. Jiraiya giggled and left. Unknown place, same night, in a dimly lit tunnel, 2 people were walking while holding a stack of papers in their hands. Why are we doing all this meaningless work instead of killing those who are chasing us? One of them asked. He was a man with a burly build and was partially bald. His hair was orange in color. Shut up, Jirobo. I don't know why I am stuck with a meathead trash like you when I could be killing those freaks at the surface. But I can't ask this question or my head will fly before I even finish asking. A girly but sharp voice said. She had red hairs falling over her face and a small stature as compared to the other one. Tayuya, we have been in these tunnels for the past few years now. The only missions assigned are to you or those creepy twins, and that too only spying missions. I have become a servant who just changes band-aids and cleans the area. Jirobo said annoyingly. I see that you two have some issues. A voice came out of a nearby room where the 2 of them were headed. This voice instantly made the 2 freeze in their footsteps and look down. I didn't mean. Please forgive us. Jirobo said while his hands started shaking. It was pretty clear that it was the voice that was scary, but the person to whom the voice belonged to. Tayuya quietly took a step and asked, Can we enter? We have brought what you told us. Come in, said the voice, to which Tayuya immediately took the stack of papers from Jirobo's hand and pushed the steel door in front of her open. The smell of blood immediately flooded her nose. The room was lit with 5 sources of light, out of which 4 were near each corner of the room and 1 was in the center of the ceiling exactly above a stone table. A naked body was laid on the table and nearby a plate of bloody surgical instruments could be seen. Tayuya quickly gulped as she saw all this. There were many test tubes and vials around the room and a slender man was standing in the middle of it with a bloody scalpel in hand. I hope the procedure went well. Tayuya said, forcing a smile on her face. The slender man looked back and smiled at her as he said, It did go well, but I feel like I might be getting short on experimenting subjects. This man was none other than Orochimaru. It might not be easy to identify him when his back is turned, but his face was not something anyone could ever forget. I can kidnap some from the other lands if you command, my lord. Tayuya said firmly, to which Orochimaru smiled and said, You are as eager as ever, Tayuya. The risk of going to the surface is not worth it for now. He is responding well, and the substance you forgot is truly magical. Orochimaru said as he pointed toward the body lying on the table. He then walked toward the body, and while looking at the body's face he said, Don't worry, Kabuto, you won't miss the fun when the time is right. You will wake up stronger than before. Tayuya took some steadfast steps and put the stacks of paper on a nearby empty table. She looked down and asked, "Why are you so hung up on him? It has been years since he is dead." The question was a casual one, but the bloodlust Tayuya felt the next second was no joke. Chapter 382, Orochimaru's Hideout. Jirobo, who was standing outside, also felt a little bloodlust. Since he wasn't in the room and the bloodlust wasn't focused on him, he quickly ran inside and saw Orochimaru giving a side-eye to Tayuya while she was just standing in her place shivering and covered in sweat. "Please forgive her, Lord Orochimaru," Jirobo begged as he gave a bow. Orochimaru showed no anger on his face. In fact, the smile on his face got wider, but Tayuya and Jirobo both knew that it wasn't a good sign. Just when they thought that their heads were going to fly, Orochimaru calmed down and the bloodlust disappeared as well with it. He looked again at Kabuto and said, "Where am I going to get an assistant as competent as him? I have already used most of my precious materials on him." The monster who wreaked havoc in the hidden mist was truly something I had never seen. You four did a good job by collecting his blood and flesh that had scattered around near the battlefield. Tayuya gave a small bow and said, "We maintained a good amount of distance when everyone was fighting the monster and even when Yami Uchiha was handling the monster alone. After the big explosion, when the big bat took Yami Uchiha's half-dead corpse away, we sneaked in and just picked up any samples we could find. The best thing was the blood didn't mix or get diluted at all after falling in water, so most of the samples were obtained from shallow water. The flesh that you guys brought saved Kimimaro from death. He was doomed to die before, and even I had given up, but the nourishment and energy just a fist-sized piece of flesh had was tremendous. I hope all of you are keeping an eye if a monster like this ever appears," Orochimaru asked. "Why, yes, Orochimaru-sama, we have spread our people all over except the 5 great villages. They are gathering information on anything related to that monster," Tayuya said, to which Orochimaru said, "It's been 3 years and you haven't found a single thing. Are you planning to become my test subjects?" He looked back as he said that, and this time there was no smile on his face. No, Orochimaru-sama, we tried to track the traces of the monster, but it led to the Jashin cult, and every member of that cult seems to have been killed just last month. Even the one we were tailing. We have barred all our spies from entering the 5 great villages. Due to the fiasco created by the Akatsuki, all are on high alert." As Orochimaru was thinking about what steps to take to gain more information, he heard a loud voice getting closer. Tayuya and Jirobo turned toward the source of the voice and saw one of their underlings running toward them shouting. "What's the matter? Why are you shouting? Can't you see we are talking with Lord Orochimaru?" Jirobo asked angrily, to which the shinobi pointed in the direction he came from and said, "When I went to give dinner to Sir Kimimaro, he wasn't in his room." "So what, he must have gone to train," Tayuya said, not even waiting for the guy to finish what he was saying. "No. Instead of Sir Kimimaro, there was someone else in his room. The man was wearing an orange mask and he was wearing an Akatsuki robe," the shinobi said, and as soon as he said the word Akatsuki, Orochimaru walked out of the room into the lobby where the shinobi was standing. "Is he still there?" Orochimaru asked, to which the shinobi looked down and said, "Why, yes, Lord Orochimaru. He said he is waiting for you." "Waiting for me? I don't remember any Akatsuki member wearing an orange mask. He may be a new addition to the organization who Pain must have sent to get rid of me. I thought he had more important things to do after losing Itachi and after their defeat in the Hidden Sand," Orochimaru said as he licked his lips with his tongue in a creepy way. The shinobi lead Orochimaru along with Tayuya and Jirobe to Kimimaro's room. As they stood at the entrance of the room, they saw a person wearing an orange mask and an Akatsuki robe sitting on a table dangling his legs like a kid. "Who are you?" Orochimaru asked. "I am Tobi, a new member of the Akatsuki. I came here to," Tobi was saying when Orochimaru interrupted. "Did Pain send you to get rid of me? Or did you come here on your own to gain some notoriety?" Orochimaru asked. "None of the two. I need your medical skills to do something for me," Tobi said, to which Orochimaru chuckled and said, "Why would I help someone whose people are trying to kill me? And I don't think you have anything to offer me." Orochimaru said as his eyes wandered around the room. Tobi quickly noticed this and said, "Are you searching for Kimimaro? Don't worry, he is safe with me. I heard that you are planning to perform living corpse reincarnation jutsu on Kimimaro and transfer your soul into his body. Is that true? If it is, then it's a great choice, but how are you going to do it if Kimimaro is in my possession?" Hearing this, Orochimaru didn't even wait a second and pounced on Tobi. He had taken all of the possibilities in mind, which included dodging the attack, countering it, or just taking the attack head and defending, but Tobi didn't do anything among the three and just sat there without saying anything, and Orochimaru's attack went through him and the table shattered into pieces. Orochimaru stretched his hands toward Tobi and a white snake slithered out of his sleeve and jumped toward Tobi. The snake snapped his fangs with all its might and ferocity. Hiss! But there was no flesh to bite onto. The fangs slapped shut and the snake landed on Jirobo's shoulder, which freaked the meathead, making him push the snake away and fall back on the ground. "Now is this how you welcome a patient?" Tobi said jokingly, to which Orochimaru smiled in frustration and said, "Fine, tell me what you want. I don't think you have left me much choice. You are rather annoying than dangerous." Tobi just opened his robe and showed his missing arm. Orochimaru looked at Tobi a little confused and asked, "Why me?" "Reattaching an arm is something many medical nims do. Why would you come to me for something so trivial?" Tobi touched his shoulder and said, "Because my missing arm has been destroyed. I do not have an arm that I can get reattached. But I know that you possess the cells of the first Hokage and you can make an arm for me with that. Even if I am unable to make that happen, I can't guarantee that the arm will also accept your body. It is a rather risky endeavor." Orochimaru said. It is obvious for him to say that, but he doesn't know that I already have plenty of Hashirama cells within me. I expected those cells to react and regrow my arm, but that didn't happen. I neither have the healing that comes with from the Hashirama cells anymore. Tobi thought. "You don't have to worry about that. Just get started," Tobi said in a slightly serious tone, and this was not missed by Orochimaru. He understood that Tobi was in some kind of hurry. "What's the rush? What can you give me in return for this?" Orochimaru asked. "I can promise that the Akatsuki won't pursue you anymore and you won't have to watch your back the whole time," Tobi said. He knew that Orochimaru had limited his men and his actions in fear of being exposed. "Heh, do you think you guys scare me? You better get me a better offer or else I have no reason to treat your arm," Orochimaru said with a malicious smile on his face. He knew that he had Tobi under a rock this time, and it was Tobi who needed to fix his arm. "Fine, I will make you an offer you can't refuse," Tobi said and walked closer to Orochimaru. This got Taiyuya and Jirobo on alert, thinking that Tobi might launch a surprise attack, but seeing that no bloodlust was exuded by Tobi, Orochimaru didn't even flinch. Tobi brought his face close to Orochimaru's face and whispered something. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he heard what Tobi said. He looked at Tobi and asked, "Are you sure you can make good on this deal? Don't you worry about that. Just get my arm back as it was and you will get what I have promised you," Tobi said, to which Orochimaru replied, "All right, release Kimimaro right now and we can start. I am not getting him involved in this, he is too precious to wager on." The next second Kimimaro appeared from a vortex. He looked at Tobi and a bone spike appeared from his elbow. He was about to attack Tobi with it, but Orochimaru stopped him and said, "Find yourself a new room, Kimimaro. This room now belongs to our newest patient." Chapter 383, Annoying the Snake. Kimimaro was confused as to what had happened when he was imprisoned in the other dimension. He saw Taiyuya signaling him to come toward her, and he did. Taiyuya whispered in his ears the short version of everything that had happened and that Tobi was now a patient of Orochimaru's. Just as things seemed to be settling down, two shinobis came shouting, "Sir Kimimaro, Sir Kimimaro!" Orochimaru looked behind at the two people running towards them in annoyance. Today was not going to be a quiet day. See what is the whole commotion about and get it sorted, Orochimaru ordered as he looked at Kimimaro and Taiyuya, to which they nodded and went outside the room to talk to the two men. "What's the matter?" "Orochimaru-sama is here, so behave yourself," Taiyuya warned, to which one of the two replied, Taiyuya-sama, the villagers have swarmed our entrance and are currently running around the tunnels with weapons and torches in hand. Someone has spread the news that the ones kidnapping the villagers is taking refuge in these tunnels. Why are you getting so worked up over a few weaklings? Show me the way, I will paint the tunnel walls with their blood and brains that they are so fond of using. Jirobo said with a big smile on his face. He truly loved to squeeze the life out of people, especially those who are not capable of defending themselves. You will not do any such thing. Once we do that, the fact that there are tunnels here and we are living here will spread like wildfire. How much time do you think we have before the 5 great villages have spies walking these roads? Kimimaro warned. Kimimaro, it is impossible to find these tunnels without the help of shinobis. Someone must be specifically looking for it. Orochimaru said and turned his head toward Tobi and asked, is this one of your tricks? Tobi, who himself was annoyed by the fact that villagers were entering his tunnel, shook his head and said, I have no interest in playing such games. The Akatsuki is too thinly spread to do anything like this. It must be one of your other enemies. I am sure you have made so much of them in the past years. What do we do now, Orochimaru-sama? Kimimaro asked. For now, just collapse the tunnels leading to us and cut the villagers' path. Taiyuya and Jirobo start wrapping up the rooms. We might have to relocate tomorrow morning itself. Orochimaru said. Kimimaro left with the 2 shinobis to collapse the tunnel as Orochimaru had ordered, and Taiyuya and Jirobo started with instructing the available shinobis to start packing. Land of hot water, same time, why are we here? Sasuke asked as he looked at his little brother. The 2 brothers had left the Hidden Leaf village just a few hours ago and reached the land of hot water. This wasn't a shinobi village, but there were still a few shinobi camps stationed here for the village's protection. Just as the same sounds, the village was a place of plenty of inns, resorts and hot water bath houses. Even though it was late at night, the roads of the village were still brightly lit and people were roaming on the streets. It was a village where even the daimyos came to relax and enjoy. Sasuke knew that his brother would not do something like this, especially when the Hokage herself had given an important mission to the 2 of them. We are here to enjoy a hot water bath. Why is it so hard to believe that? Come on now, the bath that we have booked is at the edge of the village. Yami replied as they continued to walk. Sasuke understood that Yami had no intention of telling them the truth, so he just shrugged and continued to follow his brother. After walking for a few minutes, the brothers reached a bathhouse which was on an isolated road and had 3 people guarding it from the outside. As they were entering, one of the guards stepped forward to stop Yami and Sasuke. Sasuke was about to confront the guard, but then Yami activated his Sharingan, which caused the 3 shinobis to open their eyes wide. The shinobi who had stepped forward immediately bowed his head and said, I apologize for not recognizing you, Yami Uchiha. They are waiting inside for you. He then quickly stepped back to make for the 2 brothers. Do you know them? I don't remember seeing these people. Sasuke asked, to which Yami just nodded and pushed the door to the bathhouse open. As they entered, Sasuke saw that the changing room was empty, contrary to how full the other bathhouses and resorts were. We can change here, Yami said as he entered one of the rooms to change his clothes. After a few minutes, Sasuke also came out from changing his clothes, where his upper body was completely visible and he wore a towel down the waist. As he came out, he saw Yami was also dressed in the same attire, but what shocked him the most was the condition of Yami's body. On the contrary to what Sasuke's and any other shinobi's body would be, Yami's was completely different. There were no scars on the body. No matter how good of a shinobi you are, how can his body not have a single scar? Sasuke wondered, but then Yami turned back and Sasuke had 2 small scars on either side of his back and 1 big scar in the middle. The small ones looked like a 5 to 6 inch knife wound, but the one in the middle looked like his skin had melted. Where did you get this big of a wound? Sasuke asked as he moved forward to touch the wound, but Yami turned back immediately and said, this is because my scorch release is focused from here when I use it at full power. Let's go in the bath now, Yami said as he opened the door where the actual hot water bath was. Just as he opened the door, steam entered the changing room as if waiting to burst out. The air around which felt cold up until now due to the night had suddenly become warmer. Yami removed his towel and, just wearing shorts, entered the bath. It was like a small pool with a boundary of stones and a small man-made waterfall on the side. Maybe he really was tired and wanted a relaxing bath, Sasuke thought as he also removed his towel and entered the bath. As he stepped inside, he noticed the outline of two people just on the opposite end of the bath. He was about to warn Yami about it when he heard Yami's voice coming from the side. I hope you aren't enjoying yourselves a little too much. Yami, who are these people? Do you know them? Sasuke asked as he was about to activate his Sharingan to find out the two people's identity, but with a small flick of his finger, Yami pushed all the resident steam on all sides of the bath, making the entire bathhouse clear. As the steam was now cleared, Sasuke could see the two people sitting in front of him. One was a rugged man with his entire body covered in scars and spiky hairs. He also had a sword kept behind him on the stones. Sasuke's eyes widened as he looked at the other person and immediately said, "Why is there a girl in the bath with us?" The rugged man laughed and said, "See, even after so many years, people still think you are a girl. I am not a girl. I am just good looking. Don't tease me because of that," the boy sitting beside the rugged man said. "Enough with that, Sasuke, don't you remember him? You have faced him once before," Yami said, to which Sasuke looked at the rugged man more carefully, but nothing came to mind. Seeing that his brother still hadn't recognized, Yami decided to tell him and move on. "It's Zabuza, the one you and your squad mates faced when you were going for your first big mission." Sasuke immediately stood as he heard this. His eyes were switching between Zabuza and his sword. The sword behind Zabuza was obviously not one of the 7 mist swords, or else Sasuke would have recognized him already. Heck, anyone in the shinobi world would have. How is that possible? He was killed and a mist shinobi took his corpse away in front of us. We made sure that he wasn't breathing, Sasuke said with a confused face, still with his guard up to defend against an oncoming attack. Chapter 384, Not So Relaxing Bath. It was me who took his corpse that day, and I used one of my special techniques to stop Zabuza's heart temporarily so that I could take him away before he got killed. My name is Haku, and for the first and last time, I am a boy, Haku said, insisting on the last part. However, it was more like begging, because even after so many years, many people still thought of him as a girl if they only looked at his face. It took a few minutes for Sasuke to make sense of everything, but he then looked at his brother and asked, "How are you acquainted with them? You came to the mission much later than this." Yami nodded and said, "Yes, I did, but while circling the forests around the village, I saw them. They had no direct enmity with the old man that hired Team 7, so I gave them a better offer and they immediately accepted it." Zabuza looked at Yami with dead eyes and said, "We had to accept, or you threatened to kill us painfully. It's not like we had any option at that time." Sasuke then looked back at Haku and asked, "How did you even fool Kakashi-sensei? What special technique did you use to stop Zabuza's breath?" Sasuke didn't actually expect Haku to tell him that, but then Haku put one of his hands in his hair and pulled out 3 metallic needles held between his fingers. Just by looking at it, Sasuke understood that these needles could even kill someone. He turned to his brother and said, "You must trust them, Yami." "Huh? What do you mean?" Yami asked, not sure what Sasuke was trying to imply. Sasuke pointed at the two of them and said, "The two of them have their weapons at arm's length, but you and I kept our weapons in the back room. It must mean that you trust them to not ambush and attack you." Yami just chuckled as he heard this and said, "No, it's just that I am confident enough to kill them with my bare hands." Sasuke was surprised at his brother's blatant threat like this, and that too in front of those he was talking about. "Tsuke, you are still as scary as that day. It's true, kid, your younger brother can kill us both without using weapons, and he never shies away from flexing that fact in front of us," Zabuza said. "You make me look like a moron who is just bossing you," Yami said with a slight annoyance on his face, to which Zabuza replied, "That's what you do. You give us instructions without even telling us why we are doing it." "Then did you follow the instructions I told you last week?" Yami asked, to which Haku nodded and said, "Yes, we did." Although we were a bit unsure if your information was even right to start with, but eventually we found it, and I must say your new lackeys are extremely helpful but a little scary and awkward. They have been disconnected from the shinobi world for far too long, so it's obvious they will eventually learn the ways of the world. For now, they are a necessary muscle. Yami said. Who are they? Where did you find more people to do your bidding, and that too so trained? They even said that they were barred from using their strongest weapon until you say so. Zabuza asked curiously. They are the members of the Chinoite clan. A clan that was once badly defeated by the Uchiha and was pushed back in a valley. I recently visited their village and helped them root out a long-standing problem. Yami explained. The Chinoite clan, that name does ring a bell. I thought they went extinct. But aren't they sworn enemies of our clan? What if agreeing to be your ally is only a farce and they backstab you? Sasuke asked. No matter how smart or strong his younger brother was, Sasuke was still worried a little. They don't need to take revenge. What they need now is a sense of belonging, and that will happen when they officially become a part of our village. I was going to speak to you about giving half of our land. Yami asked. Even though none of the brothers could still be considered as clan heads, Sasuke being the eldest one had to be the one to make the decision. If Lady Tsunade and the entire village accept them and they have no hatred towards us, then I don't see a problem in giving them half our land. Sasuke agreed. Great, now on to the reason why we all have met here. Haku and Zabuza, the only thing I have told you is to find places in the nearby village where there have been odd activities and where there were tunnels. I am sure they were hidden nicely, but you guys managed to solve the problem. Haku smirked as he heard this and said yes. The scrolls related to formation creation and destruction that you sent me last year have proved to be a gold mine for me. From there I understood how to remove the illusion formation laid at the entrance of the tunnel. But where do those tunnels lead to? Haku asked, to which Zabuza slapped the back of his head and said, where do you think? To treasures that have been hidden. Yami, did you come across some ancient map? Stop dreaming, Zabuza. Those tunnels are made to look ancient, but in fact they were made a few years ago. There is a whole web of tunnels just below us that has spread far and wide. And this web of tunnels is the real Hidden Sound Village. What? 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 The three exclaimed together. Sasuke was not very interested at first, but when he heard Hidden Sound Village, all alarms in his head started to go off. You mean the village created by Orochimaru? Sasuke asked as he leaned forward to Yami in excitement and shock. The same. It's not a village like the other ones. It's a web of tunnels which has several labs in it. Yami said. But according to your instructions, we rallied up the villagers and had them rush in, wouldn't they be killed? Haku asked with utter concern. Kid, don't tell me you are ruthless enough to let innocent villagers be slaughtered? Zabuza asked. He wasn't in his relaxed position now. Ever since he found out that the tunnels belonged to Orochimaru, he realized how big this matter was. You are one to talk when you took contracts to do the same thing. Yami said as he smirked and looked at Zabuza, to which he took a deep breath in and said, yes, I admit what I did was wrong, but working for you made me feel I am on the right side for once. Don't worry, the villagers won't be killed. Orochimaru doesn't want to risk exposing his hideout, so he will most likely block their path or lead them away from the main tunnels. Yami said. If you know Orochimaru is going to do one of these things, then why did you have the tunnels invaded? I don't think it accomplishes anything. Sasuke asked. You are wrong. Once Orochimaru is on the defensive, that is all he can do. With so many people and ongoing experiments, he won't have the time to attack anyone or help anyone. He will constantly watch his back. All we need to do is isolate him to the point where he has to abandon almost everyone around him. Yami explained. It is almost time for Orochimaru to transfer his soul in someone else's body. I don't know who he found as a suitable candidate now that Sasuke is not in his grasp. Whoever it is, I must disrupt this plan of his, or he might become an unwelcome guest at the Kage meeting with the Akatsuki. Although the Akatsuki and Orochimaru are not on friendly terms, they might band together since I have crippled their power. If that happens, then it might work in my favor in the long run. I just need to make Orochimaru desperate enough that he has to go to the hidden rain to seek refuge. Yami thought. His plan was too simple once all the external factors were set aside. Chase the snake out of his hole. Make him think that everyone around him is his enemy and that the only safe heaven is the hidden rain which is ruled by the Akatsuki. Since the Akatsuki is also desperate for manpower after 2 consecutive losses, they won't think twice before taking him in. If the leader was Pain as everyone thinks, then it might be different, but now that Tobi has started to make moves himself, Pain is just a puppet. Chapter 385, Shake the Jar. So what's the plan now, and what are we going to do if Lady Tsunade found out about it? Sasuke asked, to which Yami looked at his brother with a smile and said the question isn't if she finds out but when she finds out. The land of hot water borders the land of fire and has plenty of outposts and spies spread over to secure the border. They will definitely find out, and don't worry, I will give Lady Tsunade an answer before she even asks for it. Are we going to fight Orochimaru? Zabuza asked. Although he knew that Orochimaru was the one who nearly killed the 3rd Hokage, he wasn't scared. He was excited to fight. All these years Yami hadn't allowed him to expose his existence to the shinobi world, so Zabuza didn't get into many fights. You all are going to chase and kill as many as you can find. As for killing Orochimaru, he is too slippery, so just run away if you face him. For now, our aim is to chase him away. Yami said. That is a bit disappointing, but still I am in, so when are we leaving? Sasuke asked, to which Yami just stood up and said, right now, the villagers are storming the tunnels as we speak, so we can't be late to such a party. The others stood up as well and left the bath along with Yami. A few minutes later, all of them were ready for battle and stood outside the bathhouse. Can I use my sword now? I am dying to try my strength with it. Zabuza requested, to which Yami shook his head and said no. Not yet. We need to hide your identity as long as we can. In fact, I want you and Haku to wear masks to cover your face, and don't even think about wearing your hidden mist headbands. You aren't getting any points for doing good work. Zabuza and Haku hesitated a bit as they looked at each other, but eventually agreed to all of Yami's instructions. Seeing this, Sasuke leaned toward Yami and said, you sure boss them around like your lackeys. Yami chuckled and said, if they were smart enough to understand why I do what I do, then I wouldn't have to tell them anything. I will take on a smart enemy rather than a dumb friend any day. Yami then turned toward the shinobis that were guarding the bathhouse and said, one of you lead us to the tunnel entrances. And the ones who are staying here, report anything suspicious. I am sure your superiors have told you how to do that. One of the guards nodded and said, yes, Yami-sama, we have been provided with a bat messenger to send any important messages. We will be closing the bathhouse now and patrolling the village for any unusual activity. For the next few minutes, one of the guards led Yami and the others through the forest to another nearby village. It didn't take long for them to notice the chaos that was caused near a mountain. As Yami and the others reached there, the group of villagers who were talking amongst each other stopped talking and turned toward the 2 Uchihas. The first thing they noticed was their hidden leaf headbands. Are you from the Hidden Leaf? One of the villagers asked, to which Yami nodded and said, yes, my name is Yami Uchiha and this is my brother Sasuke Uchiha. We were on the way to a mission when we heard the commotion and stopped. What is the matter? Who are the others then? The villager asked, to which Yami replied, they are mercenaries we hired to travel. The explanation was fairly straightforward, so the villagers didn't hesitate to share their worries and said, for the past year or two, people of different ages would go missing from our villages. We didn't think much since only a fraction of them were from our village and the rest were just travelers, but recently a few children went missing and we found a tunnel entrance hidden here. At first, we didn't know it was an entrance, but suddenly a needle came from the jungle and hit this part of the mountain, revealing the entrance. As he was saying, another villager stepped forward and said, after the entrance was revealed, a few shinobis came and told us that the person kidnapping the people and kids stay in these tunnels. They have now gone to get some help, so we rushed inside the tunnel, but after a few hundred meters, the tunnel collapsed. Yami turned towards Zabuza and said, go in the tunnel and check the collapsed part. We need to make sure if the tunnel ends there or it's just an obstacle in front of us. Zabuza did just as Yami told him and rushed inside. Yami then turned to Haku and said, "You and me will find if there is some other entrance while elder brother stays here with the villagers for the time being." As Sasuke heard that, he creased his eyebrows and asked, "How did I get stuck with babysitting?" "Because you are the eldest among the two of us, so the villagers will feel secure. If any villager dies because we acted on our own, it will create a lot of problems back home," Yami said. All right, you make my job sound important. You have convinced me, but promise me that if you encounter any enemies, you will call me to participate," Sasuke insisted. Yami nodded and left the crowded place with Haku while Sasuke stayed with the villagers. "Haku, do you see any other illusion barriers set up?" Yami asked as they began to surveil the mountain for any other entrance. "No. It took a few days before I was able to find the first entrance, and this was the only one I found on this side of the mountain. There could be a hidden one somewhere along the valley, but Zabuza said it would be dangerous to search in that terrain and we could be ambushed anytime," Haku replied. He isn't as dumb as he looks. Come with me. We have to find people who don't belong here carrying a lot of luggage. Are you sure that they will move?" Haku asked, to which Yami nodded and said they have to. Orochimaru has lived this long despite having 1,000 enemies by being extremely cautious and paranoid. He wouldn't just stay put when people are surrounding him. As they were talking, Yami stopped and bit his thumb, forcing a drop of his blood to fall on the ground. He bent a little and drew a circle with some character and design inside it. Haku, who was watching this, didn't understand what Yami was doing, but black smoke started to appear from letters and characters Yami was drawing. Soon the circle became a complete black hole, and that's when Yami slammed his thumb in the middle of it and shouted, "Cave of the Bloodstained." For a second, nothing happened, but then nearly 20 to 30 bats came out from the hole and flew in the sky. Yami stood back up and looked up to see all the bats had dispersed in various directions. "They aren't strong like my other summons, but they sure can spread out and find something for me. With this, I don't need to command them the whole time, and they only send useful pieces of information to me telepathically," Yami said as he dragged his leg over the circle that he had just made. "Now what do we do? Should we go back and check up on Zabuza and your brother?" Haku asked. He understood that they wouldn't have to roam around the village now that Yami had sent his summons for that measly work. "No need. I am sure that Zabuza will investigate the tunnel properly and Sasuke will take action to explore it more," Yami said with a smirk. "Huh? But didn't you tell the two of them not to make any moves until you ordered them to?" Haku questioned. He didn't want Zabuza to do something stupid and get his heart ripped out. He had seen how brutal Yami can be. "So what? Do you think that is going to stop my brother from making his move? And Zabuza isn't as disciplined as you want me to think. He is also the curious type, so I am sure they both will decide to explore the tunnel further. What we need to do is disguise ourselves and get mixed in the village. The alternate tactic I can think of in this situation is that Orochimaru will do something to create a big distraction and then sneak out between the chaos." "A big distraction? What could that be?" Haku asked, to which Yami replied, "I don't know it just yet, but I am sure that whatever it is, it will put the lives of these villagers in danger. That snake is truly a despicable one. Don't worry, I will make sure that none of his plans become successful," Haku said with determination as he clenched his fist and started walking inside the village. Chapter 386, Sasuke's New Ally. The cave entrance, same time. While Sasuke was asking the villagers a variety of questions to determine what was happening and what the villagers saw, Zabuza was busy inside the cave finding out if the collapse was man-made and how deep was it. After a few minutes, Sasuke withdrew himself from the crowd and stood in front of the cave. He saw Zabuza come out of the cave at the same time. "So what conclusion have you come to after seeing the collapse?" Sasuke asked. "The collapse is obviously man-made and it is pretty heavy as well. I think they didn't stop at one explosion. They knew that someone who tried to dig out the big pieces and start exploring the tunnel again, so they created multiple explosions," Zabuza answered. It was just as Sasuke feared. the cave was no longer a path they could take if they wanted to explore the tunnels in such a short time. But Sasuke wasn't one to give up this easily. He looked back at the villagers and whispered, "Do you think these people can dig fast?" Hearing this, Zabuza also glanced at the villagers. Even though they looked poor, but their strength was nothing to scoff at. They do look strong, but without having their bodies nourished by chakra, how useful do you think they will be? And we can't make a decision when Yami isn't here. We just need extra hands to get the debris out, and most likely we will connect back to the tunnels. How much time do you think Yami and Haku will take to find a new hidden entrance and remove the seal on it? Come on, if you are just scared of Yami, then say so. Sasuke chuckled. The last part got Zabuza good because his face immediately took a tint of red. You are saying this because you are his brother. If I say something like this, then... Zabuza said as massaged his neck, checking if it was still connected. Sasuke could understand why Zabuza feared Yami to this extent. He had seen Yami's strength firsthand. He reassured Zabuza as he said, "Leave this to me. If he asks, then tell him that I did this on my own and you tried to stop me." Without waiting for Zabuza to give the go-ahead, Sasuke went back to the villagers and said, "I know you all have gone through a lot already, but I need to ask you for more." The tunnel was collapsed by those who were inside it. We can't let them get away this easily, especially after hurting the villagers. The village chief looked at the villagers around him and said, "These people have to come help us even though we don't have to. We don't come under the land of fire and they have no obligation to help us, but still they are. The least we can do is listen to them." Seeing the village chief was on his side, Sasuke proceeded with his request and said, "The tunnel is blocked by big stones. We will break them down into smaller ones. We just need you all to scoop them up and dump them outside the cave. This way we expect the debris to be cleared in no time and we can explore the tunnel further." But what if something happens to us? What if the ones inside the tunnel attack us? One of the female villagers asked in fear. Sasuke glanced back at Zabuza once and said, "Nothing like this will happen because this guy here will be with you guys inside the cave helping you break down the big debris. He is stronger than he looks and has been hired to protect even at the cost of his own life." The villagers looked to the side at Zabuza, which made Zabuza a little nervous. He quickly paced towards Sasuke and whispered, "Why am I stuck on digging duty? Didn't you say that I can pretend to be against this plan?" Sasuke shrugged his shoulders and whispered, "All right, I will go inside then and you can stay outside the cave so that you can answer Yami's questions when he comes back." Without a single word, Zabuza walked inside the cave and said, "Come inside all of you, I will take care of you in here." Sasuke chuckled as he saw a grown man behave like this and signaled the village chief to go inside the cave with the villagers. For the next hour and a half, the villagers continued to bring out baskets filled with debris and drop them off at the side of the cave. From time to time, they would also take breaks. Some old women and children who were not physically fit to work in the cave prepared food for the others and made sure everyone was well fed. As Sasuke was looking at all this, he saw the woman who had expressed her fear earlier walk towards him with a bowl of soup. "This is for you, your friend in there has been protecting everyone for a long time now. It would be good if he could come out and eat as well. I know you shinobis are trained to work under high-pressure situations, but..." Sasuke didn't let her finish her sentence and said, "I understand, I will go in and send him out." The woman smiled as she heard that and said, "Fill your belly first and then you can go." "I will prepare more," she said, and went back to the others. "It seems that you can't stay put, brother." Yami's voice sounded in Sasuke's ears. Sasuke looked to the side, but there was no one. Just as he was about to look back, he felt the weight of the soup bowl lessen. He looked to the other side and saw Yami holding the soup bowl and smelling it. "It smells delicious. It is amazing how the dish tastes so different here. The crops that grow in this area are different from the ones that grow in the land of fire," Yami said as he drank a spoonful of soup. "The water that appears around this area is naturally hot and that has changed the entire way they farm. Even the soil is different. I am sure they taught us about it in the Shinobi Academy," Yami said as he watched his brother empty the entire bowl. "I thought I told you to stay put," Yami said as he looked at the villagers still bringing out baskets full of debris. I am your brother and not your subordinate to follow your instructions word to word. For the record, Zabuza was against this and I forced him to do it. Sasuke clarified. Yami was going to give a fitting reply to this, but then a villager waved his hand above his head to get Yami's and Sasuke's attention and shouted, "The mercenary is saying that the other side of the tunnel is now visible. He is calling you inside. See, my way paid off, didn't it?" Sasuke said as the brothers started walking toward the cave, but then Yami saw a small bat gunning towards him. "Looks like you aren't the only one with news," Yami said as he lifted his hand and the bat sat on it upside down. It made some noise which sounded like a random noise to Sasuke and the others, but not to Yami. He looked at his brother and said, "There is some movement deep inside the jungle east of here. It might be another entrance from where they are bringing out everything from inside the cave." "That's great. Me and Zabuza will go inside the tunnel from here and investigate while moving forward. You and Haku can pinch them from the other end of the tunnel. This way the slippery snake that you talked about won't have any escape." Yami didn't like the plan, but he knew that his brother was strong enough to handle himself and Zabuza had also trained a lot the past few years. He decided to trust them for now and said, "Alright, we can do that, but your goal is to only explore and push them towards me. I don't want you getting into fights in such an enclosed place. And yes, tell Zabuza to switch his sword to his favorite one while inside the tunnel. Everyone, come out of the cave now. We are going to explore the tunnel. I want all of you to go far from here. There is no one to protect you all out here while we all are focused on catching Orochimaru and his accomplices," Sasuke said as he pulled out his sword and walked inside the cave. Chapter 387, Pinching the Enemy. After Sasuke entered the cave, he saw Zabuza standing in front of a mountain of debris, sweating and pushing everything to the side. "I was told that we can see the other side of the tunnel now," Sasuke said as he looked at the small hole from where light was coming from. Zabuza took a heavy breath and said, "Why, yes, this is it right here. I am just clearing everything around it right now, so that we don't get ambushed when we try to go in. Pull out your favorite sword, Zabuza," Yami's orders. "And stand to the side, I will show you how to make way," Sasuke said as he started running, and the next second Zabuza heard a familiar sound. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Sasuke's hand started glowing, and instead of a ball of lightning being formed, it was more like a cone. The one that Kakashi used was different. This seems more powerful, Zabuza thought, and the very next moment, Sasuke stabbed the Chidori in the hole, practically blowing everything around him up. The big explosion caused the dust to spread out of the cave, which reduced Zabuza's visibility. When the dust settled, Sasuke was standing on the other side of the tunnel, and now the hole had become big enough for two people to go through at the same time. Zabuza saw that there were lamps and rooms on the other side where Sasuke was standing. Sasuke looked back and said, "You coming or not?" This brought a grin on the man's face as he took out a scroll from his jacket and pulled out a big strong from inside it. This sword was the executioner's blade. It had the ability to regenerate from the iron inside the blood. Zabuza looked at the sword, caressed it with his hand and whispered, "I can't tell you how much I missed you. I won't lock you up like that ever again, even if that tyrant orders me to." He didn't have the luxury of time to keep talking to his blade, so he just attached it to back and followed Sasuke. While Sasuke and Zabuza had made entry inside the tunnels and would face Orochimaru's underlings any minute now, Yami was now headed toward where his bat had spotted unusual activity. On the way there, he had picked up Haku as well. Although he was a little unwilling due to the amount of bloodbaths happening in Yami's presence, he had little to no choice. After running on the roofs of the house for a while, they had now entered the jungle and their speed was slowing down as they reached near. "How are you going to handle this, Yami?" Haku asked hesitantly. Confused by this question, Yami looked back and asked, "What do you mean by that? Do you doubt if Orochimaru and his subordinates are our enemy or not?" No. 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 I just want to know if you are just going to kill everyone the moment we reach there, or if are we going to follow them for a while and wait for the night?" Haku asked, waving both his hands, denying what Yami had just complied. "I do not have the time to follow them, and Orochimaru will catch on to it quickly, so the only option I've got is to attack him," Yami said, but Haku wasn't done with his questions. After completely ignoring him for so many years, why have you suddenly thought of poking the bear? Or the snake, as you like to call him. Yami kept looking at the people loading the carriages and said because he won't mess up things during the Kage meeting if he is running to find a new hideout, while attacking on the legendary Sannin just as a precaution. You sure are someone I can never understand. So what do you want me to do? Oh, I have just the perfect job for you, which will keep you away from the bloodbath and also make you useful in the fight. Come here, Yami said as he whispered something into Haku's ear. By the time Yami and Haku were conspiring, a few more people had come out of the cave with a lot of luggage. Some started carefully placing the luggage in the carriage while the others were getting ready to take the reins of the carriage into their own hands. As one of the carriage drivers walked forward to sit in the front and take the reins, he heard some sound in the nearby bushes. Just as he went a little closer and parted the bushes aside with his own hands, he felt a red light blast in his face. The man closed his eyes and took a few steps back. Instinctively, he heard his friend's voice. Soul, what are you doing there? Get on your carriage right now. Orochimaru-sama will be coming any second now and we need to be ready to leave at a moment's notice. Yeah, I thought I saw something here. Did you see the flash of light? Soul asked his friend, to which the friend replied, what are you talking about? It must be because you have stepped out into the sun after a long time. I told you gathering resources from the nearby villages was a better option, but you had become a chore boy in the tunnels. What are you two chatting about? Shut up and get ready, a brown boy with 4 arms said. His name was Kidamaru and he is one of the Sound 4. In the anime, it would have been Sound 5 since Sasuke was also one of them. Every member of the Sound 5 had the curse seal. Orochimaru had made it sound like a holy blessing, and so the shinobis of the hidden Sound village were trying their best to gain the snake's acknowledgement. What are you two weasels up to? Kidamaru asked, to which Soul's friend replied, I am already ready, Kidamaru-sama, but where are we going now? For now we need to get out of Land of Hot Water. Orochimaru-sama will tell us where to go next. Kidamaru said, and a few seconds later a group of shinobis walked out of the tunnel with Orochimaru and Taiyuya in the middle. Soul and his friend, who were sitting in the front of the carriage, immediately became quiet and looked in the front. They didn't even want to get noticed by Orochimaru. Yami, who was watching all this from the side, didn't even set his eyes directly toward Orochimaru. He knew that Orochimaru's perception was extremely sensitive, and even a gaze or a lingering sensation of bloodlust from Yami could alarm Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, will the two of them be enough? I think we should send Jirobo as well, Taiyuya said hesitantly. For getting rid of a handful of border guard shinobis and a village of non-shinobis, Sakan and Yukon are more than enough. I have given them strict instructions to not let anyone in that village live, Orochimaru said as he started checking a few containers that were stored in the carriage. I wouldn't have left in such a hurry if it wasn't a critical stage of my experiment. The time to make Kimimara's body mine is near. I should have pounced on the chance when I had those Uchiha brats in front of me. Although they wouldn't have been as good as Itachi, they would be pretty strong and healthy. Now I don't even have to fear the Akatsuki since one of their members is dependent on me, Orochimaru thought. It was embarrassing for him to sneak out of a small place like this, but this wasn't the time to attract attention. He needed to settle in a new base, and that too quickly. Have everyone remove the hidden sound headbands and wear attire suitable to merchant guards. You all also suppress your chakra to make yourself look weak. Make sure to use the money to get through and avoid any kind of fight. The containers must not be damaged, Orochimaru said, to which Taiyuya and Kidamaru both nodded. After a few minutes, the carriage started. Even though they were moving slowly and Yami had plenty of openings to attack, he couldn't because Zabuza and Sasuke hadn't crossed through all the tunnels yet. Seeing that the distance between the tunnel exit and the carriage is increasing, Yami decided to send a bat inside the tunnel to see what's the holdup. It didn't take long for him to realize what the holdup was. Just as he had heard, Orochimaru had left 2 of his henchmen Sakan and Yukon inside the tunnel, and right now these 2 were fighting with Sasuke and Zabuza. Although Yami thought that the fight would be one-sided with Sasuke and Zabuza emerging victorious, the coordination shown by Sakan and Yukon was commendable. They would merge with one another and even separate at will. Just when Sasuke and Zabuza gained a little upper hand using mist techniques and Chidori, the two sound shinobis activated their trump card. Chapter 388, Wrestling with the Snake. Their trump card was not something anyone had ever fought before. It was the curse mark. A kind of power that Orochimaru had harnessed from Yugo and plenty of human research and experiment. He had given it to the Sound 4 as a last resort. It would increase the user's strength, almost doubling it, and sometimes even grant new power. Although it was very unstable and the user who felt backlash after using it, Sakan and Yukon didn't hesitate one bit. They might have underestimated Sasuke and Zabuza at first, thinking that they were weak border guards, but now after seeing the Sharingan and the mist techniques in action, they had decided to go all out. At this rate, Sasuke and Zabuza won't be able to reach me, and Orochimaru might even leave the forest safely. The plan I made with Haku will also go to waste. If I am going to do something, then I need to do it now. Yami thought as he left his hiding place and started moving swiftly toward the carriages. Among the two carriages, one was full of just luggage like containers, notes, chemicals, and specimens, while the other was filled halfway with essentials and the main fighting force of the Hidden Sound, which included Orochimaru, Yugo, Jirobo, and Kimimaro. Tayuya and Kidamaru were riding on a horse beside the carriage, dressed like simple guards. Seeing no option but to attack now, Yami started moving closer to one of the carriages. Especially the one that Soul was riding. As he reached a certain distance, he snapped his fingers. The sound of it was immediately noticed by Soul, but since his carriage was full of luggage and the other carriage wasn't much close, no one else heard it. As the sound of the snap fell off Soul's ears, his eyes went blank, and with a sudden jerk, he tilted toward the other carriage and pulled the reins as well, forcing the horses to sway leftward, which caused Soul's carriage to slam onto the other carriage. The horses of the other carriage, as well as the solo ones carrying Tayuya and Kidamaru, neighed loudly as they saw this. The carriage in which Orochimaru and the others were sitting was tipped off to the side of the road. Something so trivial was never going to hurt Orochimaru and his subordinates, but hurting wasn't Yami's plan. It was chaos. Orochimaru and the others quickly jumped out of the carriage to see where the attack came from. Although none of them felt an attack coming, they still looked around but couldn't see anything. While Orochimaru's subordinates were searching for the enemy, Orochimaru's attention was on the mess that had spread on the road. His notes, specimens, and precious samples had been rolling on the road, crushed and destroyed. How the hell did this happen? Orochimaru asked, to which Kidamaru said the rider of the other carriage suddenly turned to the left, causing the crash to happen. Bring him here. Two shinobis dragged Soul toward Orochimaru and left him on his knees. Orochimaru lifted Soul's head, saw his blank eyes, and understood what had happened. He looked at Tayuya and said, "There is definitely an enemy around us. This guy is under a Genjutsu now, but when I came out of the cave, he was fine, which means that his Genjutsu was triggered, and for that, the caster needs to use the trigger in close proximity." Tayuya and the others started to look around while Orochimaru tried to salvage as much as he could from the luggage. "Orochimaru-sama, we should enter the dense forest and search. The bastard couldn't have gone far by now," Tayuya said, to which Orochimaru looked at her angrily and said, "A border guard isn't capable of doing this with me being in the vicinity. Whoever he is knows who we are and how to deal with us. Don't wander around." Orochimaru warned, and 5 to 6 of his snakes fell from his sleeves and spread in different directions. Yami tried his best to navigate himself and avoid detection by the snakes or by Hidden Sound shinobis. Just when he thought that he was in the clear, he felt an attack coming toward him. He quickly dodged the attack using substitution jutsu and changed his location. He turned to the side to look at his last location and saw a big green snake holding a crushed log in its mouth. The snake wasn't one of the snakes Orochimaru spread, but it was Orochimaru's tongue. Even though Yami evaded the attack just in time, he saw that Orochimaru was looking straight at him. Just when I thought I couldn't get my hands on an Uchiha, one of them showed up. What a surprise! Orochimaru said while taking his tongue back inside. "Catch him," Kidamaru shouted, pointing at Yami, but Orochimaru stopped him and said, "It's been a while since I have had some fun. Just surround him for now and don't let him escape." I will take care of him personally. Even though Kidamaru didn't like this solution, he didn't have any option and he instructed everyone to surround Yami. Orochimaru in the meanwhile opened his mouth wide. At first, Yami thought the green snake would appear again, but two hands appeared from it and held the mouth open to peek its head out. It was pretty disgusting not only for Yami but even the sound shinobis to watch an Orochimaru come out of Orochimaru's mouth. But this Orochimaru was a snake from the waist down. It had the body of a green snake and he slid with utmost ease and covered a great distance in a matter of seconds to reach closer to Yami. Yami was unfazed by this and waved his hand a few times, throwing blades made of wind chakra toward Orochimaru. At first, Orochimaru thought that the blades wouldn't do much as they were hardly visible and Yami had thrown them in a hurry, but when the first blade touched Orochimaru's arm and instead of getting destroyed it left a wound and a wave of compressed air, Orochimaru stopped and slid to the side, dodging the rest of the blades. Even though this kid created those blades in a hurry, they were sharp enough to cut my skin, and not only that, when the blade was destroyed, it released a wave of pressurized air, breaking my momentum completely. Orochimaru thought. He again sped toward Yami, but Yami just kept throwing blades and moving through the dense forest left and right. Till when are you planning to play this hide and seek with me, kid? Orochimaru said. He was right, because Yami wasn't getting anywhere with these attacks. He had to spend chakra to create those blades while Orochimaru had to just move around. Even the attacks that Yami launched, most of them would not even connect with Orochimaru, and even those that would connect, the wounds wouldn't be deep enough for Orochimaru to care about it. They would heal within a matter of seconds. Just because he got some fame, did he think he is strong enough to go against Orochimaru-sama? Taiyuya asked, to which Kidamaru chuckled and said he is just an overconfident kid whose strength has been exaggerated by the hidden leaf. Watch how Orochimaru-sama tear him apart. If that's what you think, then it's a big mistake. A voice sounded behind Taiyuya which suddenly made them turn back. It's you, the Tobi guy from Akatsuki. Taiyuya said. Kidamaru, who had no idea who he was, raised him weapons. The Akatsuki has also got wind of us. We must leave before the others arrive. He said, warning everyone to be cautious of Tobi, but Taiyuya stopped them immediately. Don't get riled up so quick. We met him inside the tunnel. He is here to receive treatment from Orochimaru-sama. The Akatsuki aren't our enemies anymore. The sound shinobis looked at Kidamaru and waited for his signal. Kidamaru, who trusted Taiyuya to some extent, nodded and lowered his weapons. He glanced at Orochimaru and Yami and asked, what do you mean by a big mistake? The kid is getting played with by Lord Orochimaru. That's what he will make you think until he finds a suitable moment to strike. Orochimaru said. He then looked at Orochimaru and said, the kid is planning something, so be careful for now. Hearing this, Orochimaru took the warning seriously, because he knew that even though Tobi didn't care one bit about him, Tobi needed him to heal his arm. I don't like people doubting me. It seems like I will have to stop my fun and put an end to this. Orochimaru said and pounced toward Yami. He had already anticipated all the moves that Yami could make in this situation, which included dodging, blocking, and even counterattacking, but to his surprise, Yami didn't move a single step, nor did he pull out his sword. He just stood there and smiled. Chapter 389, Chaos with the Snake. Orochimaru and the others were confused as to why Yami wasn't making any move. Even though hesitant, Orochimaru didn't stop and even became more focused as he stretched his smile while slithering his tongue over his lips as if he was going to devour Yami any second now. But the smile didn't last long when he felt some force stopping him from moving forward. It wasn't just putting force on his wrist, but on different parts of his body. That's when he noticed that the force wasn't just stopping him from moving toward Yami, it was stopping him from moving anywhere. What's happening? Why did Orochimaru-sama stop? Taiyuya asked. Is he floating midair? Kidamaru asked as he tried to look closely. No, look properly, he hasn't stopped by himself. But he is being restricted by Yami. Tobi said as he tilted his head a little. The others also adjusted their angle a little and saw the moonlight not just shine on the forest trees and grass, but also on something else. What the hell is that? Kidamaru asked, trying to step forward when Taiyuya placed her hand on his chest and said, no, what you are seeing is right. The whole perimeter that we are surrounding is covered in thin thread. Seeing that the thread is strong enough to hold Orochimaru-sama, we won't stand a chance if we get caught in it. While this was happening, Orochimaru had recovered from the shock that he had been trapped. He tried to wiggle a little, but only by moving his fingers a little. Yami tightened the grasp of the thread. Not just that, Yami also spread Orochimaru's hands and legs, giving him less chance of movement. So this was your plan all along? Yami Uchiha, you are more cunning than I thought. I must admit I didn't expect such a strategy from a guy like you, but how are you planning on killing me and dealing with my people surrounding you? Orochimaru asked. To a certain extent, Orochimaru was right, because killing him wouldn't be a piece of cake, and Yami knew that and had made his peace with it. But about the rest of the shinobis from the Sound Village. Killing so many people would definitely attract a lot of attention, and it would tire Yami if he decided to fight everyone one by one. And now on top of that, Tobi had crashed the party without an invitation. Yami looked to the side toward Tobi and said, "Long time no see, Tobi. What brings you here?" "I thought the Akatsuki and Orochimaru weren't on good times since he tried to steal my brother's eyes." Tobi knew that Yami was just making fun of him, but instinctively, his hand touched the shoulder where his arm was severed. Giving a cheeky smile at that, Yami said, "Oh, you are here to fix what I broke? That is some real good timing, isn't it?" Angered by Yami's taunt, Tobi moved forward. For someone like him who could go through even shinobi bodies and jutsus, a handful of threads was no difficult task. "You have created more problems than I could possibly imagine," Tobi said as he walked toward Yami. He knew that both of Yami's hands were busy keeping Orochimaru tied up and the sound shinobis at bay, so the only way to save himself from Tobi's attack would be to abandon half of the threads and focus on Orochimaru and Tobi. But contrary to Tobi's expectations, Yami clapped his hands once, transferring the threads that were restraining Orochimaru onto the other hands. Orochimaru was not happy to see that, but Taiyuya and the others saw that the threads that were around the perimeter had gotten a bit loose. "Move forward now, Yami doesn't have as much control over the threads as he used to. This is our time to attack," Taiyuya said as she and the two other of Sound Force stepped forward while the other Sound Shinobis rushed at Yami from all directions. "You have taken a bite bigger than you could chew. I am so excited to see you become mincemeat," Orochimaru said, but he noticed that Yami's composure even in this situation hadn't shaken even a little. Yami pulled out his sword and cut the threads connected to his ring finger and pinky finger. The fingers were untouched, but the threads were swiftly cut, causing the webs of thread to move in an unexpected manner. This was unexpected for Orochimaru and the others, but for Yami, things were going according to his plan. Just when Orochimaru thought that the grip on him was going to come loose and he was going to find some loophole to escape, the threads that covering the perimeter started to wind themselves around him. His wrist, which at first had only 2 loops restricting it, now had 4, and the same goes for his ankles. The worst was for his neck, where at first there were only 5 loops to hold his head in place, now it had 12 loops. The 12 loops had formed a mesh-like pattern, which meant even if Orochimaru extended his neck like he did during the Kanen's Chunin exam to bite Sasuke, the mesh would still cover the long neck and apply the same amount of pressure. Seeing the threat increase on their lord's neck, the sound shinobis screamed and started racing toward Yami, and that's what he wanted. "Haku!" Now Yami shouted, and the very next second, number mirrors the size of 5 by 3 feet fell from the thick trees and stopped midair under them. The sound shinobis stopped when they saw this happen, and 2 shinobis were even cut in half because they were under the tree during that time. "What is this?" Kidamaru asked as he looked around. Kimimaro held the side of his chest, and 2 curved bones with a pointed end stuck out of his skin, which he easily broke and held in his hand as weapons. The shinobis were about to rush again, but they saw a figure in those mirrors for less than a second. Before they could even realize what they saw, they heard a scream. They looked in the direction of the scream and saw a hand with a knife protruding out of the mirror and stabbing a sound shinobi's neck. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he saw this. He looked at the mirror with a greedy gaze and said, "This is the mirror jutsu of the Yuki clan. I am sure of it. I heard that they were all killed, but seems like I was wrong. You have truly brought me a precious specimen, Yami." Orochimaru said as the smile he had lost a few seconds ago came back to his face, and this time it was more sinister. Tired of hearing Orochimaru's BS, Yami decided to put an end to it and rotated his wrist once and pulled the threads, making the mesh on Orochimaru's neck close up altogether, crushing his neck entirely. Tayuya and the others' eyes widened in shock as they saw it. Lord Orochimaru, who they thought was invincible, his head was flying in the air and his limp body was falling on the ground. Tobi's focus wasn't on Orochimaru but on Yami, and he noticed one thing. There was no smile or sense of satisfaction on Yami's face, and that was because before the mesh could close up fully, Orochimaru's eyes had become completely blank, and it meant only one thing: the snake had shed his skin. Not wanting to let this chance go to waste, Yami covered his sword in lightning chakra and stretched his hand to stab Orochimaru's body, but the sword, instead of going to Orochimaru's flesh, went into the ground because Orochimaru's entire body had split into snakes and rushed in all directions, including burrowing inside the ground. A few snakes even pounced on the sound shinobis that came in their way and entered inside their mouth. The other sound shinobis, including the sound four, knew how brutal their lord was, so they weren't surprised in the least. Yami pulled back his sword and looked to the side toward Tobi, who had now changed direction and was trying to catch Haku. Tobi now knew that his best trick was not working against Yami, so the only thing he could do was catch the accomplice. Yami wasn't just going to let Tobi have his way, so he started walking toward Tobi, but four people stood in his way. These were Tayuya, Kidamaru, Jirobo, and Kimimaro. With the help of Kimimaro's bone, they had managed to break a few mirrors, which made the center of the perimeter completely safe from a sneak attack. "You aren't going anywhere, Yami Uchiha. This is where you fall," Tayuya said with confidence, but Yami just glanced to the side and smiled as he said, "I don't have time to play with lackeys like you, so I will let my lackeys deal with you." And he continued to walk. "We are not lackeys." Chapter 390, Zabuza vs. Tayuya. Two loud voices sounded from his side and launched an attack at the four sound shinobis. Kimimaro and the others were surprised by it, and they all used their weapons to block the attack. Kidamaru and Tayuya had to use their full strength to hold against a big sword, while Jirobo was kicked in the face, which caused him to fall on the ground and feel a little dizzy. Kimimaro looked at the fallen Jirobo, but he had no time to help his comrade up because he saw a sword heading straight towards his chest. Kimimaro immediately stretched his arm forward to cover his chest, but he was puzzled as to why he didn't feel the impact of the sword. He lowered his arm a little to look at the enemy in front and saw a stab coming at his stomach. He tried to swerve to the side as much as he could, and luckily the sword only grazed the sides of his stomach, missing any vital point. Without wasting any time, Kimimaro jumped back, pulling the fallen Jirobo in the process. He looked up and saw Sasuke standing in front of him. Kimimaro got back in an attacking stance and said, "You must be Sasuke Uchiha." Sasuke, who hadn't activated his Sharingan to avoid being identified, creased his eyebrows and asked, "You know who I am?" Kimimaro nodded and said, "Lord Orochimaru once showed me your photo as a potential body replacement." Sasuke didn't know what he meant, so he looked at Yami. "He means that Orochimaru was considering transferring his soul into your body," Yami answered as he kept walking toward Tobi. "How do you know this body replacement thing he is talking about?" Sasuke asked, but Yami didn't answer and continued to walk. Seeing that Yami was about to bypass them and move toward Tobi, Tayuya and Kidamaru decided to jump in front of Yami, but that thought was quickly put to a stop by a slash by Zabuza, which the two sound shinobis had to dodge by stepping back. This created more distance between them and Yami. "And who might you be?" Tayuya asked as she looked at Zabuza. The former mist shinobi had a mask on his face, but he still expected to be recognized by his sword. Seeing that he wasn't recognized, Zabuza felt a little insulted and decided to land a few more slashes toward the two sound shinobis. At first Tayuya and Kidamaru thought that he was just senselessly waving his sword, but after a few seconds, they realized that wherever he moved, a mist followed, which started to thicken over time, and within a matter of seconds, Yami had completely disappeared from their line of sight. "What do we do now? We don't even know which direction Yami Uchiha is in?" Kidamaru asked. He and Tayuya had realized just in time that they couldn't get separated in front of the current enemy, so they decided to stick their backs. "Let the Akatsuki guy handle Yami Uchiha. We must focus on the one in front of us. If he had to hide his face, then he must be someone well known. We can't underestimate the enemies now that we know there are multiple of them and this is a planned ambush. No need to hide our powers anymore. Orochimaru-sama must have reached a safe distance by now and most of our luggage is already destroyed, which must have made him furious. Just go all out, Tayuya said as she pulled out a flute and her physical body started changing. Her red hair started to become long and it turned orange while her skin started to turn brown. Her eyes, which looked normal until now, had become black with a golden circle in the middle. Seeing such a drastic change happen, Zabuza was surprised. Although Yami had already warned him about the cursed seal and its transformation, Zabuza was unable to understand as to what Tayuya was planning to do with the flute. "Are you planning to sing me a lullaby?" Zabuza asked as if to taunt her, but without getting provoked like a small-time shinobi, she started to play her flute. Zabuza instantly became alert as he heard this. The Hidden Sound Village. I thought the word sound was just for name's sake, but it turns out they truly use sound to attack. Zabuza muttered as he started looking around for an incoming attack. He didn't know what the flute was doing, but that didn't last long because Zabuza, who until now could see everything clearly through the thick fog, started to see the fog twist and twirl. "What is happening?" "Fog cannot move like that," Zabuza said. He smacked his own forehead with his fist twice to clear his mind, but before he could try to do more, the ground under his feet started to vibrate. He looked back and saw something coming at him through the fog. He was sure it was Tayuya or Jirobo because it was bigger than that. It was a giant that was headed towards him. "I can handle you, big guy," Zabuza said to the new enemy approaching him. He had an excited smile on his face, but that smile started to fade away when the big shadow turned into three big shadows, all of them heading towards Zabuza. "I knew I should have chosen the other two to attack. I should have left these two to Sasuke." Zabuza cursed his own fate. The next second, three big hands came through the fog, one of them holding a big black club while the other two were holding a large axe and a heavy metal rod. There was no chance that Zabuza was going to face all three of them at the same time, so he just jumped back. The three weapons fell on the ground instead of on Zabuza's sword and created a strong wind blowing away the mist and bringing Tayuya back into clear sight. Since when can she control such big and strong abominations with just a flute? "This is unacceptable," Zabuza said, to which Tayuya replied and said, "This is something I can normally do, but you have made me use my curse mark to the fullest extent, so be ready to die a horrible death." Just as she finished speaking, the surroundings around Zabuza changed and the ground started feeling like a swamp. His legs started to feel very heavy as if they were stuck inside the swamp. Zabuza then tried to use his sword as leverage to pull out his legs from the swamp, but he couldn't even pick his sword up because the middle of his arm started going limp and melting as if he was a wax statue. "Ugh, what the hell?" Zabuza cursed as he bit his own lip, forcing blood to trickle down his mouth to his chin. But even after feeling pain, the illusion didn't break, and with every second that was passing, more and more of his body was either going inside the swamp or just melting. Just when he thought that he needed to call Yami for help, he heard Sasuke's voice. "They are called sound shinobis for a reason, you idiot." Hearing this, a bell rang in Zabuza's head and all the helplessness that he was feeling a few seconds ago had disappeared. He immediately slapped his palm on his ear, making himself deaf from one side. He could do it with the other arm because in the illusion it had melted already. But making himself partially deaf did cause him to be disoriented, and the illusion started developing gaps like only one leg was in the swamp and the weight didn't seem as much as before, and his melted hand had now become normal again. Tayuya, who realized what had happened, increased the volume and tempo of the tune he was playing, but it was of no use because once the weakness of any jutsu has been exposed, there is no stopping it. Zabuza hit his other hand on his ear as well, making him temporarily deaf. All he could hear was a continuous beeping sound, which was annoying in itself, but now there was no illusion. But the fight wasn't over yet because the three big giants were still there. "I guess I can't hold back on you guys," Zabuza said as he rushed toward one of the giants with his sword. He created a water clone and exchanged places with his very fast numerous times to confuse them as to who the real one was. "Silent killing technique," Zabuza shouted as the mist started to envelop and both the Zabuza disappeared in it. Again with this king missed. Taiyuya muttered as she began to use her flute more vigorously. She used the other two giants to cover the giant that Zabuza was targeting. As she was searching for the direction Zabuza is going to attack the giant, she heard a voice come from her side. Yami says, why attack the puppet when the puppeteer is open to get attacked? Chapter 391, Annoying Curse Mark. Zabuza swung his sword toward Taiyuya's back. He was going for a serious injury and Taiyuya knew that she wouldn't be able to defend herself. Just when Zabuza thought that the outcome was decided, a white substance came flying towards him. He looked to the side while swinging his sword. On one side he could see blood splatter in the air, which meant that his sword had made contact with Taiyuya's body. He wasn't very cautious about the white substance because it didn't seem too dangerous. As the substance came near, it started to spread. Confused by what was happening, Zabuza stopped his sword slash midway and swung his sword to block the white substance. He expected some kind of impact, but instead of that, he felt restrained. He looked up and saw the white substance had stuck to his sword and his arms and had enveloped his body. What the hell is this? Is it some kind of spider web? Zabuza muttered as he saw a curse mark activated Kidamaru run toward him. Kidamaru swung his leg, putting all his strength, and kicked Zabuza's sword horizontally, pushing Zabuza back towards a tree. Before Zabuza could even react, Kidamaru spit another ball of web, attaching Zabuza to the tree. This curse mark is really becoming a bane of my existence, Zabuza said angrily. First the illusions of Taiyuya and now this. Kidamaru, who now had 6 arms protruding from his sides, aimed at Zabuza's head with bow and arrow. He was about to stretch the bow to attack Zabuza, but he looked to the side and saw Taiyuya, who was hanging between life and death. Kidamaru clicked his tongue in annoyance and, using 2 of his spare arms, picked up Taiyuya and threw her over his shoulder. Taiyuya, stay awake, we are going to get out of this, Kidamaru said as he took a few steps back and then turned around to run away. Damn it, Yami is going to grill me for not being able to deal with even one of them, Zabuza said in frustration as he used a water-style jutsu to cut the webs. Don't worry, you aren't alone who failed, Sasuke said as he walked towards Zabuza. He had multiple injuries on his body and his clothes were also somewhat torn. What happened to you? Were your opponents also tough? Zabuza asked with a light smile on his face. He wasn't feeling too bad anymore after hearing that Sasuke had also failed. The one who was using his own bones as weapons kept me at bay, while the meathead became too hard to handle after using his curse mark. But still I managed to sever the meathead's left arm and heavily injured the bone guy. I am sure that Orochimaru won't be able to transfer his soul into that guy's body anytime soon. I would have won if it wasn't for the third guy. Third guy? Who? I thought you were fighting with only 2 of them, Zabuza asked. I don't know, some savage with orange hair jumped in. He was also using Curse Seal, and his fighting style was also wild. The bone guy called him Yugo. I am going to kill him first the next time we meet, Sasuke said. Let's go see what Yami is doing, Zabuza said as they both started running toward the direction Yami had went in. As they went further, they saw multiple sound shinobi corpses fallen on the ground. They all seemed to be killed in a single attack. It must be Yami's doing. They continued their walk and saw Yami standing under a tree and Haku sitting beside him covered in sweat. What happened? Where did that Akatsuki guy go? Zabuza asked as he looked around. He left empty-handed today. He was chasing me while I kept dodging him with my mirrors, and Yami was chasing him. It was like a game of cat and mouse, Haku said while breathing heavily. Zabuza looked at Yami, who was staring at the sky. He approached Yami slowly and said, I am sorry, we failed to even kill one of the main guys, Zabuza said as he looked a little down. Yami, it's not our fault. The curse mark that they have is really something. It not just increased their overall strength but also gave new powers, Sasuke justified as he stepped forward. Even after being the elder brother and sharing the same blood, Sasuke couldn't guess a single thought that was going through Yami's mind. Yami looked at his brother and then at Zabuza as he asked, "Are the injuries you both have serious?" Both of them instantly shook their heads saying no. Yami held Haku's arm and made him stand up. He turned in the direction of the village and said, "Big brother, draft a letter about everything except these two and send it to Lady Tsunade." "What? Why? Didn't we perform this mission while sidelining Lady Tsunade's mission? She will be furious at us," Sasuke said. He wasn't wrong. Tsunade had entrusted them with an S-rank mission, and here they were picking a fight they were never supposed to have. "Don't worry about that. Tell her that we came across a few missing kids and decide to investigate. We managed to face Orochimaru and he ran away along with his subordinates. Also mention that we have kept him busy till the Kage meeting get finished, so that's one variable the Hidden Leaf needs to worry about short term." Yami iterated as he started walking. "That makes this mission sound like a win," Sasuke said, happy with his brother's shrewdness. "Where are we going now?" Haku asked, to which Yami turned back and said, "Right now we are going back to the bathhouse to tend to your wounds. After that you two go back to the village and take care of the villagers until I give you further orders. Sasuke, you will go on your way to carry out the S-rank mission given to you, and so will I." Seeing that Yami wasn't too pissed about not gaining any major victory in this fight, Zabuza and Sasuke sighed in relief and followed Yami. The four of them went back to the bathhouse where a Chinoite clan member tended to the injuries. All the while Yami didn't say anything. After a few hours, Yami left and headed towards the Hidden Stone Village. Sasuke, who needed a few more sticks than others due to the bone, rested for 3 more hours. His mission was way simple, as the Hidden Mist was already an ally. He wrote the letter like Yami had asked him to and sent it to the Hidden Leaf. For the next half a day Yami traveled in disguise as he crossed different lands to reach the Hidden Stone Village. This was a village he had never visited before, nor had he seen it in the anime. He crossed the Hidden Waterfall Village and even picked up a few clothes and trinkets to make him look like a tourist. He removed his headband and hid his sword as well. He just kept a small dagger in his clothes as protection, which everyone normally keep. As he reached the Hidden Stone, he saw that the entire village was encased by a wall made of stone and the village was safe inside. As he reached near the gate, he saw many carriages and people lining up. They were being checked one by one by the guards standing at the gate. Yami looked around and saw a small carriage only managed by 2 people. It wasn't a luxury carriage, but one to transport goods. Since they looked a little new at this, Yami approached them and asked, "Are you two looking to make a little more money?" The man at the front of the carriage looked to the side toward Yami and asked, "What do you mean, sir?" The other person immediately ran in front of Yami and said, "Big brother, why ask unnecessary things? Sir, please tell us what we need to do." Yami smiled as he noticed the greedy attitude of the second person. He pulled out his money bag and dangled it in front of the second person. "All you need to do is get me in. If asked, tell them that we 3 are business partners and are going to the village for business. There is no need to know more." The second person immediately took the money pouch and opened it to look at the money. The spark in his eyes got brighter as he looked at it. He immediately closed the pouch and shoved it inside his pocket. "Please sit on the carriage, sir. We will take care of the rest." The first brother tried to stop him, but the greedy one wasn't gonna let go of so much money. After waiting for 10 to 15 minutes, it was their chance to go inside. 2 guards approached the carriage and started asking questions. The second brother continued to sweet-talk the guards. "All right, let them in." The guards signaled the other guards as the carriage moved forward. Chapter 392, The Hidden Stone Village. As the carriage entered the Hidden Stone Village, Yami looked around and saw the atmosphere of the village. It was very different than the Hidden Leaf. Stone shinobis were roaming around the streets maintaining order, and everything was made of stone. There wasn't much greenery to see, but the people looked happy. The Hidden Stone has never been invaded, and they have mostly been the initiators of attacks rather than being the victims, so it is obvious that they aren't facing much problems here. The only problem with them is that, just like the Hidden Sand, they are extremely short on resources, and that is why I have to get them from other lands. Yami thought. He was still sitting on the carriage. The carriage took a few turns and stopped inside an empty warehouse. "Sir, this is a safe place. You can go on your way from here and no one will notice you," the second person said, but then he and Yami both heard a shout. "No, you ain't going anywhere." As they looked in the direction of the sound, they saw it was the big brother with an axe in his hand. "Big brother, what do you think you are doing?" the second person asked, to which the man replied, "He gave you so much money to just get him in, which means that he doesn't hold any good intentions toward our village. And you have helped such a person get in? Stop overreacting like that, big bro. Everyone in this world looks out for themselves, and with this money, we can't just clear our debt but also get new goods to sell," the second person said, showing the money pouch as a way to entice his brother with the deal. "We will do it, but not today. I gotta stop this man before he does something," the big brother said firmly as he started to walk toward Yami, but just as both the brothers were looking at Yami at the same time, Yami activated his Sharingan. Even though Yami was called the Genjutsu Demon, he hardly used Genjutsu because he thought that if someone can't even match up in strength, why waste chakra with illusions and mind games? The next second, both the brothers stood in front of Yami as if in a Genjutsu. "It was only you two who came on this carriage. You have been hired by a man who looks like me to escort me out of the hidden stone till the hidden land of hot water. This pouch filled with money is the entire payment for the mission." Yami iterated, expecting them to believe what was just told to them. The two brothers suddenly felt that they had woken up from a sleep. "Huh? Oh, it's our warehouse. Sir, who or why?" the first brother was about to ask when he saw the money pouch and remembered that he and his brother just made a deal. "Yes, sir, you told us that you needed us to escort you from here to the land of hot water. Can you give more details, like when are you leaving and why have you hired us of all people?" the first brother asked. While this was happening, the second brother stood to the side without uttering a single word. It was as if the entire deal was done by the first brother, which assured Yami that the Genjutsu was successful and the effect of this would last for days. "I don't know when I will be done with my work. But if it is done within the next 5 days, then we will need to leave. I am just hiring you because you need to be ready to leave at a moment's notice," Yami said, which convinced the big brother to a certain extent. It made sense to pay someone for such special service, and since the brothers didn't have much to do, they could always be ready to go when Yami came to them. "I will take my leave now," Yami said as he left the warehouse. He went to the market and got mixed in with the crowd so that no one would see him as a suspicious character. He could have used his summons or Genjutsu to get inside the hidden stone, but if some skilled guard spots the Genjutsu or the hidden stone has some countermeasures in place against certain jutsus, Yami could alert the entire village. With that, it would become hard to approach the Tsuchikage. I know that Tsuchikage Inoki won't take kindly to me sneaking inside his village, but he isn't a completely unreasonable man. With a little wit and show of force, I might be able to make him listen. First things first, let's make contact with the old man. It's not like I have ample amount of time to gather intel and then make a plan to act on it," Yami thought as he headed toward the big building in the center of the village. It was obvious that this building was the place where the Tsuchikage would sit. As Yami was casing the big building, he saw a familiar face. It wasn't a face he knew after coming here, but someone from the canon. It was none other than the current Tsuchikage's granddaughter and the future Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi. She was accompanied by 2 shinobis with whom she kept arguing about something. Yami decided to follow the group for a few minutes to see where it led. He knew that if he needed to pinpoint the old Kute's location, only his granddaughter could do it. As he was following, he could overhear what they were talking. His hypersensitive ears, due to being a bad summon, didn't need any kind of chakra, so there wasn't much risk. The only trouble would be excluding all the other sounds. "Why is he being so stubborn?" Kuratsuchi said in an annoyed tone. "Miss Kuratsuchi, you need to understand. Now is not the time to go off the rails and confront the Akatsuki," a shinobi standing beside her explained. "But how can we just let Deidara be when he caused so much destruction and death while leading our village? I was there. I have witnessed the chaos he caused because of his madness, and I won't rest until I bring him to justice. When did our village adopt such cowardice?" Kuratsuchi said as she folded her hands in anger and picked up her pace. This isn't cowardice, but simply waiting for the right opportunity. We ourselves have employed the Akatsuki a few times to do our bidding, and we know the power they hold but not the full extent of it. Attacking an enemy without knowing their full strength would be considered as recklessness, and Lord Tsuchikage would never make such a mistake. Grandpa has gotten old now and his back aches the whole time. I wonder if he can even fight. He needs to let someone young take over so that they can take gutsy decisions. Look at the other villages, the hidden leaf of which everyone is so jealous about. They not only managed to shield themselves from the Akatsuki's attack, but they also helped the hidden sand when the Akatsuki attacked and took the fight to their hideout. Even the hidden cloud village, whom we consider a mutually beneficial ally, has managed to kill an Akatsuki member. Kuratsuchi went on a rant about the Akatsuki. By the time the talks had come to this, Kuratsuchi and the two shinobis had reached a residential area. It seemed a little high-rise as compared to the ones Yami saw when he entered. These residential areas must be for the clans, that is why they seem in such a better state. Yami thought. He couldn't go much further without getting noticed because the number of stone shinobis in this area was high. Yami looked around and saw a few young shinobis enter a diner that was meant for shinobis and commoners alike. He entered the diner and saw that most of the people there were drinking alcohol and were busy in themselves. Yami went to the washroom and waited for someone useful to enter. This was the only place he could find where not many people came. The hidden mist was much more easy to infiltrate due to the forests and vast lands, but this village is inside closed walls and heavily guarded by the shinobis of this village. The Tsuchikage really controls every aspect of the village, and I don't know how much they have progressed regarding the stone golems, so it's better not to sneak in as a commoner. Yami thought as he heard a man walk in. The man seemed to be a stone shinobi who was very drunk and decided to come here and puke. As he was spilling his guts in the sink, Yami sneaked in behind him and knocked him down. Damn it, I can't even kill this one, Yami said as he dragged the unconscious shinobi to the toilet booth in the corner. Chapter 393, Guarding the Future Kage. After dragging the unconscious shinobi into the toilet booth, Yami stripped him of his shinobi clothes and anything that could indicate him being a shinobi. Yami tried to find some kind of identification related to the shinobi which would tell his name or something about his clan, but the man contained nothing of that sort. Yami pressed his pressure points and gave him a sedative to keep him unconscious for the rest of the day. After wearing the shinobi's clothes and using transformation jutsu, Yami turned into that shinobi completely. After leaving the washroom, he looked around to see if this guy had come with someone else, but no one was paying attention to him, so he started to leave when suddenly he heard a shout from the bar. "You better not run away, Shin," the bartender shouted. Yami looked around and saw the bartender looking at him furiously. "Why would I run away?" Yami said with an awkward smile. The last thing he wanted was to be the center of attention. "This isn't the first time you are leaving without paying. The fact that you are a guard at the Tsuchikage building doesn't mean you can take freebies. Pay me now," the bartender said in a threatening voice. The other shinobis who were also drinking just glanced at Yami and went back to drinking. This is every day for Shin. He just drinks here till evening and then sleeps till it's time for his shift at the Tsuchikage building. What a life. Yami heard different people talking. Turns out I took the face of a known troublemaker. It is actually a good thing because if I make any slip up, people will just ignore it thinking it's one of Shin's antics. Yami thought as he went to the bartender and paid for the drinks. The bartender did look a little surprised as he saw his worst customer pay all the money he owed without any argument. After leaving the diner, Yami decided to go into the high-rise areas where Kuratsuchi lived. For the first half an hour he walked around her house a few times, when he noticed that the two shinobis had come out of the house and the one Kuratsuchi was talking to left the area. The remaining shinobi were now standing outside Kuratsuchi's house. He sat on a chair nearby yawning. Yami decided to go and make some small talk with the man. Even though Shin, the man that Yami had transformed into, worked at the Tsuchikage building, he wouldn't have access to go too far inside and even get a glimpse of the Tsuchikage. "Hey, you on guard duty today?" Yami asked as he approached the guard. Shin, what brings you here? You being sober so early in the morning is really a surprise. The guard chuckled. He was obviously looking down on Shin, which was something Yami counted on. Yeah, just paid all my dues at the diner, so ran out of money. Yami said, to which the guard smiled and said, oh, now I get it. You're here to pick up some extra shifts. And now you are eyeing my shift, aren't you? The talk continued for the next few minutes, and in the end, Yami convinced the shinobi to let him do his shift. This idiot wasted so much time to just go from here. If I wasn't unsure about Kuratsuchi's sensitivity to chakra, I would have just used Genjutsu on this idiot and made him go away. Yami thought as he waited for the guard to leave the area. Just as he thought, the guard went straight toward the diner. Knock knock. Kuratsuchi heard the door to her house being knocked. After a few seconds, she opened the door and saw Yami standing outside her door with Shin's face. Who are you? And where is the guard? Kuratsuchi asked as she peeked out the door and looked to the side. I was told to replace him as he was needed somewhere else. But that is not why I came for. Yami said. Kuratsuchi was a little bit suspicious because the way Shin talked to her seemed way too casual. Even though she was just a jonin, her being the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage garnered her a tremendous amount of respect, so it was new for her to be treated like a normal shinobi. Oh, then why are you here? Kuratsuchi asked. Actually, someone from the Tsuchikage building just came and said that Lord Tsuchikage has asked for you to meet him urgently. Yami said. Huh? But I just met him an hour or so ago, and he said that he was too tired and would go home to sleep. Kuratsuchi said. Damn it, who knew that old man would bail out so early in the morning? Yami thought. He cleared his throat and said, the messenger said that you knew where to meet. He did? This doesn't sound right. Why would someone from the Tsuchikage building bring a message when Grandpa is at home? Kuratsuchi asked as she turned around to put on her utility bed. Yami understood that Kuratsuchi was getting suspicious about the whole thing, but she had pinpointed Shin to be a part of it. So he decided to take the initiative and said, Lady Kuratsuchi, this sounds suspicious. Should I go and find that shinobi who brought the message? I think you should stay here until we find out if the order was truly given. Yami said, which made Kuratsuchi believe that this guard was doing just as he was told. She just smiled and said, even though there is a mix-up in the orders, there is no issue. Just in case, he did ask for me, I should go and meet him, or else he might throw a tantrum later. I just hope he might have changed his mind. Kuratsuchi said, halfway just talking to herself. I will come with you as well, Kuratsuchi-sama. If my group leader finds out I let you go somewhere alone, he won't let me hear the end of it. Yami said, lightening the mood. Kuratsuchi also didn't pay much attention either and just nodded. As they left Kuratsuchi's house, she started walking toward the Tsuchikage building. For a minute Yami thought that Kuratsuchi was just testing him by saying that his grandfather was going to his house, but she didn't turn left when the main gate of the Tsuchikage building came. This puzzled Yami a little, but seeing that none of the guards around her were as flustered as him, he understood that she was telling the truth and they were now going to the Tsuchikage building. After passing by a building or two, Yami saw a big bungalow that seemed to be heavily guarded, and the only bungalow he saw greenery in. The rest of the village was just stone, mud, and sand, but here, there were plenty of flowers and they seemed to be carefully taken care of. Kuratsuchi noticed Yami looking around and asked, Is this your first time coming here at Grandpa's house? To which Yami nodded immediately. He still had to maintain the persona of a naive guard. Without saying anything, Kuratsuchi pushed the doors open and stepped inside. Just as she took a step inside, she peeked back out and said, I need to talk something secretive with Grandpa. So accept Shin here, have everyone else leave the premises, but stay on guard from outside threats and eavesdroppers. The guard gave a polite smile to Kuratsuchi, but as he turned toward Yami, he gave him a grudging look. Yami didn't have time to waste over a jealous colleague, so he just ignored it and went inside. As they stepped in, the first one to welcome them was a man in his 40s who was serving food on the table. He looked back with a surprise and said, Kuratsuchi, what a surprise! If I knew that you would be coming for breakfast as well, then I would have made something special. Huh? Grandpa called me here. I thought you would know about it as you handle all his meetings and communications as well. Kuratsuchi said. I do, at least I thought I did. Wait, let me see if Lord Inoki is ready. He does like to give some urgent orders bypassing me, but this is rather unusual, the man said as he went in. Is there a problem, Lady Kuratsuchi? Yami asked. Kuratsuchi was a bit surprised by the sudden respect Yami had shown her, but she said it's nothing, Shin. Grandpa acts illogical all the time. Even Uncle, who has been with him for the past 20 years, wasn't surprised. Kuratsuchi then walked ahead toward the main hall and sat on the sofa. She looked at Yami as she pointed at the served food and said, Shin, bring the breakfast here and stand behind me. Yami's eyes glistened as he heard this. He nodded and went toward the food that was already on the plate and the food in the pot. He stood in between the food and Kuratsuchi's line of sight as he pulled out 2 vials of clear liquid. Bon appetit, Shorty. Yami smirked as he opened the vials. Chapter 394, Inoki, the Tsuchikage. Yami then picked up the bowl and the plate and walked to the big room where Kuratsuchi was sitting. As he entered the room, he heard the voice of an old man come from the other side of the bedroom door. What are you talking about? Let me come out and see what she is saying. This girl won't let me live in peace. Yami stopped for a second to look at the door, but when he saw that the door handle had started to rotate, he walked toward the table in front of him and laid the food there. He then stood behind Kuratsuchi. 5 seconds later, 2 men walked out of the bedroom. One was the old man who was serving the breakfast and the other one was a short but rugged, fierce old man. The Tsuchikage Inoki. You brat, you forced me to come home and sleep and now you are disturbing me here as well. And what do I hear about me calling you? Inoki said in an annoyed tone as he sat on a nearby chair facing the food. Kuratsuchi was also confused as she heard this and said, Huh? Grandpa, I received news that you had called for me urgently, or else why would I come here? Are you sure you didn't call me, or are you forgetting because you are getting old? The old man who was standing beside Inoki giggled as he heard this, which caused Inoki to give his brother a side eye. You have been here since I came here from the main building. Didn't I go straight to freshen up and sleep? The old man nodded, but the smile on his face still didn't go and he just looked the other way. Seeing that her grandpa really didn't give the order for her to come here, Kuratsuchi turned her head around to face Yami and asked, Shin, it was you who took the message, right? Who gave you the message? Yami shrugged and said, I don't know who it was, Lady Kuratsuchi. A man just appeared a few meters away from me and said that Tsuchikage-sama had called for the lady. I asked him where should I bring the lady, then he said that Lady Kuratsuchi knew about it. The man was in the middle of the hidden stone and wearing our shinobi uniform, so I had no reason to doubt him. Kuratsuchi looked back at her grandpa and said, You both have gotten old, haven't you? Inoki was about to say something, but the old man stopped him and said, Stop fighting all the time, you two. Now that you both are at the table, just eat what's in front of you. The old man then picked up a spoon and drank a spoonful of the soup from Inoki's plate. Yami was confused at first as to what the old man was doing, but then he saw the old man's chakra started to fluctuate. I have told you plenty of times you don't need to do anything like this, Inoki said as he picked up his spoon. Yami sensed the ripple of chakra happen again and again for the next 2 minutes until things calmed down and the old man opened his eyes. Kuratsuchi and Inoki were not surprised at all when they saw this happen, but for Yami, this was not something he had seen before. Seeing Yami looking at him intently, the old man asked, What is your name, young man? Shin, sir, Shin. Yami replied, trying to make himself look flustered and nervous. What I did right now was a technique used by the guards of the daimyo. It is to check if the consumed food has some kind of poison or chakra dispersing powder mixed in it or not. If I feel that I can't produce the same amount and magnitude of chakra ripples before eating the food, then it means that the food is poisoned. Yami was surprised to see this. He was thankful that he didn't use anything lethal like that. The chemical that he carried was created by Tsunade, and it was sometimes even used on patients during surgery. So the old man couldn't recognize it, and it would have taken a few more spoons of that soup and around 3 to 4 minutes for the old man's technique to bear any fruit. Yami looked at the food in front of Kuratsuchi and then at her. "Ma'am, should I?" he asked to make the people in the room believe that he was just a lowly guard shinobi. The old man laughed as he heard this and said, "You don't need to do anything like this. I do it because I know the technique to detoxify if I catch it in time. If someone like you does it, then you might end up dying." Inoki also chuckled and nodded as he heard this. He then looked at the old man and said, "We should have a few more people learn this technique as well." Kuratsuchi jumped into the conversation as she heard her grandpa's words, "But I heard that the daimyo has only given one person permission from the hidden stone to learn this technique." Inoki looked at his granddaughter with a smug look and said, "When have I asked the daimyo for any permission? He just gives us permission so that the people of this land think that he still holds power. No matter how much he trades and earns wealth, it is no use in front of the powers of a shinobi." Yami smiled on the inside when he saw the arrogance of the old man face to face. It was just like he remembered Inoki from the anime. Always taking decisions unilaterally. The only purpose of the entire council was to cushion the blowback that occurred due to his decision. The only reason no one had ever revolted against him was because he always put his village and its people above anything else, and he was a lot supportive of the creation of golems. "Don't look at me like that and start eating," Inoki said as he filled his mouth with food. Kuratsuchi, who was tired of her grandpa's way of ruling, sighed and started to eat the food in front of her as well. She knew it was useless trying to make her grandpa understand. He has always done things this way and they have gotten good results. The hidden stone didn't lack anything except good weather and surroundings. The land may not be blessed with fertile land for farming, but they had enough resources to get all the food they needed. It was the same with weapons and cheap labor. The hidden stone's way of being the aggressor to fulfill its own need had worked like magic, so even the villagers didn't complain much except for the increased presence of shinobis in the area. As they were eating, they continued to bicker with each other. Yami's attention was on the old man because he wasn't eating anything. "Looks like I will have to handle this old coot myself. The chemical will show its effect in a minute or two," Yami thought as he positioned himself at Kuratsuchi's side, which brought him side by side to the old man. He used the excuse of filling up 2 glasses of water for Inoki and Kuratsuchi to place himself. Just as the two were talking, Inoki noticed that he had to exert more strength in closing his mouth. He tried to lift his neck and look at the old man, but his whole body felt stiff. What is happening?" Inoki said as his hand also became stiff, which dropped the spoon in his hand on the floor. Kuratsuchi, who saw this happen at eye level, was about to get up and help her grandfather, but even she couldn't move. The old man noticed this and bent a little to hold Inoki's shoulder and asked him, "What's the matter, Inoki?" The only thing Inoki and Kuratsuchi could see was the old man bowing in front of him, asking them what happened. They were about to complain about being paralyzed, but the next second they heard a totally different voice. "You should take a nap, old man." This was Yami's voice as he hit the old man on his neck with bare hands, making the old man fall unconscious on the table. Inoki and Kuratsuchi were shocked to see this happen. They still didn't understand what was happening, but then they saw the fourth person in the room lift the old man's fallen face from the table and place him on the chair. "You uncle, what's wrong with you?" Kuratsuchi asked as she looked at her uncle seated unconscious beside her. She then remembered that even she had a guard, so she quickly called out, Shin, call someone. I think something wrong with me and Grandpa, alert the guards quickly," Kuratsuchi said as her eyes kept searching for her guard. Chapter 395, Negotiating with the Old Coot. But the response Kuratsuchi and Inoki expected never came. In fact, they heard the sounds of boots going from one side of the table to the other. Yami sat in the empty chair which was just opposite the old man. He had Kuratsuchi on his left side now and Inoki on his right side. Kuratsuchi, who couldn't understand what was happening and why her guard was not obeying orders, suddenly felt her chair turn toward the chair the sound had stopped. Yami was rotating the chairs on both his sides so that Kuratsuchi and Inoki could look straight at him. "Kuratsuchi, you still haven't realized? This guard of yours, Shin, he is the one who has done this to us," Inoki said as he looked at Yami furiously. "What? Do you mean to say that Shin is a traitor? How could you do this to your own village? Such cowardice. Let me get back moving again, then I will tear you apart." Kuratsuchi cursed. Yami, who was still in his transformation jutsu, smiled and said, "If I have immobilized the two of you like this, why do you think you will be alive when the effect of this chemical wears off?" Kuratsuchi, who had never faced something like this, went pale as she heard Yami's words. It was obvious that instead of being furious, she was now afraid. "You used my granddaughter to come to me and even mixed a paralyzing agent in my food which was so sophisticated that even my brother couldn't identify it after consuming it. For some no-name shinobi like you, this is not possible. Which means someone else has put you up to this." "Who is it?" Inoki asked. "You have done so many bad deeds in the other villages. Who do you think hates you the most?" Yami asked. He didn't just want to toy with Inoki, but there was something he wished to achieve out of this discussion. Kuratsuchi, who had regained her wits after a short break, quickly said the hidden mist. "It must be them. They have been awfully quiet for the past 2 to 3 years after the Civil War. They must be using this time to recover their lost strength and strike back against us." Yami looked at Kuratsuchi with a smile and turned his head back at Inoki as he asked, "Do you think the same as well, Lord Inoki?" "No, I don't think the hidden mist is capable of this. Even though they do hate us the most for fanning the flames in their territorial affairs, and also someone my squad leaders teamed up with cultists to destroy them, this isn't them. They wouldn't take such a big gamble, especially when all bets are put on one shinobi, and that too a potential traitor," Inoki concluded. Yami was impressed by how Inoki predicted the kind of attack the hidden mist and if they would risk a war or not based on the actions of a single shinobi. "Grandpa, but there could be more of the traitors helping Shin. Maybe he let hidden mist shinobis inside our walls to keep the guards around this out away," Kuratsuchi said. "No, the atmosphere outside is normal, and the fact that Shin himself is looking at the door every few seconds, I guess he doesn't have any support and is here all on his own. If you wanted to kill me or even torture me, you would have started already. You also haven't killed my brother, which means you don't want to spill blood and make me your enemy unless it is necessary. You either need information or something else from me, so speak," Inoki said arrogantly. "Even though you are just a frail old man who can die even if I push you with my finger, you still haven't changed your attitude, old man," Yami said as he leaned toward the table. He then pulled out a kunai and placed it close to Kuratsuchi's neck, which caused the grandfather to sweat a little. "Lord Inoki, even if what you are saying is right, how do I know that you will keep your word and won't back out once you are in complete health? You could just vaporize me with particle style. No matter what you threaten me with, if your demand is something that harms the hidden stone, then I will gladly sacrifice my and Kuratsuchi's life," Inoki said confidently, but his eyes were still fixed on the edge of the kunai, which was about to touch Kuratsuchi's neck. Just as Yami was about to tangle the Tsuchikage with his words, he sensed multiple people heading toward the door. The footsteps of multiple people outside the door also caught the attention of the two paralyzed people. Yami removed the kunai that was placed near Kuratsuchi's neck and placed it on the table. Kuratsuchi and Inoki tried their best to get a view of the door, and by the time they could turn enough to see the door slammed open with a burly large man wearing stone shinobi clothes and a yellow scarf around his neck entering the house first. Even though the shinobi was burly, he had a round face and plum cheeks which didn't make him look intimidating at all. Kuratsuchi, who was a wreck right now, immediately became hopeful as he saw the burly man enter inside, because it was none other than her most trusted man, Akatsuki. "This guy is a traitor, save me." Inoki, who was calm and composed, also ordered, "Take this guy into custody quickly." But to both their surprise, Akatsuki and the shinobis standing beside him just kept looking around. "Where are they?" Akatsuki asked as he kept looking left and right. "Akatsuki, what are you doing? We are right in front of you," Kuratsuchi shouted, but there was no effect. "Why are they acting like they can't see us, Grandpa?" Kuratsuchi asked helplessly. She didn't understand why her men were acting like that. Inoki, who had understood what was happening, sighed and said, "They are under an illusion and can't see us. To be this meticulous, there must be a formation set up around this room, or—" Inoki was saying when he turned around slightly to face Shin and stopped talking. Kuratsuchi, who was still looking at Akatsuki, was confused as to why her grandfather stopped talking, so she turned a little to look at him and saw him looking at Shin. As she also turned to look at Yami, she saw it. That's the Sharingan," Kuratsuchi said in a flat tone. She didn't expect to see Shin with a Sharingan. "You aren't just some traitor. Who are you?" Inoki asked. A hint of fear could be felt in his voice as well as he kept staring at Yami's Sharingan. "I guess I don't have any option anymore," Yami said and released his transformation jutsu. As Yami's original appearance came in front of the two paralyzed shinobis, they didn't recognize him at first because this face wasn't known to many. You can't achieve this level of mastery by just fitting in someone else's Sharingan, which means that you are an Uchiha. And since Itachi Uchiha is dead and I have seen how Sasuke Uchiha looks, I can say that you are Yami Uchiha," Inoki said. Kuratsuchi, who was focused on her grandpa's words, was now shocked to hear his conclusion. She immediately looked at Yami to see if he provided any confirmation, and Yami didn't disappoint. "That is correct, Lord Inoki. I am Yami Uchiha. I guess I should consider myself lucky when someone of your caliber knows me," Yami said with a sly smile on his face. "We incurred the most amount of losses after the third great ninja after by your hands. How could I even forget someone like you?" Inoki said. "So, it is the Hidden Leaf. They have sent you here, or is it the joint cooperation of the Hidden Leaf and Mist?" Kuratsuchi asked. Yami pocketed the kunai and said with a smile on his face, "Don't worry, this is a diplomatic visit. You can read this aloud and you will understand everything. Make sure to read it properly so that your grandfather can also hear." Yami then pulled out the letter given by Lady Tsunade and held it in front of Kuratsuchi. Although she was a little hesitant at first, she started reading the letter and Inoki kept listening. By this time Akatsuki and the stone shinobis left the house as well in search of Inoki and Kuratsuchi. After a few minutes, Yami placed the letter on the table. Kuratsuchi had finished reading it. She looked at Yami and said, "This is no way to make a diplomatic visit. Did you really think that we would even consider this letter now after the stunt you have pulled? Tsunade's meeting with Ibiki, and that is why this old grandfather of yours can't pass on the chair of the Tsuchikage to you. You are just too naive to understand it," Yami said, which ticked off the girl. But before she could even begin to berate Yami for this insult, Inoki said, "Leave now. I will meet you here at midnight. Give me until then to think about the letter and you can leave it here." "Grandpa, what are you thinking?" Kuratsuchi asked, but Inoki was deep in thought and Yami had disappeared from the chair. Chapter 396, Tsunade's Meeting with Ibiki. Inoki didn't want to discuss anything more for now, so he just said the Genjutsu must have been lifted now, call those idiots in. Understanding that her grandpa wasn't in a good mood, Kuratsuchi subtly nodded and shouted while facing the door, "We are in here. Akatsuki, come inside the house." Luckily some of the stone shinobis were still around the house, so they informed Akatsuki about this. Within a minute, Akatsuki and a handful of stone shinobis entered the house. "Lady Kuratsuchi, Tsuchikage-sama. You guys are in here. We just came here a few minutes ago and didn't see anyone. Where did you guys go?" Akatsuki asked in an innocent tone. This angered Kuratsuchi more because of how easily Yami played them. "We were in here when you idiots came in. You all were fooled by a Genjutsu and we had to watch you all walk out," Kuratsuchi answered. The shinobis standing behind Akatsuki were shocked as they heard this. They couldn't believe that they were fooled by an illusion and they didn't even doubt it. Akatsuki then looked at the old man unconsciously sitting at the table and asked, "What happened to Uncle? Why is he sleeping?" "He isn't sleeping, you dodo. He has been knocked unconscious, and for your information, me and Grandpa are stuck here paralyzed, so get the antidote fast." The tone of Kuratsuchi was getting angrier every second because of how inefficient and laid back her village shinobis were. Inoki was sitting quietly at this point. He would only turn his eyes to glance at the old man from time to time. The stone shinobis brought the antidote after a few minutes and injected the two of them simultaneously. As they were free, Kuratsuchi walked to her grandfather and asked, "Are you all right, Grandpa? Should we have our best squad search for him? I am sure we can find him before midnight." Inoki looked at his granddaughter with stone-cold eyes and said a 13-year-old kid came to the village and managed to sit in front of me while incapacitating me. Is this how bad our village security is? And how are you going to find him? Do you think he is roaming the village using his original face? When a shinobi uses transformation jutsu, he emits some amount of chakra from his entire body, but this kid has complete control over himself. Till the end, he showed only the necessary amount of chakra. For now, just take your uncle to the hospital and tell the entire council to gather at the main building. Alright, Grandpa, should I leave Akatsuki and a few others here? They will stay inside the house and escort you to the main building. Kuratsuchi asked. Inoki shook his head and said no, I need some time to think over this. Just keep some of them around the house and take Akatsuki with you. Fill in the council members as to what happened and the contents of the letter before I reach there. I don't want to spend any more of my time arguing with those idiots. After clearing the house within a minute or two, everyone left. Kuratsuchi took the old man with her and had the doctors test him for internal injuries, if any. She knew how stubborn her grandfather was, and once he made up his mind about something, there was no turning back. For the next hour, the moments of the stone shinobis increased throughout the village. Even the real Shin, who was lying unconscious in the diner bathroom, was brought in. Just like one move from Yami was creating commotion in the hidden stone, someone similar could be said was happening in the Hidden Leaf. Hidden Leaf Village, half an hour ago, knock knock, come in, Tsunade said as she was buried in paperwork due to the recent incidents. As the door opened, a well-built man with a scar on his face walked in. This man was none other than the chief of the Torture and Intelligence Division, Ibiki Marino. Seeing the chief come here himself, Tsunade put her pen down and said, "What the matter, Ibiki? You look a bit concerned." Ibiki walked close to the Hokage table and placed a scroll. "Stop playing games, Ibiki. What are we looking at?" Tsunade as she picked up the letter and started to read it. She wanted to get angry at first, but she kept on reading, and in the end, she could only chuckle as she shook her. "Oh, this kid. He really creates news every time he leaves the village," Tsunade said as she rolled the scroll. "Lady Tsunade, this could really turn out to be a big problem for us. He hasn't messed with a few no-name bandits, but with Orochimaru. He shouldn't have poked a bear at such an important time. Ibiki, you and I both know that just because we didn't make a move against Orochimaru, he would stop coming after us and the village. In fact, I am sure that one of your main concerns while protecting the venue of the meeting is Orochimaru and his Hidden Leaf Village," Tsunade said. This is the first time she has openly supported Yami's actions, and it wasn't for naught. She knew with what mentality Yami had taken this action, and it wasn't like she had any control over her. The fact that he was still doing continuous missions without saying a word meant that he cared for the village. Well, it is true that Orochimaru is a big variable and we were concerned about it, and now after what has happened, the chances of Orochimaru intruding into the meeting have decreased to a great extent, Ibiki said in an agreeing tone. "I feel a butt coming," Tsunade said as she lay back in her Hokage chair. "But, we have received information that due to Orochimaru's strength being reduced after the fight, he has joined hands with the Akatsuki." The man seen fleeing with Orochimaru's subordinates was Tobi, the man with the orange mask. Hearing this, Tsunade sat back straight. What? Tobi was there as well? Did he and Yami fight as well? Ibiki shook his head and said, "We don't know that yet, but we think that the reason Tobi has reached out to Orochimaru could be because the Akatsuki needs more firepower. If that is the reason, then..." Just as he was speaking, a knock was heard on the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Princess Tsunade, Shizune. We have received a letter from Sasuke Uchiha." Shizune's voice sounded from the door. "About time these kids gave me an explanation," Tsunade said. Shizune entered the room and greeted Ibiki as she passed on the letter to Tsunade. Tsunade read it for a few seconds and said, "Sasuke has said that while they were traveling together, they heard about kids from a village going missing, so they investigated and found traces of hidden sound shinobis. They got into a fight and were able to fish them out along with Orochimaru from underground tunnels. Yami fought with Orochimaru, almost destroying his physical body, but Orochimaru escaped in the form of numerous white snakes. The 4 sound shinobis around Orochimaru are also injured. The villagers have been relocated to another village and the nearest leaf outpost has been notified as well. Yes, that is right. We did get that information from the Land of Hot Water outpost and we have sent the necessary aid and manpower to rebuild the village. Ibiki said. I guess this gives us a good explanation of their actions, so there is no need to discipline them. Give me updates on what you find in those tunnels. I know that you are spread thin right now, but it is too important to ignore. Tsunade said. I already have sent 2 teams of researchers there. We will retrieve what we can and try to find out what Orochimaru was doing in there. Ibiki said as he turned back to leave. As he opened the door and was about to step outside, Ibiki turned back and said, there is one thing I found out odd after talking to the villagers and it wasn't even mentioned in the letter. What was that? Tsunade asked as she was about to get back to her work. The villagers said that along with Yami and Sasuke Uchiha, there were 2 mercenaries as well who hid their faces with masks. Mercenaries? Why would the 2 of them hire mercenaries? Anything that would help us identify who these mercenaries are? Tsunade asked. Ibiki shook his head and casually said none. It was pretty common. One was a man with a soft woman-like voice while the other was a burly man with a large sword on his back. Tsunade, who was rocking her Hokage chair, suddenly stopped and stared at Ibiki for a second or two. What's the matter, Lady Tsunade? Do you have any guesses as to whom these 2 could be? Ibiki asked after seeing the Hokage behave weirdly. Tsunade shook her head and said no. That's the end of this tale for now. We've caught up to the story and there's no more chapters available for more parts. I honestly don't know if there will be another part though, as considering it's been 2 months since the last chapter came out and years since the author updated his Patreon. It might be safe to say this story got abandoned. I'll give another month or so before I take charge and finish this series myself. But until then, peace.